is numb, a stranger to my soul. Pain is gone and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You keep talking, I'm sick of it. The same old stories. I ain't gonna listen to this. No, no, you had me so bad. And dropped me just like that. Now I'm turning back to you, 'cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. Down on my knees, you brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, you brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, you brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, but I'm back on my feet again. It don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on.
Destiny on the line, knocked out 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on the mind, all we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight. we don't hide. We come alive. We come alive. When everything is on the line, we don't back down, we gon' fight. We come alive. We come alive. We come alive, we come alive. When everything is on the line, we don't back down, we don't hide. We come alive, we come alive. When everything is on the line, we don't back down, we gon' fight. We come alive, we come alive.
Okay, yeah, look, I'm running like a nosebleed, so stick 'em up, spread 'em out like a rollie. Ayy, show me love, like you know me, I'ma make 'em whoop, whoop, like the police. Helen Keller forever, I'm about to go dumb. I need a fuck to robbery, cause I got none. I got ways for days, you're looking washed up. If you're in the way, you may just have a problem. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, you should already know. You should already know. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money. I'm a narrator, all of you just the characters, running it like a manager, handing you like a banister. Haven't had enough, all of you just embarrassed, cause all of your bars are flaccid, need Viagra just to spit a hook. You need a coroner, cutting you like a warrior. All of your bars are boring, yeah, they're longer than the corridor. Your boys ain't cooks quick, it's tradition. The women know what's better in the kitchen. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, you should already know. You should already know. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money. I make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, you should already know. You should already know. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, hustle, hustle, hustle, yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money.
We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Why I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Scenario, win, win, win, win, yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. Do I already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with it done. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh. Game time. We on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this, yeah, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Put up to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when it gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Yeah. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team. Yeah, I know they be tryna watch the moves, couldn't run a mile in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove, win some, I ain't got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules, and to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my own, just me and my, just me and my team. Just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When the going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. in the South. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. Endless my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't quit the fight until the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, third boy in the South. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Third boy in the South. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Block. Block. Yeah. You know I'm climbing to the top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop. Oh no, stop. Yes, you know I'm from the block. Yeah, block, yeah. And I ain't never gon' stop. And I ain't never gon' stop. And I ain't never gon' stop.
Game was insane.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Let me in! Hey! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop at a talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up, I'm I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Hansama, Karzi, Trimby, Targamas. All these names have one thing in common. EMEA Masters champions into LEC champions. Rookies and veterans, big names and newcomers have all been fighting it out in this tournament for 9 years. 9 years of legends rising, fired up national pride and nations uniting so the EMEA region can discover their best talent in League of Legends yet. The EMEA Masters tournament has been absolutely pivotal for the EMEA League of Legends ecosystem, with thousands of players participating all across the EROs, into hundreds funneling right here, fighting for the title. This is the place where top league teams find their new MVPs, their rising stars that will take EMEA by storm. But wait, there's more. 2 new regions have just joined EMEA Masters, MENA and the TCL. MENA had a fantastic debut, storming through the play-ins and almost making it through to quarters on their first EMEA Masters appearance ever. And then comes the big boss. The Turkish teams that have qualified to Worlds and MSI for years, that have faced the best of the best of the best on the biggest stage in the world, are now here with all of their experience to challenge everyone else. History is being made every single split on this stage. It went from Challenger Series to EU Masters and now EMEA Masters. But one thing has remained the same. Your EMEA Masters champions today can be your LEC champions tomorrow. Who will rise?
Tuve una caída en mi carrera, pero he vuelto más fuerte que nunca.
Pero ojo con Supa, va a reventar a Marlon. Se atreve ahora con el 1 contra Flaque. No debería de ganar el tetón.
J'ai progressé une étape à la fois jusqu'à arriver au sommet.
Il y a maintenant qui est dans la mêlée. Et la côte de Roguette, elle est magnifique du côté de la TSC.
Ich weiß, ich kann der Beste sein, jetzt muss ich es nur allen zeigen.
Für ihn wird sogar noch mehr ein Triple für ihn. Der Quadra-Kill für
선택할 수 있는 길이 많았습니다. 저는 지금 걷고 있는 길이 옳다고 확신합니다.
Wszyscy tutaj na gotowe. Nie odbierajmy. Pentakill jak najbardziej zasłużony.
Dörde 0 bir değişim. Ayakta kalan son isim Erdemir.
Uzun zamandır bekliyordum. Şimdi benim zamanım.
Hello and welcome to EMEA Masters, the first iteration after the rebrand, with new regional leagues joining us to show off which region is the one to beat. Starting with 28 teams, and now we're down to only 8. Which team will rise? I'm Ginny, your host for today, and joined by GB and Jumana, both of you. Lovely to have you both on the floor.
The analyst.
The analyst.
Welcome
floor.
to the studio, and welcome to you as well.
Thank you.
For the first time here, this is going to be an amazing day.
Yeah, and I apologize in advance that they put you on the show with us at the same time.
It was a calculated mistake, yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's all we really can say about that.
I mean, good luck to each and every one of the teams as well. But if you're wondering how we got here, as I said, only 8 teams left, but we started off with a total of 28. Maybe you've missed the play-ins and the group stage action, but don't you worry, because all of us forget to do our homework sometimes. So we got you. You can copy it from us, and we're going to be starting off with how exactly we got here.
Yeah, so 4 groups, A, B, C, D, as you like it. I think the biggest surprise really for me was specifically the B group as well, which the Italian seed with Moscow being the one going 5-1. Not only is it the second time that Italy is actually getting out of groups, but it's the first time they get out of groups as that first seed as well. So phenomenal showing by them, but also just from the other groups, pretty much everything, I would actually say, went to how you'd imagine it a bit.
Yeah, I think a couple of the pathways maybe a little bit off-kilter in terms of like the individual game performances, but outside of that, yeah, I think Group B is just realistically the biggest surprise. I have to bandwagon with you here. I feel like Matchco going first, Movistar, kind of clinging in to get to second place. A, just the collapse. I feel like a lot of people, if you're watching the LFL playoffs, you kind of saw maybe that something like this could occur, but I feel like FUT as well, not quite making it into the top 2, pretty big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, also the first seeds are now all from different regions, which is the first time since 2020, which, if you do your maths, that's been quite a while. But looking at the game that we're going to be broadcasting here on the main broadcast today, it's going to be LDLC up against Denizbank Istanbul Wildcats. Now, that's going to be a banger because it's another best of 5. Every single one of these games to the quarterfinals are going to be best of 5, and there is also going to be a B stream.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting just because every matchup is very much something you actually want to pay attention to. I think Moscow versus SK Prime can be really close. Moscow coming in as first seed. SK Prime barely making it with that 3-3 scoreline as well. Of course, a day-to-day with Wildcats and LDLC going up against each other. I've heard people say that this might as well just be the finals already with the kind of caliber that these 2 teams are bringing.
Yeah, I'm also going to quickly pitch the fact that Go and Unicorns are on the same side of the bracket, on the opposite side of the tree too, because I feel like Unicorns have really shown us a very incredibly high ceiling. I think the way that they dispatched LDLC in their group to secure the first seed as well was something to behold. But yeah, I feel like seeing the Wildcats plus LDLC be here in the quarterfinals is definitely a huge matchup to be seeing now.
Yeah, and if you don't want to miss any action from the Machko up against SK Prime game, make sure you head into the B stream, Lil Esports, check it out. But we have, as we said it, Istanbul Wildcats. Now, if you're wondering what this roster is all about, or you haven't really heard of them much, which would be interesting because maybe that means you're coming from under a rock, that's fine. We have a video to show you where the TCL powerhouse is coming from.
Denizbank İstanbul Wildcats aslında Türkiye'nin en eski e-spor takımlarından bir tanesi. 2006 yılında kuruldu, 2012'de League of Legends'a geçiş yaptı ama biz onları önceden farklı bir isimle tanıyorduk. EMEA Gaming.
2012 yılında ilk resmi turnuvayı kazandı. Fakat bu turnuva aynı zamanda bir lanetin başlangıcıydı. Uzun süre kupa kazanamadılar ve en sonunda küme düştü.
Çinekler 2017 yaz mevsiminde Şampiyon Ligi'ndeki yerini alıp EMEA Gaming'i yükselme ligine düşürüyor.
2019'da biraz işlerin değişmeye başladığını gördük. Bir rebranding sürecine girdiler ve şu anki adını Denizbank İstanbul Wildcats adını o zaman aldılar. 2019'dan sonra çok daha fazla toplulukla birleşik, inanılmaz derecede rekabetçi bir takım izlemeye başladık. Son 5 mevsimin 4'ünde şampiyon onlar oldu. Şu anda Şampiyonluk Ligi'nde bir takımın şampiyon olabilmesi için Wildcats'i nasıl devireceğini çözebilmesi gerekiyor. Ama bunu başarabilen çok az takım ortaya çıktı.
2023 kış mevsimi şampiyonu Denizbank İstanbul Wildcats.
Bu mevsimi kazanmak benim için iyiydi aslında. Beklenenden de kolaydı. Çünkü final 3-0 yendik. Mutlu edici bir final oldu.
Temp'in kullanabileceği bir ulti şarjı daha var. Onun defansı kullanmak durumunda kalıyor ve Fatih Can burada düşecek. Bao tarafından alınan skor. Ve Denizbank Wildcats çok ama çok önemli bir takım savaşı ile beraber oyunu bitirmeye gidiyor Erdemir'in 4'te 4'üyle.
Ya inanılmaz derecede yorulduğum anlar olmadı. Aslında bayağı rahat bir sezondu yani benim için. Öyle ne stres vardı ne inanılmaz bir yorgunluk. Öyle yani sonra şampiyon olup kazandık yani.
Bu sene Wildcats'e geldiğimizde üstümde baskı hissediyordum. Çünkü Wildcats geçen yıllarda çok fazla şampiyon oldu ve bütün kadro değişti. Koç ekibi, oyuncular ve baştan bir yapılanma oldu. Buraya geldiğimde de aslında şampiyon olmaya yetenek olarak hazır ama oyun bilgisi olarak ya da tecrübe olarak eksik bir takım vardı. Özellikle de iletişim sorunu çok fazla yaşıyorduk. Çünkü iki Koreli aldığınız an İngilizceleri zayıf olduğu için iletişim sorunu yaşıyorsunuz. Parus da çok tecrübeli bir oyuncu değil. Köfte de oyun içi kısmında çok konuşan bir oyuncu değil. İşte bunları çözmemiz biraz zaman aldı.
Uluslararası turnuvada şöyle bir meme var. Türk taraftarları elenince tecrübelendik diye her zaman Twitch chatine, Twitter'a yazılar yazıyor, paylaşımlar yapıyor. Bence bu mevsim, bu yıl EMEA'da kesinlikle böyle bir şey görmeyeceğiz. Türk takımının çok iyi olduğunu düşünüyorum Fransa ve İspanya takımlarına karşı. Bence Türk takımları bu sene kendini kanıtlayacak.
Ve kendimize güveniyoruz ve yani mekanik olarak diğer takımlardan daha iyiyiz. Çok ekstra bir şey yok aslında gayet. Genelde korkmadan oynuyoruz ve daha iyiyiz. Yani şampiyon olacağımıza güveniyorum yani.
Giyu sıkıştırdı kareye. Erdemir bir yandan bir vücut darbesi. Erdemir kuleye düşecek mi acaba? İyi Zonya Erdemir de
Hadi
düşüyor.
bakalım.
Kulenin hasarını bir alsın. Erdemir düşüyor mu kuleye? Yolda düşmedi. 3 skor köfteden.
EMEA Masters'ta en çok karşısında oynamak istediğim lig Fransa çünkü bizim topluluklar arasında bayağı trash talk'lar falan geçiyordu. O yüzden yani kimin daha iyi olduğunu göstermek isterim yani. Biz daha iyiyiz.
İnsanlar EMEA Masters'ta neden IV'yi izlemeli? Çünkü Türkiye uzun yıllardır birçok yıldız oyuncu çıkartıyor. Closer, Caps, Humanoid, Broken Blade gibi. Geleceğin süperstarlarını izlemek istiyorsanız IV'yi EMEA Masters'ta izlemelisiniz.
Türkiye'deki e-spor topluluğu çok coşkulu bir topluluk. Kazanmayı bayağı seviyorlar, kaybedince de çok üzülüyorlar. Bu sene bizden beklentileri büyük. Biz de onların beklentilerini boşa çıkarmayacağız ve şampiyon olup kupayı İstanbul'a getireceğiz.
Well, I hope you guys learned a little bit more about the roster and what you can be expecting. And with the addition of TCL as well as MENA to this time's EMEA Masters, it brings us a couple of questions on how they're going to be faring up against some of the teams coming favorites into this. For example, LDLC from the LFL.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure, and they're kind of saying it in the video as well. There's a lot of expectations coming in as a Turkish team now, going into, well, EMEA Masters as well, and specifically because they're newcomers, and we already have so many set, well, I don't want to call it dynasties because I'm from the LEC, right?
Yeah,
but we already have some set regions, right? Like the LFL and like Spain as well, who took it last year. So coming in, you're kind of looking to just sweep the entire opposition, or at least that should be the goal of the Turkey region.
Yeah, you're trying to set your mark in the first tournament, right?
Yeah,
I think first impressions always very important.
Yeah.
Pretty much no matter where you are, and especially here in a tournament like this, I think especially for the TCL region, right, moving down from Worlds play-ins to EMEA, for them it's kind of a matter of pride to ensure that you come here, you perform well, and I think there is no better matchup moving into LDLC. Domestically, pretty much the strongest French team for splits now, back to back to back. If you can make your mark here, move on to semis, it's a good showing for the TCL as a whole.
It's already quite a good start. However, they're top of their groups. They're showing us what they're capable of. But they've also had those international performances as well. I mean, maybe it didn't go as you might have wanted them to go, from a
there
team,
was a few jobs here and there.
Yeah,
they got some wins.
Yeah, but that's an experience that you're bringing into this competition when you're going up against the like of LDLC, who've maybe also not really had what their expectations met.
I mean, it is still like new players coming in, right? So while the organization have been there, there's probably staff around it that has been to some of these international events. It's still the players having to go through this experience for the first time as well. But it kind of seemed like they're quite confident from the video we just saw as well. We're mechanically better than people here. Finals was so easy. I was kind of surprised. And hopefully they'll get more challenged as well playing against some of the other regions, because if not, well, they are just going to sweep it all then.
Yeah, I mean, looks like they're being chilling, but they're going to be heading up against LDLC. And as we said it ourselves, a little bit of a name here within EMEA Masters. Always the bridesmaids, however, never the bride. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen LDLC really lock in a win here, regardless of the fact that LFL is going so well for them.
Yeah, 3 titles back to back to back. Not bad domestically,
LFL,
if I do say so myself, in the LFL, of course. But here at EM, they just keep on tripping over themselves. When it gets to those big moments, the teams, in some cases, who they should just dispatch almost outright, it feels like by expectations, they've never been able to do it. Summer is the one that is really flaring to my mind from last year, where against Team Heretics, most people had Team Heretics down as pretty much just getting 3-0'd, but LDLC came in, had a little bit of disrespect on the day, and Team Heretics kind of just fell through because of the fairy tale story that they had to win.
It was the same for Spring as well. Like the fact that it was LDLC up towards that final, meeting K-Corp, then all of a sudden K-Corp that had been in a slump as well, and then all of a sudden actually just made it work and took another one into that one. So despite being the seed, coming in as the first seed so many times from this team, when it comes to EMEA Masters, they've just not been able to deliver to the same extent.
Maybe it's like a curse, but let's hope that history doesn't repeat themselves for their sake, because you're up against Wildcats, and the fact that this is a best of 5, also it's a single elimination bracket, so they lose, they're out.
It's going to be tough, and I think there's a lot of expectations because this was a roster last year which was kind of the generation of Miracle, let's be real, okay? The likes that they had, Yike, Dars, Exakick, people we have already highlighted in the LEC to a great extent, and now they've come in through with a complete revamp. Like LDLC was the talent factory, and that makes it even more so impressive, the fact that they lost those players. They still won the LFL this year in the spring, and now with a completely new roster is taking to the stage of EMEA Masters, hopefully exceeding the losses that they had in former tournaments.
Yeah, sometimes you'd imagine talent factory like LDLC, they'll go through slumps, right? You end up selling your best players, then you have to go through that slight rebuilding period. Not these guys, apparently. Straight up just first place again. So it says to me that, the systems behind the scenes, they're working, right? And it's definitely something that's kind of rare throughout a lot of the ERLs, to see a team basically just fresh rebuild into first place again. So for LDLC, I expect, internally, the expectations are still very high for them. When you've got players who are performing as well as they are, especially for me, it's always been about the man in the mid lane, seeing Barkland come from the NLC to the LFL.
Yeah, speaking about Buckland as well, that's one of the players that we're looking to highlight coming into this matchup, especially considering how himself and his counterpart Bao, who is, however, in the bot lane, have been performing this time around. When we're looking at the meta shift, especially more focused towards that bot lane, it's going to be a question of which one of these players is just got to get the rest of the team on their back.
Yeah, it just functions differently as well, right? On one side with Backlund as well as Guy, you can take charge from the mid lane on control mages, be a reliable carry, have that pressure as well, but also not afraid to lock in the likes of LeBlanc, something he's done back from all his NLC days too, where you can actually play that mid-jungle 2v2, get pressure there, take over the map through an individual lead. And that might be really important as well, because if you can't maybe bridge mid lane pressure down towards the bot side, you might struggle with Bao, who's had a really good tournament so far.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the approach from both teams, right? If the Wildcats want to get Bao ahead, as they so often have been, you can see by the stats. It's also individual prowess too. It's not even necessarily about team play. Then I feel like they may have to actually start from like sort of the textbook position, which is play through the mid jungle first and try to shut down the LDLC, right? I feel like that is very oftentimes the win condition, is having Barkland be on picks where he has a lot of freedom to not only impact his own lane individually with agency, but then shift it to that side and, like you say, be the bridge. And I feel like if LDLC are able to actually move that pressure down towards the bottom side, where it feels like Wildcats' big win condition can be so consistently through Bao, then the Wildcats may have to look towards the top side instead, which, I'm not saying Destroy can't be that carry, but in this kind of meta where bot side, Dragon's objectives early on so important, you want to be able to get the resources into your AD carry as soon as possible.
Yeah, looking as well at the bot lane from Wildcats, especially when we're looking at Bao, it feels like a lot of time they're just left to their own devices. From the rest of the team, they're going towards the mid side, they're looking to get the pressure there. So in that regards, when we're speaking about getting the pressure onto bot lane, how are we expecting that to translate in relation to the bot lane from LDLC?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting because Jeskla as well has been the kind of player back when he played on Vitality B as well, where he did not get a lot of resources from his team. They were a very top-side, mid-side focus, so it's not like it's a playstyle he isn't used to. I think it's really interesting the point about impacting the map as well, because we have seen support of Wildcats as well be really good on the Thresh when they played against Heretics as well. Had really good map movement as well to just outroam, had a better timer, and got the movement up towards mid lane, got a kill there, can move into Herald as well. I think it's going to be really niche how they use these timers as well, either in terms of, okay, we're actually getting this to take care of the enemy bot lane, get the plate for itself, get an individual gold lead, or make that individual gold lead a team lead elsewhere with the pressure on the map.
Okay, well, we're going to find out whether or not bot lane is the lane to be keeping our eyes out, as we're going to be heading in the first game of today, this best of 5. We have Alex, Sam, and Trouble on the cast. It's a trio.
It is a trio. Thank you very much, Ginny and crew. I'm Sam. That's Alex. That's Trouble, otherwise known as the boys.
I don't know why. Or initialize Georgia and EMEA.
We were formerly known as the boys, but of course, in honor of the Spanish region and the Heretics winning last tournament, we are now Los Hombres. I think that works. We're workshopping.
Does that mean the boys?
I think it does.
All right, cool.
It is now. There you go. Well, after that debacle, let's maybe talk a little bit about this tournament, because we are finally into the playoff bracket and things have kind of been in a state of change. It does feel like there is a changing of a guard, a changing of an era here in the now EMEA Masters, away from what used to be just the EU Masters.
It does really feel like the times are changing. We have such a different kind of landscape. A lot of things that we have assumed to be taken for granted have changed a little. For the first time in 3 years, we have every single first seed coming out of groups being from a different region. That's LFL, Prime League, TCL, and the PG Nats as well. Incredibly crazy in terms of how things turned out in that regard. No NLC in quarterfinals, no Ultra League in quarterfinals as well, and no play-ins teams making it out of groups. If there's any reason to kind of like take stock of what has happened between previous years and now, all of these reasons factor into it.
And I think as well, it is worth paying attention that 2 of these teams are from regional heavyweights in a lot of ways. We've got the LFL and we've got the Turkish region, and not just any teams from their regions, like the teams from their regions, right, Georgia?
I feel like we had the cool kid at school, right? LDLC, the LFL, they're coming as the cool kids. They're wearing sunglasses. They show up in their very expensive convertible car at school. And then suddenly one day they turn up and there's another convertible parked right where was their spot. And I think this is what the TCL is going to do at EMEA Masters. We felt like the LFL was unshakable for that from that first spot. The LVP came up in summer and they said, well, no, but spring has been traditionally the LFL season. For the past 4 years, there hasn't been a single other region that have won but the LFL in spring. And guys, I'm just going to spoil something. This is spring in EMEA Masters.
Oh boy, well, it'll be a question then whether the Wildcats can get their claws out and cut them down to size. We are into draft for our first game here of our first quarterfinals of EMEA Masters 2023 here in spring. Couple key bands coming out already, the Sejuani, the Rakan, and of course the Xayah.
And now, first things I really want to kind of draw my eyes to in the first couple of picks and bans is what's going to be happening with the bot lane meta. I think that we've kind of assumed that the same bot lanes come out from a lot of different teams now. Both these teams have a slightly different take on things though. Bao has not played a game of Zeri at this tournament, nor has this team really banned the Zeri either. They don't really care to do that. They play stuff like the Aphelios, they play stuff that can really deal with it in lane, even stuff like Varus coming through from other teams too, whereas Yeskler on the other side has just been on the Zeri hype train.
I wouldn't be surprised right here if an Aphelios lock-in came in or a Jinx lock-in. They don't seem to necessarily care what matchup they're playing it into, as long as they lock in that one hyper carry that Bao is going to want in that particular game, and a space making either support or jungler. So right here, with Vi banned, you can pretty much pick any mobility carry you want.
Great stuff from both of you there, but a quick note on just a technical point. It's not patch 13.4, it is patch 13.6. So just do keep an eye on that bottom one. That'll get adjusted later. We did get a heads up from production. But yeah, it is not 13.4, it is 13.6. It does mean things like that Jinx are pretty damn high priority, as you called out a moment ago.
Yeah, and Jinx, we saw that a lot in LEC just the other day, actually. This has been a pick.
It's not broken at all.
It's not broken at all, especially when it outranges pretty much every other counterpart in the meta. And it feels like some of that backline access we've used to see over these years. I mean, this time last year, Jinx Aphelios was the meta, right? A lot of that hasn't really come through. We don't have as many Leonas, we don't have as many Ornns being picked, stuff like that, which can always reach the Jinx. If you manage to stand behind a strong frontline, something like Cryz's Scion comes to mind as well, that Jinx can free fire and outdamage pretty much any counterpart on the Rift.
Now, though, we've got to figure out what they want to lock in alongside it. Debating that Maokai, it's something that White has played a number of times already across this split, and they'll pick that up very fast.
This is just, if I turn all nameplates off, I would think that Wildcats have the draft on the right so far. They've been prioritizing their hyper carry. In this case, is going to be the Aphelios for them, and I want to see what they're going to choose to create space.
Yes.
That space creating champion in this particular instance is going to be the Rumble. Destroy is the only player that we have in EMEA Masters that plays exclusively AP carry top laners. And on the other hand side, we have a guy that has been known to play AD carry top laners.
Specifically.
But this time he's going to be dirty and locking the side.
The Sion's there now, but this is now a really awkward top lane.
It's lethality Sion, guys.
It does AD, it can carry. No, it's not the same. It's definitely not a marksman. And what it definitely isn't is as tanky into the Rumble matchup as we have seen before. A couple of patches ago, Rumble got some huge buffs. That was actually on the patch. Again, it's 13.6, remember, but on 30.5, Rumble's E had a huge buff to it. So now if you got two overheated Electro Harpoons, I remember the name. You get 40% MR shreds. Even if you are super tanky and you go towards a load of MR items on that Sion, Rumble doesn't really give a damn and can start really bullying about that lane.
Also, the most popular items currently are the ones that deal percentage HP, right? And Sion loves building that HP in his kit. Of course, going to the second rotation right here, the two junglers have been locked in, so have the top laners and the AD carries, and we're looking at these supports. Of course, traditionally, LDLC would leave counter-pick top lane for Kryze and ban top laners, but it's still the case with Sion being locked in.
Yeah, so one thing which I'm looking at LDLC here right now, that should really be a Jace ban coming out next as well. It's going to be the Blitzcrank instead. Now, Kufta has been playing a lot of Jace in mid lane, which allows you to play some more of these AP champions top side without doubling up on the AP. If you're building up loads of MR, then it loses a lot of value to something like a Rumble, which loves flat magic penetration to get the most damage onto something like that Jinx. Remember when we were talking about the Jinx start of the draft? It's about having access to it. I think now, if you have the Wildcats locking in Rumble alongside that Jace, there's a really good chance that a couple of skill shots land, just the mechanics happen, and they come out, the skill shots are on point, and the Jinx can't fight.
Couple bans against Backland. It'll be the Wind Brothers that are banned away.
LeBlanc is still open.
LeBlanc's still open.
Very true.
Still open. Backland's pool is often very much towards those aggressive assassin-style picks, and with the way the meta has been going recently, I was about to say you often leave supports till that last pick, but instead they will be giving that option of counter pick up to Backland, and it's the Renata locked in for Zoe.
This has been one of the huge lock-ins, especially when you have an Aphelios, right, in a team fight. The second that Renata hits, usually Aphelios is run cleanse, but if that cleanse is not there instantly on the ultimate from Renata, you can pretty much 100-0 any of your teammates, and especially since you have two semi-squishy champions so far. I'm looking right here, potentially going towards that bot lane, something like the Kent has been played before since the thresh has been taken away, that can very easily save you from that hostile takeover.
Could also be Nautilus if it's just early fighting potential. Time Catch has been coming out, and that could particularly be pretty important to, again, kind of add some extra...
You know what I miss, man?
Yeah?
The Kiana Rumble combo.
Yes! So that actually, funny story, that's one of my favorite team compositions of all time, is Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom, because everything rolls out in the same line. It's awesome. The carpet which you're going to have to worry about here, though, is actually the Maokai and the Renata, which doesn't quite sound as nice in Champion Select. I haven't really thought of a name for that one.
Not if you're playing against them.
But what I love about this Champion Select is we immediately ask that question of Aphelios, Jinx, where is your backline access? How are you reaching these AD carries? Both of these teams now have Gragas ults, Rumble, you've got the Renata ult on the other side as well, to reach those AD carries and threaten them in team fights.
I just feel like right here, LDLC have outranged Wildcats because Wukong wants to be pretty up and close and personal. Gragas does the same thing. And then you have a Rumble that he is a melee champion, even though he does have the flamethrower, right? So you have to get close and you might end up getting burned yourself. Look at the range with the Jinx, you said it yourself. She pretty much outranges any AD carry out there. You've got Syndra that wants to poke you, and of course Maokai with the saplings. At this point, I feel like if Wildcats do not get a very decisive engage on a champion 100% to 0, I feel like LDLC have so much range to play with.
What I will say, though, is completely agree with you there, and that front to back is certainly in place with that range. There are the tools on the side of Wildcats to try and make those engage with the Wukong, with the Gragas, with the Rumble up, flying in from miles away. You have at least got those tools to make it happen, but you're right. The onus is on them to try and get within that range and get past that front line, which could otherwise be a little tricky to deal with.
So loading into this first game, of course, is one of our very first matchups between TCL and LFL. This could be the start of a hell of a rivalry, looking at these regions with all of their fan bases really following them, with all of this noise surrounding these two champions of these storied regions. We're hitting the Rift, and this could be some red ink in the book of these two chapters.
I was talking to some Turkish casters, and they were like, even though Foot is in the tournament, the people's hearts belong with Wildcats. The entire national pride belongs with Wildcats. And right here, getting into your first quarterfinals and beating the #1 seed from the LFL is a statement.
On to the Rift we go for the first time this EMEA Masters quarterfinals. LFL versus Turkey. LDLCOL versus the Wildcats. These two teams have been synonymous with their regions. You heard from Trouble that in a lot of ways Wildcats hold the hearts of the Turkish fans. LDLCOL looking to maybe start a little bit of spiciness at the level 1, but not going to find too much as yet.
I actually love the way Bao moved right there. He didn't necessarily stay into the tri-bush. He walked towards the pit, which means that if a 5-man happens, whether it's from the top or bot side, he will be able to get away straight away and also spot the invade happening, which they will know there will be also very deep wards. So Elramir here has the chance to go completely unspotted if he wants to.
That level 1 positioning is the positioning of a man who's been traumatized by a level 1. You've sat in that tri-brush before, you've been hooked by a Blitzcrank, you've been smashed by a Scion. We've all been there at some point. Not in this one, but there is a fully charged Scion Q.
But there's a handshake.
I really don't like it level 1.
Okay, it's called a handshake. It's not a hook.
I mean, maybe it's a really aggressive handshake.
True, can be
What
a
the
hook.
hell does that mean? You know what? I didn't really think
Have you ever been aggressively handshook?
There's time yet.
I mean, Renata clearly does, though. Maybe she's got it all down on lock. Other people, as well as to bring up the runes there quickly. Nothing super unusual, but it is a double comet for the solo laners of Wildcats.
So every time there's a Scion in the game, my head goes back to Season 2 with the lane swaps. My head goes straight to Adam clearing the entire jungle together with his jungler and assisting there, or simply just stealing buffs or stealing jungle and then TPing back, into your lane. This time, Kryze is not going to opt to do any of that. I haven't necessarily seen Kryze go for any juicy level 1s with the Scion yet. He's just going to walk back to his lane. What is very important here, though, is that Wildcats know that the red buff has been warded because the invade happened with a 5-man at the very beginning. So Elramir can clear this out and then completely disappear in fog of war.
Yeah, and particularly with that level 1 as well, we caught that on screen. Kryze just missing that first Q of lane as well onto Destroy. Destroy has the Ignite. These are likely going to be 1v1, 1v2 scenarios for Destroy in this top side if White sticks around that top side. But he already has that information on where White is heading. He's already trading pretty well in lane. These individual laning advantages, gonna have to keep an eye on that because both of these teams have had a lot of success through individual plays from each of these members. We've talked about Kryze, of course, having like a carry history. We've talked about Destroy having these carries in the top lane as well. Backland on your screen, also in that list.
Now, Georgia, you had your own thoughts a little bit on kind of the differences in these playstyles because they are so similar in some ways and different in others in terms of what they get up to in terms of setting up for those big team fights, setting up to carry through some quite different players, really.
Yeah, I'm just going to walk everyone back to LEC Winter when it was all about get a very proactive jungle, get the Sejuanis, the Maokais, the Javans, and just perma-camp bot lane. Whether it's to cover a gank, whether it's to gank yourself, whether it's one buff into a gank instantly and try to get that bot lane snowballing. Now, this can still be the meta, but the more new and improved meta that is being played across the world right now is the support linking up with the jungler, linking up with the mid lane and shutting down that mid straight off the get-go, which is something that Wildcats have actually instantly adapted to. Now, while my head is going a little bit scrambled here, I'm like, I've loved what Paris has done with this sort of linking up with their jungler, right? But right here he's playing a Lulu. He's not necessarily one of my favorite roaming champs to look at.
Flash polymorph, let's go.
Well, I mean, from Hylissang.
Like, yeah, regardless of whether like it is a roaming champion, there are still some like transferable skills, right? Which typically happen when you're winning lane. You get to push in the first 3 levels, do something like a cheat to recall, and then kind of get your support out on the map. And it would allow you to answer plays around this mid lane when this kind of wave state comes out. When actually you have to would really like to be resetting at some point, rather than potentially being a danger of backland landing some hard trades.
And another kind of, maybe we'll hold that discussion as White might have found himself a little bit of a wraparound gank here to the back end of it all. Paris Bao, though, wise to that attempted gank, and will not find too much. Actually, the trade coming on through nonetheless. Now down comes White, forced the flash out of Paris. The summoner spell advantage thus far towards the Wildcats.
Yeah, that wave was a little bit doomed because it was pushing towards LDOC. So Wildcats had to take the 50-50 right there, had to crash into the wave, try to push, but they didn't wait enough for Elramir to get there from base. But just a very quick trade towards the top side of the map. Again, that wave was a little bit doomed in the bot lane, therefore it costed Paris both of his summoners. We might expect White to get back towards that bot lane and capitalize on the Lulu.
So we've seen a lot of it, kind of action around this bot side now. Just want to talk about something though which has happened here though. You'll notice this certain item in inventory of Kryze. It says, hey, that's a color
Maybe it is lethality.
Maybe. What he says is say like, look, I'm going to be left alone here, and if I'm going to be left alone, I at least want to get my money's worth.
Well, one way to deal with
a Scion, you can expect a lot.
And in fairness to Destroy, already coming up with a very nice little trade on the top side, forcing that flash with the Ignite, as we kind of noticed earlier, and kind of understand why Kryze decided, you know what, maybe I just buy this cull and try and survive and turn up the team fights with a little bit more gold.
Now, the very important thing is we have talked a lot about these teams sort of like linking up. The bot lane remains the same. They will always want to play towards that bot lane. They have Bao, has one of the best stats in the tournament for AD carry. They have Yeskla, who we've known through Europe to be one of the most potent AD carries. So my eyes go straight towards that dragon that has not been touched. But the problem for Wildcats is your support has no flash. Very susceptible to getting killed. So getting into this river to ward when you're that squishy is very difficult.
Why that's also really important as well. Both these bot lanes just reset. We've seen Paris hanging around this mid lane, hanging around the bot side river, as we've known him to do. Just gives you that extra kind of difficulty to actually make plays at that point, as you've been pointing out. Not having that flash means that maybe you could be the first target at the end of the day.
Maybe that's why he was waiting behind the wall.
Yeah, and you're also sad there is, you know, level 4 Lulu, not exactly the most survivable champion in the game. But again, look at this mid-jungle trio from the Wildcats, making sure that they're in the right place at the right time for a wave crash to come in. This could potentially lead to a first dragon of the game as well. Dragon stacking has been something which has been very potent from Wildcats through their group stage.
There's been this thing with LDLC where if Backland gets shut down, if Cries gets shut down on a carry, it feels like the team cannot fight necessarily. They sort of like put their hands up, they give up, they expect their enemies to make a mistake, and if the mistake never happens, they sort of bleed out and end up losing. Now, why I really like the playstyle of Wildcats, where they link up towards that mid lane with the support in the jungle, is that Syndra is very immobile. Once that Gragas is level 6, once that Wukong has a Cyclone, you can very easily shut down Backland, shut down that Syndra, or even take his flash, which means that for the Syndra to walk into the river through these choke points, it's going to get very dangerous.
It's worth noting, though, of course, with a Maokai, once you hit level 6 on both of those mid-junglers for LDLC, they've got a pretty potent little pick and execute combo there, if they can make it happen. But of course, wait for that to come on through. Syndra, notoriously very good at that level 6 point when some of those kill combos can start to come through. But Destroy, using that pressure on topside to go in for a very aggressive red buff invade.
So there are two ways you play around topside in the current meta. One is you play something like Galio or something like that, you hype go towards topside. Not many teams do that. Typically that's been kind of related towards Sejuani. The other side is put everything towards bot side and remove the focus on that lane. That has allowed now, because everyone's focused around bot side, this entrance in towards this dragon, which means that both these top laners kind of make their own way down after being reset.
I love the way that Wildcats came out of the tribush right there, because they split apart Yeskla from the rest of his team, which means that if this Jinx wants to walk in to put down any auto attacks, he's gonna get caught off guard on the other side. The cross-map play doesn't come from a different team. It's Wildcats versus Wildcats. They take the dragon and they take the red buff.
And you can see actually the level 6 in the Gragas also threatening at that point too. A lot of CC to potentially throw out Backland's flash on the other side. And Wildcats from this last period of play, the one thing which I really want to talk about here is that Wildcats, a lot of what they're doing is just generally good League of Legends. The overall level of this team coming in, I mean, there were obviously some questions about how the TCL would pair up and match up against the champions of the LFL in general, right? But as this whole team has come through, the overall quality has been good in regards to the macro and how they view the game.
Here we go in the bot side, though. LDLC turning up bot. We've seen this a few times before. Moonlight Vigil comes on through. Zoelis, though, gets off a good hostile takeover. They're going straight on the Lulu first blood. Over to White, they flash on out and secure first blood.
Oh god, I could have seen this go so many wrong ways for LDLC, but one way they do like to play is through the bot lane.
Oh yeah.
We mentioned how White will get towards the bot to either cover or gank themselves. He's been there 4 times so far. They said 3rd time's the charm. This time it was 4th time the charm. Bao summoners down, Power summoners down, so they can rinse and repeat.
And we were kind of asking for it, talking about how, wow, Wildcats, great overall level, this team, they're so good at the fundamentals of League of Legends. You did. You could have really covered for me there. Shows not to. And no one was covering for Wildcats on that bot side. Mid lane was reset. Jungle was on top side of the map. You're stuck under your tower. Sure, maybe you think that tower is safe, but Wildcats didn't manage to get under there in time, and they lose for it.
But one thing that's very uncharacteristic is usually that Bao remains in the bot lane and Rift Herald goes to enemy team because she takes tower platings. Now that Bao went down, the bot lane went down, Powers, from this gang that gave the opening to Elramir to play towards Destroy, that has had so far a pretty good laning phase, has stolen the red buff, they have the Rift Herald, so now Bao doesn't have to necessarily do it on his own with Powers and win that 2v2 to get the tower platings. They have the Rift Herald to feed money to the FLs if they want to.
Might as well at this point bring up those numbers that Destroy's been putting up, because he's on the Rumble into the Scion, and as you can see across the tournament, he has been putting up, frankly, obscene differences in the top lane.
Gold at 50.
Yep, on average.
Yeah, that's some bank. That's some bank right there. I didn't quite realize, because I knew that, you know, we talked about his individual laning, and he had an awful lot of solo kills in the group stage as well, particularly on stuff like the Rumble. He was playing it into the Kennen, another really powerful top lane carry right now. He'd play carry versus carry, and he would absolutely mash face. What we've seen in this game is, again, as we've been highlighting so far, taking control of the lane, taking control of the top side of the map. As soon as he comes to play, this Rumble has forever been an answer into a mobile backline, and he's going to have a lot of gold to make that slip.
You know, I was looking at what happened in the bot lane where they were clearing the ward, and then you see the little sapling in there, and then instantly I thought, who's that Pokemon? And it's like, it's gonna be the Maokai, isn't it? Because every single time the camera pans towards that bot side of the map,
and now you've
White
mentioned
is
that,
there.
Now I need to see like Maokai with like an Alolan Executor skin, you know, like the giant palm tree with the eggs on top of it. If you're not a Pokemon enjoyer,
that's a very niche reference.
Just go Google it. It looks hilarious. I'd love that. I'd love
it's
a Maokai
also
skin for that in the
season
game.
1, so I don't know, man.
It's time to turn up bot again, though, as over comes not the Alolan Executor, but White on the Maokai.
Who's there?
Who's that jungler? It's White in the bot lane. Feels like that has been an LDLC special.
Just flash onto the ward there. Kufta's finally getting out of his lane, though. It has felt like backland using this Syndra to keep Kufta in line, keeping him in mid lane, means that LDLC have been more free to play towards the bot side of the map without the Gragas threat.
And can I say that I'm a little bit impressed by what LDLC have been showing so far? Because usually Wildcats will take individual leads from every single laner and then translate into team fights.
Speaking of, they've gone for the gank in mid lane. You said the Syndra's a little immobile, and backland throws out a scat of the week. But unfortunately, Syndra was weaker than a Cyclone and falls down for a kill in mid.
So backland had been doing really well at just keeping this Gragas in lane. Yes, but then it doesn't mean that suddenly the mid jungle doesn't. If you're not there, things change quite a lot. And even if you are there, very big kill combo coming out from Gragas and the Wukong, particularly around their own level 6s.
I'm honestly very surprised that the Rift Herald got dropped mid lane. I feel like what Wildcats are trying to do right here is that if LDLC start losing towers, they usually start bleeding very slowly. There doesn't seem to be one player in the team that is willing to push that trigger for the engage, and this happened a lot with the Unicorns of Love games, both that they played. They lost that mid lane tower, and ever since that they just kept falling more and more behind, and I feel like Wildcats have read them, because Gragas is not necessarily the champion you want to be giving your money early on when you have an Aphelios and a Rumble in the top lane, but opening up that mid lane, pushing backland further back into his lane allows you to get deeper vision and start getting these team fights that you're so good at.
Worth noting as well that actually the Cull cashed in pretty early on for Yesklet, and actually one off for Kryze, who's already got a number of plays down the bot lane, or the top lane rather, gets the equalizer topside, and for all that we were just praising Destroy's great numbers, actually Kryze is up in a little bit of gold despite being down in CS. He's got the plates, and that's largely true across the board outside of jungle. LDLCOL playing out this early game pretty smoothly.
And that's also that ult topside. I like to call that the Trace Rumble ult, for those of you who are Korean League of Legends enjoys around Season 5, the old Jin Air top laner. He always used to do that wave clear ultimate, and we associate that with him. What that takes us, though, is that you're not going to get that dragon. We've now split those early dragons. We're not going to see early stacking from the Wildcats, which they did fairly consistently over the side of their group stages. For me, as the game goes on, it does feel like both these teams are very willing to fight around those dragons as it comes on. Yeah, there were the Unicorns of Love games where LDLC were just like, wait, when do we fight ever? That was a very difficult couple of games for them. But on the whole, I think that both of these teams have been willing to mechanically check each other. So making sure that the early dragons aren't stacked so far in one advantage to force you into fighting against a soul later into the game too early can be a big factor between these two teams later on.
I just feel like that the Thresh ban has hurt Wildcats a little bit in the early game. You would usually see that Paros would have been mid lane and impacted that lane already. Even if it wasn't the kill, it could have been backland's flash. In this case, he's playing the Lulu. He's mostly covering if he roams. He's not there to necessarily gank with his jungler, and then he goes straight back down because Bao did not have his flash. Therefore, he could not be solo in this lane because he could get caught out. So I feel like the fact that it's kind of like seeing Hylissang on Lulu, something just doesn't sit right when I see Paros on a more passive enchanter kind of role rather than a facilitator and an engager.
And it does feel a little bit like, for both of these pretty heavy team fights, skirmishing teams, we're kind of waiting for our first real conflict in this game. We've seen the gank bot, we've seen the gank mid, and they were nice, and otherwise it's kind of been trades back and forth in terms of how laning has gone. Because that's a game that is marginally in favor of LDLC. They're up about 1,000 gold with turret plates falling, and that's great news for them, especially considering some of the lane assignments, say, as we said, that Rumble on the top side. But we are still kind of waiting on that first explosive moment to give us a read on where these teams are at.
I just find really cool how they had 2 points of vision on their back. because they are very scared of El Ramir getting behind enemy lines and punishing the solo lanes, especially since Buckland did not have his flash available. So LDOC are extremely cautious on the map of how aggressive Wildcats are playing in the early.
Cries. In a lot of danger. Has the equalizer land down. Remember there's the ignite on Destroy as
That's a
well. He's just stood there and queued. That's very dangerous. But the turnaround with the ult of his own is phenomenal. But Destroy flashes on out. Destroy by name, destroy by nature.
It's the item. You've got that demonic embrace. You have the buffs to rumble for the extra MR shred when you get those electro harpoons down. For all we'd said, hey, Christ, keeping this top lane in check. That's a bit of an awkward moment in this match.
Oh. That's correct. Georgia with the very succinct and accurate description. Mid lane though, LDLC looking to punish back. Elramir taken pretty low, but the Psycho doing pretty good work. Cass comes through, knocks White back. That's the tower falling down, into the bailout goes White, but there's just nothing to be done. Tower and an additional kill to the Wildcats in mid lane.
I love how Wildcats have found how to exploit LDLC on the map. Open that mid lane, force everyone further behind enemy lines, which means now all the visions from LDLC will get defensive, all the visions from Wildcats will get offensive, which means that now that you have Fed Rumble, Fed Wukong, a Gragas that can look for Cass, good luck for LDLC face checking when they've got their squishes towards that bottom of the map.
Yeah, but particularly as we get through to, we'll watch what happens in the next few minutes because Dragon's coming up in the next 2 minutes. If this mid lane outer turret now leads to Vision going to the Wildcat side and then LDLC try and make some maybe half-baked engages like this again, things get very difficult. Bao, great position in this fight, stands behind people, more tanky than him, and gets damage off using the Gale Force power spike. Gale Force and Aphelios. He doesn't always need, you know, the extra attack speed of something like a Kraken Slayer. Having that Gale Force forward to keep his guns firing is very important. Big win, big show of how Bao can play out these games.
I was hiding.
Yeah, he was a bit. That's a very large twitch. He looks a bit more like a Scion, funnily enough. But there we go. Gets a decimating smash off, and maybe worth a little bit of a check-in here as well in terms of the gold here, because it has been a very tight game, but just slightly LDLC favored until just lately, where it's kind of pulled its way back up again.
And I just want to see how LDLC is going to bounce back from that. Them losing towers, them losing vision has caused them to slowly bleed games out, especially versus Unicorns of Love, who is the other dominant force in this tournament. Now Wildcats as well, they have known this, therefore they got both the Heralds, which is very uncharacteristic for Wildcats, to open up that mid lane.
So a big thing from this though, we talked about what would happen with mid lane falling, what's going to happen with Vision. Look at what's happening around here. Pink Ward's getting put down and being defended. LDLC, they did lose that tower, but they're still got their items, they're still in gold right now, and as it stands, when it comes to this Dragon, we're still on even footing when it comes to that Vision.
I just want to point out where Buckland is, because they have warded everything in that bot quadrant, which means that Buckland knows exactly where the Vision is, knows exactly where his enemies are, and if you get hit by one of these spheres from Syndra, you're going to get instantly jumped.
Okay, watch out for these choke points. So many of these champions want to play around them.
That's exactly what happens straight away. Kofta has to flash.
Just look at Destroy. If you see anyone grouping up in this kind of entrance to the river, Destroy is going to absolutely melt face.
I think what's also very important is to look at Renata and how the hostile takeover is going to go, because there is no cleanse for Aphelios. He can very easily 100% to 0 one team.
Rise on the flank. Aramir thinking about going forward to go for the steal. He's chased up by the chompers. In comes the ultimate. But the Nature's Grasp alongside the Equalizer turning, and Aramir made large with that one. Paris just about alive. Kofta on the flank, about to get hit by a decimating smash. But Instable Wildcats taken out of the river, and LDLC claim a second dragon for themselves.
This is kind of the capitalization, the culmination of everything which happened after this mid lane play. So while LDLC lost the fight and the mid lane tower, they got back out onto the map and reclaimed Vision before that dragon came up. Objective setup went their way. Meant they could hold their ground, meant they could play around the Maokai ult and their extended range.
And I also love the instant macro play coming in from Buckland right here. TP straight up top lane, forcing someone from Wildcats to reply before they take that reset, meaning that he's free to get that reset himself, because they're not going to be he's not going to be getting engaged on, since all of the ultimates and items all of the ultimates are gone and items have remained the same.
That does feel to be the case, and that was our first real look at a skirmish that, outside of that mid lane play anyway, did feel a little bit like I was expecting a bit more of that. I was expecting some kills, all of that kind of jazz, but the Ultimates did a really good job there from LDLC to zone people off, and we kind of see a little bit of what both comps want to do around those choke points, around those objectives. First time around goes to LDLC.
So, I mean, not to say that it was called pretty early, but Trouble highlighted this very early on into the draft, where as soon as the Jinx was locked in, you think, Jinx is really long range. Jinx can just sit there and stand behind people. And you look at how Wildcats played out that last dragon, they just struggled to close that distance.
You should have looked how Elmer did not play this dragon. Because the second he got anywhere near, he got sphered in the face, into roots from Maokai, into jumpers from Jinx, into hostile takeover.
Yes.
He could not move, and I feel like Wildcats read this really quickly and easily and run away. Because one, get excited by Jinx, one takedown, and she will run over your entire team. I think this is why we haven't seen such a bloodthirsty game, because Wildcats have been very careful to not get snowballed.
Goes over the wall to Elramir, but he's polymorphed and turned from a tree into a small rabbit. Just to back on out for now, and it does sort of feel like you see the counter-engage tools and the front line to keep this Jinx alive from LDLC is so potent if you're coming in from one angle, from one choke point. And we've seen how dangerous Jinx can be over the last few weeks, particularly when she's got something like a Scion and a Maokai to set up for her.
So what's going to help with that as well is the itemization. These are tank-killing items. Liandry's, it basically has a Lord Bomb's passive on it, which gives you more damage against people who have more HP than you. You've got the Void Staff on top of that as well, and then you have the HP percent burn as well. Backlund is looking at the first target into the fight, saying, you are dying, and Jinx is going to reset after that point. So, Wildcats need to be very tight about how they engage fights, and as you were saying, Trouble, before, how Elramir actually gets to play these fights.
Yeah, because Elramir is going to be the first person that this Syndra sees in a team fight, right? And he cannot walk forward, because even if you don't kill the Wukong, if he's not there to steal the objective that you started, it's a successful objective set up by LDLC. And so far, they've gotten the 2 dragons that they set up for, and they're looking pretty healthy. Even though that mid lane tower has gone down, they kept that line of vision pretty deep into enemy jungle.
Really nice stuff from LDLC here, actually, to just blot out a lot of this vision across the map from the Wildcats. Wildcats are so used to having the vision advantage. Observers, is there any chance we can switch this over to Wildcats vision very quickly? Because they see this ultimate coming out of nowhere. This is so dangerous!
My god, the hostile takeover brings so many people down, but the turnaround with the Equalizer looks good for a moment. But it is just a trade of ultimates, and the tower falls in favor of LDLC.
Those ultimates came out of absolutely nowhere. Zoelis gets out of that vision line. White was off the vision, casting that ult as well. Now, nothing comes of it. Besides the turret being taken, that will help LDLC kind of have another platform for their vision game after this point. With the Wildcats, they're really waiting on mistakes now.
Here we go, a little bit like that. Barra's taken solo, a wild growth keeps him just about alive, a cast to disengage. White just out of range of the twisted advance.
Destroy.
Teleport in from behind, Elramir looking for a flank, gets onto White with a crushing blow, but not too much more. Destroy was in that bush, but teleport is summoned and no one dies again. It has been a lot of near misses for both teams now.
Now, this is what happens when you do not necessarily have a very tanky member to walk in for deep vision into enemy territory. If you are a Lulu and you're so squishy, reaching deep into enemy jungle is very dangerous, and we just showcased why. Lost both the summoners, costed a Aphelios a cleanse right there as well. The ultimate is down, which means that now LDLC get the time and the chance to set down their own vision. And if you look over to LDLC, if they do lose vision, they have a Scion, they have a Maokai that can face check for them. They've got a bunch of things like the Zapper from Jinx as well. They have tools to be able to move into bushes and get that vision. On the other hand side for Wildcats, they don't really have that.
And that was something which they did have in groups. You highlighted the Thresh, there are other picks. Paris in particular has been very good the minute before an objective at getting into that side of the map, combing up with Elramir or Kofta and getting something done. They're not here on the top side of the map either. Vision is blotted out for them, but Elramir does have a flank.
Luca cries, he's coming from the bot side river.
Destroy's not there, remember, he has no teleport. Goodbye, Paris, deleted from the rift. After Sion comes charging on in, that trade was definitely without breaks. Backlund looking to ward off, to try to turn up a bow, has to flash over the wall. Now trying to turn over, but will be hostile taken over. Zoelis gets Kofta, trying to trade on top of that. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. In goes Elramir though, trying to get onto White, doesn't get that much damage. So Zoelis is very deep without his mana. Bao gets that one destroyed, looking for the angle, looking for some more. Jinx comes flying on in, and she is so damn excited to be here. Backlund picks up Elramir, and LDSCOL wipe the floor around the Baron pit with the Wildcats.
Easy as you like from the LFL champions. They choke out the vision, invite the Wildcats into the Baron pit without the right kind of setup. Paris caught out again. Wildcats can't find themselves a way into the fight now. It's Destroy versus the world.
They're not clearing the ward. They're not clearing the ward.
They don't give it up. It got a little bit dicey. I saw the angle, smite or not. But either way, it's still LDLC that come away with it.
Yeah, and as we can see this again, Kryze had a fantastic flank. So whoever walks through that choke point where Lulu is just gonna get absolutely demolished. Again, Lulu, no summoners right there, very easy to pick up. But look at Bao, he can't walk in. The distance that all of these spells from LDLC create had to force him to flash over the wall, get far away from his team because he doesn't have cleanse for the postal takeover. And then when he tries to make a play and Jinx gets one kill in return, she just runs down your entire team.
It feels like it's a retreat right the way through this fight, and there's no one stood in front of Bao after that point. Particularly when you lose that Lulu very early on. Lulu, I mean, let's be honest, if you played Enchanters at any point in League's history, you're pretty used to being focused in a number. You're pretty used to getting focused at the start of fights because you're easy to kill. And if Fellows doesn't have the extra shielding and the extra ultimate coming through from Lulu, things get a little bit dicey. Now coming back out onto the map, Dragon is alive, LDLC, they get to push in across the board, potentially take that objective for themselves as well.
One of the things we were saying in the green room behind this was if LDLCOL can get the snowball rolling, begin to start their engines, they are one of those teams that snowball so aggressively, so hard, and largely so decisively, and they have certainly managed to do that now after that Baron take. Dragon number 3 would be up. They've got Baron to work with for a little while yet, and it feels like Wildcats are kind of without too many options to stop this shove with this front line, with the saplings warding off the flank, with this Jinx now at 2.5 items. So difficult to break the siege.
Cleanse is up for Bao though, so he can play a little bit more aggressively. He can cleanse the postal takeover. Now it is a question of Kofte hitting level 16. 3 points onto that ultimate is going to be huge. Having the 2 items, the fully stacked Rod of Ages as well. Can he find the Jinx? Can he find the Syndra? Can he find the squishy member? And 100% to zero them real quick.
And importantly, can you find those members through Kryze's style? Because we're talking about how Bao, he's hit his 2 items, great stuff, has the cleanse. He doesn't have a Lord Dominus regards. He is not packed through this Sion fast. You need to bring the carries to you somehow, some way. LDLC, as it stands, they've had a pretty uncontested run on the map after that Baron has been taken. They pushed in mid, they pushed in bot, took that Dragon as well. Gonna go back for those resets, get even more items, and Wildcats are still asked the same question. How the heck do you reach these carries through the front line?
And since you mentioned Sion Observers, could we please see how much HP this Sion holds on himself right now?
Oh, that's a pretty amount of HP there.
Nearly at 5k, just shy, and that's over 1,000 stacks on the Heartsteel as well. Yeah, he definitely is. Between Soul Furnace and everything else, this Sion is becoming a very beefy boy. I also wanted to point out that there are 3 items for both Backlund and Jeskla as well, which is a very significant amount of damage to deal with. Syndra can do the tank killing, while Jinx just does the raw crit damage across multiple people with that Hurricane and Infinity Edge online. You're still waiting on a 3rd item on Kofte. You're still waiting on a completion of that LDR for the Aphelios. And it feels like if they can get those online, maybe for the next Baron, maybe for that next Dragon, they've got an angle. But if they don't, you feel really scared about this game state. It's already rough.
I just feel like vision setup is going to be huge for Wildcats here, but how do you get vision setup? How do you walk behind enemy lines when there is so many spells to keep you at bay if you are Wildcats? I feel like a Gragas Cast, a Wukong Cyclone is the things that I'm looking at to try and get onto the Jinx, try to get onto the Syndra, but it's impossible because you're being choked out of vision the entire time.
Kryze does not care for your AD carry. He demolishes that tower, becoming a bit of a demolitionist himself.
The Wrecking Ball, he's just decided he's, taking after Miley Cyrus, coming in, singing that tune.
Okay, we're even going to the point where Destroyer's saying, like, yeah, I need to ult this wave up towards the top because, I mean, LDLC, they have complete control of the Orcs Court of this game. They are choosing the tune of how this goes, and that is currently the tune of Jeskla running forward with the Excited.
Throw down the Maokai ultimate there to buy some space and do what is often done. Zone people off towers as the siege is coming on through. But, on cooldown for a little bit, but at this point of the game, doesn't need that long a cooldown, so we'll be up more than in time for the next objective fight.
Yeah, and again, it keeps coming back to the same point, right, where LDLC, they've just played very calm, very collected. They've played around their vision. They've played around keeping their backline safe. We've even got, I absolutely love this so much. We have a well-read individual in the mid lane. I am obligated to mention, I am obligated to mention the Magi Soulstealer. It's not ego.
You know why I rolled my eyes?
Why did you roll your eyes?
I had 21 kills and I'm like, freaking, I'm gonna buy a Magi's. I buy the freaking Magi's, I die instantly.
Okay, so the logic with something like this is actually you want to buy it before a big fight, so then you get to play.
It was
because because then you have to...
But then I went 1v5. That
what
was
you
a
want
big
to do
fight.
is, well, that's the thing. If you then win the big fight, you get the stacks after that point. Now, you sat here on a really low about, if there are multiple fights left in this game, and Backlund, let's be honest, he's been safe for most of this game, you're going to get value out of this. Just again, Wildcats have been asked this question the whole game. How do you reach the Syndra and the Jinx? If the answer is no, there's huge value to this.
Also, I'm just going to say, usually between both of these teams, their average game time is 33 minutes. I don't think there's much left to this game if we go by the numbers so far. For the Medjais to come in at this point, unless LDLC are playing extremely respectfully here, thinking that a comeback is very much doable. There's not much goal difference.
Oh, go! They found an angle onto Jeska. Is the bailout going to be around? But Jeska gets the flash on now. Trying to turn it around. Kofta goes golden, throws the cask out to buy some time, but I think it might just be a last gasp. They do kill Zoelis, but the execute comes back on through as Syndra presses the outplay button. Cries though in the front line, not as tanky as he would like. Not shown down just yet. Elramir's clone is the next target. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. Support for mid lane.
Oh, that was the only fight that they caught the Jinx with both the Gragas and the Wukong, the thing we were looking for. But Bao was too busy being stopped by a huge Sion in the backline. Threw the ulti onto the Sion. Multiple auto attacks. Kryze just laughed and walked away. This Sion is becoming extremely problematic. You mentioned it. If that Sion is in your front line, how do you kill the backline?
Well, most of it has to come through plays like this. This is the correct play to go towards. You find that hole in the vision line. LDLC make a rare slip in this game where vision line is not covering the rest of their team, but the flashes are still there at this point. You've not had fights before this to blow the summoners onto the key carries. I think Wildcats are lucky to get away with a fight with a kill there.
Go. Remember, Jeska, no flash, so that burn is monstrous. Baron's up, and that means your AD carry on the side of LDLC has to back away, has to think about resetting cast. Wrong side of White, who flashes to go to safety.
But this is as Baron is up. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Wildcats, they have a moment where they know the AD carry must reset. They have to go back to base. Backlund at least has teleport. LDLC, what's your answer?
Destroy at level 17. That ult's not a long cooldown or two, already half off. The burn through. It is a flip. Can you smell the burgers, everyone? Ice rockets! Isn't quite enough. Destroy taken low, but not down. White with the flash down, and no Blacko could not get into the pit. And Wildcats get the bounce.
See, had that not been the nerfed Jinx rocket, that was 100% a steal right there from Jeskla. But I feel like this is pretty creative from the side of Wildcats. They're trying to find these openings while LDLC have to reset to take something off the map. Meanwhile, they've lost Soul, they've lost their bottom inhibitor, and let me tell you what, Baron is temporary, Soul is forever.
And that's what you're giving up for it. Now, the extra move speed onto the Jinx and the Syndra, even though you're not likely to get the point where you're ulting before the threat comes in, so you've got like the massive move speed as someone is looking to engage onto you, the move speed still matters an awful lot here, particularly because Wildcats are really struggling, can't say this enough, to get onto that Jinx and that Syndra. Extra Soul in place also unlocks that Elder in the next few minutes as well. Wildcats, maybe they actually take that risk and say, you know what, better take that Baron, get some gold on the table. Bao!
Onslaught comes on through, the equalizer to clear out the wave. Cries though, he's burned through a certain amount, with enough items now in for some of these carries from Wildcats and shy on damage themselves.
I was about to say there are a few minutes before Jeskla has his flash back up and available, so if he does get caught up by a flaming carpet into a casket, there is that chance. But so far, yeah, he's fine. He's sitting on 0 deaths, has not been caught out, has lost his flash multiple times. His positioning and the way the team, and specifically Kryze, plays around keeping his backline safe has been flawless so far.
Jeskla, as we've said, very difficult to hold on to the stopwatch. Ghost Flash will be up in the next couple minutes. There's a redemption into Zoelis infantry. There's the bailout they can pull out. There's the Maokai, the Sion you've got to deal with as well. And even once you got rid of them, Syndra is still a threat. It is so challenging. Of course, the damage from Wildcats between a Wukong, a Rumble, a Gragas, a level 16, 3.5 item of Velos is not shabby. Don't get me wrong. It's just as we said, the target access is a challenge.
Yeah, the thing is though, there are some questions now because actually the gold at 35 minutes, 34 even, is not that far apart. Kryze, if he does get a little bit too far away from his Jinx and the Jinx is not starting to play, he can get taken down if Bao's in the right place.
Elramir on a flank here, they're trying to get to Kofta, don't quite make it happen. Some damage coming back on through, it's a 5v4 at the minute. Remember, Destroy No Teleport is on the other side of the map.
As well.
Oh, there's Backlund's about to face check it. It's going to get very scary, but ships
I
in the
would
night,
say
they get
it's
on
very
out
scary for the Wukong.
Yeah, that monkey was not enjoying that.
He's 3 levels down at this point, and LDLC are just about now starting to pull the trigger. And again, this is something that we've seen over and over from LDLC. they're not necessarily, even when they're winning, very willing to pull that trigger onto an engage, and they have the tools, the hostile takeover, the Maokai. But in this particular case, they don't have to, because for Wildcats to win the game, they have to throw their bodies at LDLC. And this particular draft on the side of the French team is specifically built to counter that.
And I think we often talk about win conditions in League of Legends. I'd like to flip that question around slightly in terms of perspective, and what are loss conditions? What can you do which might lose you the game? Because what LDLC could do is run at the enemy team, look for the sign into the big engage, and go over your vision line, and maybe give something like we saw there, a chance for Elmer and EMEA to get into the backline. LDLC have actually been pretty good at just playing towards their comp and saying, look, I'm not going to walk away from my vision too easily. We're already winning this game. They're not leaving those openings for Wildcats to exploit too easily.
Yeah, there's one scary thing.
One?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been 200 years of collective experience.
Yeah. 103. He's been out a little bit longer now.
On a particular champion, true. On a particular champion on the side of Wildcats. Bao is piloting him at the moment. And this champion does tend to get scary. 2 items, 3 items don't scratch the Scion. Maybe 5 items, though, scratch the Scion. So if LDLC do not make the move until Elder, this Felios is sitting right now on 4 items and could potentially be the game breaker.
Teleport into the inhibitor tower. Kofta comes back forward, but that mid lane tier 2 does fall. 2 minutes till Baron, just over 2 minutes till Elder. And it does feel like we have ourselves a mighty Uber fight coming on up.
There's a storm coming, folks, and I love this. The champions of the TCL and the LFL face off for the first time, and it goes late game with 2 teams that love to late game team fight. Hell, Bao walked out of the group stage against Heretics, getting a pentakill. Yesker, after his first round robin, had like 1,000 DPM. These teams are no strangers to late game team fights, and we're set up for that again.
Wildcats, 2 MSI appearances, 1 Worlds appearances. LDLC, 1
we're on
UMass
story
back
time,
in
are we now?
2020 before it renamed to EMEA. Of course it's story time. It's time to set up some stakes, my boy. Because this is a very critical fight coming on up. They are the 3-peat LFL champions who've turned up to this tournament and failed to win it despite the dominance of their region so many times.
I feel like Wildcats lost the window right here where LDLC were resetting to try and set some deep vision in the backline. But yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. Kofta does not have his teleport available.
Yeah. Taken so low, the equalizer comes on over, executed by the unleashed power, and now Kofta in the middle of nowhere. There is no amount of drinking you can do to numb this pain. Knocked on up, knocked on down. A wild growth is just more wood to be cut down. Lumberjack Scion living up to his name, a hook onto Bao with that handshake. See, I told you it works like that. Shut down to a Zoelis, 3 dead. The mid jungle support we were praising for this team falls down, and LDLC can look to break the base.
And before the late game team fight can ever get onto the table for the Wildcats, the candle is snuffed out. LDLC find the pigs.
Paris and Destroy have got to do the impossible here and somehow, some way hold on to their base. No equalizer, no wild growth. 5v2, it is desperation. Zoelis taken low, but he is hardly the biggest of your threats. Look at Backlund, look at Yeskla. It's just game 1 to LDLC. Oh well, they do it in style.
Slow and steady wins you the race. They did not allow the demons against Unicorns of Love to get to them in this particular game. It was very similar. Wildcats hit their mid lane tower, which is what caused them to repeatedly lose games for the set of LDOC, but they slowed down. They knew they had a better draft here, they knew they had the better front to back, they knew they had the distance to play with, and Wildcats, they just could not find these flanks.
And what can you say? It's like a story written out in the Odyssey.
Go back to the
Paris and Hector sat alone at their base, and the TCL's walls of Troy fall to the siege of the LFL champions.
That was very deep. I wasn't expecting that.
Great.
I
love
will
it.
come up with some innate references to follow up at some point. But hey, that's fine. Georgia, take it away before we go down a really deep rabbit hole.
Yeah, I just feel like Wildcats need to go back to the drawing board and start drafting things that made them win in the first place. Paris, get him roaming around the map. LDLC are susceptible to falling to mid-jungle support synergy, and Wildcats have a fantastic trio for that. Get them into work.
You heard it from Georgia, but it's time to see what the analyst desk thinks about that game, so we'll throw it to them now. Ginny, take it away.
Thank you, Sam. We're going to be taking it away indeed, and it's actually funny that you guys are bringing up the draft and how you want to see Wildcats play, because that's what we're going to be starting with, considering what they locked in and how we saw their plan of action come to life. It might not have been what we expected when we seen the draft.
Yeah, I mean, this game was almost
Don't be too happy about it.
It was kind of expected, actually. I feel like from the picks that you saw that it wasn't like you thought, oh my god, what is happening out of here? It seemed like they still had intent with what they went with in the draft, but maybe some things could have been changed a bit. I know you were talking in the background about potentially swapping that Rumble into the mid lane instead, but obviously there's champion pool issues as well, so you don't really know if it can be.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, right, where it's a bit of a double-edged sword. You can definitely be attacked a little bit more if you send Rumble into the mid lane. In this particular instance, I think it's fine in the top side. For me, I think Wildcats had a composition where they wanted to actually be proactive, especially around the top side, but being able to move those pieces around, attack the mid lane, I think. George brought up a really good point about how, LDLC can be very susceptible to mid lane pressure, but it felt like maybe just because of the support pick, they felt a lot less confident to actually use some of the skirmishing aspects of their composition, especially in the early game. Because, to me, Rumble, Gragas, as a 2v2 in the early game, it's very, very difficult as Maokai Syndra to really step up to that much burst.
Yes, I think in the beginning when we just saw what was drafted, a lot of the jungle pool was trimmed out, but it still felt like both teams got what they wanted. It seemed like Wildcats really wanted to play towards that Wukong in the early game, and like with the slow pacing that the game had, it should have been alright, specifically with him getting a kill in the early game and getting a hit with the Divine Sundra, but it felt like they really struggled to play the map with the composition that they have. They have this like non-committal engage that we saw worked at times, but never really quite often. And I think some of it also came back to the fact that Destroy went with the Ignite instead of teleports, and when we came to some of the later team fights, he was barely ever at the right place at the right time, and it was hard for them to actually play that.
I actually think the key word they used there is often, because they just didn't really send it too much in the early game. And I feel like with the kind of composition where you have Gragas, you have Rumble, you have Wukong, I think actually timing some of the spells and blowing them off cooldown is a really, really big thing in the early game to actually open up your ability to skirmish freely at neutral objectives, basically just skirmish on demand. If you just want kills, you want a tower, it doesn't really matter, jungle camps, just being able to actually throw those ults out and go, okay, well, now Jinx doesn't have flash, now Syndra doesn't have flash, those targets becoming very vulnerable when realistically, LDLC don't really have many tools for peel in the early game. Sure, there's, CC there once level 6s come in, etc. But it's not like you've got a Tahm Kench there. It's not like you've got, a ridiculous enchanter with a bunch of items like Super in the late game. It's kind of just Renata with an ultimate, and then you're hoping that Maokai and Sion can be a frontline. So I feel like, to me, for Wildcats, just more proactivity. I like the idea of this composition. I think for LDLC, they just saw Wildcats not do much and just kind of ran with it.
Yeah, looking at the ball lane as well, that was one of the lanes that we highlighted in terms of where we were expecting to be seeing the most action from the side of Wildcats. But it was actually LDLC that was continuously looking to get that pressure down on the bot lane. I mean, you give up the Herald, but you get that pick. You've shut down Bao, which has been such an instrumental player for the side of Wildcats. So in that regards, when we're looking at the draft here, we see the Lulu and the Aphelios. I mean, I'm happy it's not a Zeri.
Yeah, for sure. But I also think, like, just in general, like, outside of the draft and how the game was actually running in the first 15 minutes of the game, this was a really slow burner of a game. And I think a lot of it actually came down to, well, from the side of Wildcats, they struggled to make plays because, well, the mid laner was always pushed on the tower. And from the side of LDLC, I actually think that Buckland could have spent more time actually impacting his bot lane as well. We never saw four-man dive really come through, but there was the potential for it because mid lane was pretty much always pushed in. There was the possibility of roam down bot. And even then, when he was pushing forward, he did it without vision. So one of the first kills that went over to the Wukong was actually Buckland being pushed too far forward. So that really put a spanner in the works as well. They couldn't really get a nice snowball or clean gameplay like they probably wanted in the early game.
Yeah, speaking of clean gameplay, let's have a look at the Drake fight specifically. I think this is one of the big turning points for the game where we expected something that didn't come to life.
Yeah, it just felt like a couple of the ultimates just falling a little bit short here for the Wildcats. Kryze is kind of off to the side. He's not really being a body for Jessica, for Buckland to step up, but I think this here, a little bit of anti-synergy, the cask with the equalizer at the same time, and it's one of the things that you're always going to run into, this kind of issue, and it's kind of fixable. It's just comms, right? You say, I'm going to throw this out first, and you sort it before the fights actually break out.
Yeah, and I think it's that engage we're talking about, right? The equalizer could have come down first, then the cast from there lower for you to pick up a couple kills, but it's just the team fight and the execution that goes wrong. And I think it also speaks to how important it is being first on that objective, because when you get to set up for it, it becomes way easier for you to play. And even though a lot of execution was kind of missing on both sides, you can see how easy it actually was to execute LDLC's composition. The Chumbers to play around, the Renata as well, the space that the ultimates were buying, the fact that they had an actual frontliner made their composition so much easier to play. So it's not the fact that the composition with a Rumble and the Gragas could not work. It was just when we actually saw them try and make it work, it seemed a bit too difficult for them to actually get the ultimates down and the execution down in proper manner.
Yeah, and it felt like that was something that LDLC was very good at capitalizing off of. We've seen it in multiple team fights where they kind of get that feeling from, okay, the equalizer is maybe not working the way they want it to work. There is no teleport available either for the side of Wildcats, and then we get the Baron play.
Yeah, I think the Baron play just... It felt to me as if Wildcats just didn't really have much an idea of how they wanted to play around the fact they don't have teleport too much. Just consistently kind of being caught out on Paris as well. This is the second time in a row actually where he found himself dead.
So they got the flash earlier than this, and it's just better setup from LDLC once again. We talk about team fight composition. They know that the Wukong can pretty much steal it. So they just come off. They know they're split. Once again, destroy late to the play because he does not have that teleport. So much easier for LDLC again and again, and you can see it. They're moving around as a unit, while on the side of Wildcats, it's a lot of the individual play. And even when they do come forward and get some of the kills, it's always by the cost of your members dying after. So they could never really get a beneficial trade. And after this team fight, well, the game should just be realistically over. You can see it. It got a bit close again. You can see that gold graph takes a dip. Wasn't as clean as they probably would have liked it on LDLC, but still, getting that Baron, getting the soul afterwards, should just let them win the game, and it did in the end.
Yeah, that's like my hopes and dreams going up, and then they just
and like a heartbeat monitor as well, potentially.
Oh, whoa, if your heartbeat monitor looks like that,
yeah,
I'm
may...
worried about you.
Yeah, I would worry as well.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I just feel like, to me, LDLC just had a more clear idea of how they can win this game, right? Yeah. I think, yeah, sure, we can pick on the fact that, you know, maybe they weren't as proactive towards the bottom side and actually getting Jeskla ahead, and it felt like that kind of just unfolded through White's repeated visits down there as opposed to a more, you know, team-based setup where you've got 4 members instead. I feel like for Wildcats, it's basically the opposite. It felt like they weren't necessarily always on the same page. When you've got this kind of composition where it's just non-committal engages for the most part, just sending your ultimates off cooldown so you know that you're working with flashless, very immobile carries is how you win that game, and it felt like they never really abused that fact as much as perhaps they should have.
Yeah, maybe it was just a warm-up game, you know?
Well, could be. Stage nerfs, whatever you want to call it. Quarterfinals, first best of 3. They can bounce back, you know.
We'll see. Anyway, LDLC, they take the game 1 with slow and steady pace. We're going to be throwing it to a short break. We're going to be back after that, and we're going to dissect game 2 and what we should or can be expecting.
Masters Spring 2023 Quarterfinals Game 2 between LDLC and the Istanbul Wildcats.
Impressive.
Thank you. I thought I managed to get that line out pretty smoothly. I've now kind of ruined it by talking over it a bit more, but here we are. The boys, initialize.
Los Hombres.
Still here, yeah, exactly. We've got various names for us now. And honestly, I think some praise has to be given for LDLC for not falling into the traps we kind of saw in the group stage, which cost them a first seed spot versus the Unicorn.
Yeah, and particularly on top of that as well, to not fall to those shortcomings, really, which you saw from them, as a team which, even though you know the organization, you know the name of LDLC, this is a very different roster. Yeah. This is a team which lost 4 out of its 5 members to the LEC, and Ragnar is still kicking butt up in the top lane on Team GO across the rest of this tournament as well. This is a team which is rebuilt, brought in some other players from across ERLs, and they have absolutely shone together. NLC's got a few players in there. Well, we don't have a team in the quarterfinals. We have to have something.
We've got these guys.
We've got LDLC though, you know, Cries, Backland.
But particularly with that in mind,
we'll take what we can, man.
It adds an extra degree of kind of achievement to what has come out here. And this was a very calm and collected play around particularly vision control and playing around protecting their carries, which you needed to do against this Wildcats roster. You saw the few times they gave an opening, Wildcats nearly found some entrances, but LDLC really made the most of it.
And I think Wildcats need to go again back to the drawing board and see what didn't work for them in the draft. They were extremely short-ranged into a Jinx and a battle of other champions that created so much room and space for that Jinx to play. And honestly, I need Paris or an engaged champ, whether it's the Blitzcrank, whether it's a Thresh, whether it's the Nautilus, just something a little bit more proactive. Because it felt like, you said it yourself, Naimera, Backland was having a very fun time until level 7 or 8, was able to keep the Gragas, exactly, only ganked once, kept the Gragas in lane the entire time, because Paros was on that Lulu extremely passive.
Well, we'll see whether your requests and prayers are answered here in our draft for Game 2. LDSCOL over onto the blue side, Wildcats over on the reds. Seeing you looking at something a little bit quizzically there, Al. Have you spotted something?
Yeah, I'm seeing that Maokai ban from LDLC on the blue side. We've seen a couple of teams really like to first pick that. Annie is something which is, again, very kind of commonly on that blue side bans anyway. It's just like, typically when you're looking at champions which are very first pickable, Maokai has felt to be up in the top of those.
Ooh, and talking about first pickable, something like the Xayah comes in mind, because Vi has not necessarily been banned, and usually when that Vi is open, it is the first choice for a lot of these junglers when Maokai is banned as well. So right here you're facing, are we banning Vi? Are we banning Xayah? Are we leaving both open, in which case LDLC can very easily... Exactly. So once the Vi is down, now you can pick your own hypercarry, whether it's the Jinx or the Aphelios. Yesla did fantastically onto the Jinx. You have to think of things like the... Xayah is actually going to be locked in.
So you did briefly call out the Xayah as that first pickable kind of option. Even if the Vi was up at that point, typically Xayah's been very good at kind of like that healing back style. But, and the difference between something like a Xayah and what we've seen with a little bit of the Zeri as well, the AD carries we see in meta, with Xayah, with Jinx, with Zeri, with Aphelios as well, they hit everyone in the team fight at the same time, which is really, really annoying, because you think you can maybe just, play around just having one really tanky person soaking up the damage. Everyone takes damage from the feathers going through, which means that you need to find ways to get them out of that fight. Going back to the Gragas in the mid lane for Kofta, didn't really work out for the Wildcats in early game. Felt like he couldn't really combo up with Elmaramir and Paris in that mid-jungle support kind of 3 combo to punish Backland. They need to do better at that in this game.
For all the Xayah first pick has come through, it does feel like a number of analysts have started to say, you know, that Jinx feels like maybe pretty okay into that and into the Xayah in terms of just the range discrepancy you have, of course. Now you've got the Jarvan. You've got a way to get on top of that Jinx and lock her in a cage to try and blow her up. Add in Backland's LeBlanc, something we saw him get numerous solo kills on in the group stage. Some really impressive stuff with the Ignite LeBlanc. Certainly got the tools to try and deal with that Jinx, while their own AD carry can try and stay alive with that Featherstorm and all the safety that Xayah provides herself with.
I feel like the LeBlanc is scary. What's even scarier for Jinx though, I feel like it's going to be this Jarvan, so you need an AD carry saving support. But if you're going to prioritize Kofta's Jace, which he has picked 3 times in the group stage, and he's done fantastically well on, you might have to say goodbye to the things like a Tamcatch.
Now, so this is obviously the adaptation, because in the first draft I was like, oh man, surely LDLC ban away Kofta's Jace. They didn't do that, and then of course Wildcats picked in the Gragas for Kofta. With Kofta picking this Jace, we knew this was going to come through, because it enables playing AP topside champions from Destroy. It gives you that AD heavy damage mid laner. It's also a pretty good matchup into LeBlanc as well. LeBlanc, one of the big problems about her kit is that she doesn't have any sustain. She doesn't have a particularly high HP pool. If you land a good shock blast onto that champion, Backland could potentially lose some some of that ability to play around these poke-style team fights as LeBlanc.
And this is where I start wondering, does this Gragas end up playing it in the jungle? Because Elramir has played the Fat Man before to his success. He has an AD mid laner which pairs up really nicely with the damage profiles as well. And you can very easily punish that LeBlanc early on once he has used a W to trade with the Jace in the mid lane. Also, top lane pools, they've not been touched yet, to our knowledge at least. So they're going to be getting trimmed down. That sign was a huge problem for Bao to get through in game number 1. I'm not surprised it's getting out of the way. The only other huge problematic tank that remains is Ornn, which we don't necessarily see too often.
Fallen out of the meta quite a lot over the last few patches, and honestly,
can I interest you in our Lord and Savior Cho'Gath?
You say that, but there has been just a hint of that somewhere out there. Broken Blade nodding his head in agreement. Thinking about going for the blind Gnar, which does leave, as kind of semi-expected, this kind of last pick for Paris. Maybe you get ourselves something spicy for that bot lane.
What's not expected is destroy on an AD engaged champ like Gnar. He's played exclusively and only AP champions in this tournament. So it's extremely mind-blowing that out of nowhere he pulls this out, but the rock solid coming in. We're talking about tanks. Well, Christ found another one.
Yeah, and Gnar is actually fairly okay into that Malphite because you have some mixed damage. You do want to get an early advantage and then stick with it. Now, Destroy, he hasn't played the Gnar at this tournament. He did play it a fair bit through spring. We're just confused why they've been sticking to the AP and now why are they only going back to it at this point.
Oh, I don't mind that.
Let's rank though. Let's go change the conversation over towards that because the hotshot rookie come MVP of LDLC in that support role, Zoelis, picks up that Blitzcrank, and that is very nice into a lot of these champions which can get picked off and burst out.
You need beef. You need beef if you are Wildcats right here. You need something in the front line, something that will potentially eat the hook for you, because every single member on their roster currently is playing a squishy champion. Blitzcrank, Zoelis will be more than happy gripping any single one of them in. This is where Powers locks in yet another Thresh champion. Finally, we might see a little bit of that proactivity in the early game, because I'm looking across the board for LDOC and I'm seeing again so much space control for their AD carry. The feathers, Jarvan, Malphite creating space, hooks. If you hold on to that hook, enemy team will never walk into you.
On the other side, we'll say that the Wildcats have stronger lanes, I think, particularly in their solo lanes, than they had in that first game. Jace, particularly because it's Kafka's Jace as well. You take one good trade, maybe Backland starts getting hemmed back in lane. Destroy early lane on that Gnar can be very dangerous against that Malphite, which means that Elramir will have a little bit more ability to get around the map. We already talked about Paris being on a tankier champion, or something a little bit more Thresh-like, or something that can roam out on the map. This is a stronger early game, a stronger ability for Istanbul Wildcats to get themselves on the board.
I think eyes on both of those support players. Zoelis, this MVP from the finals of the LFL, a player that's come up from Div 2 and has kind of surprised in a really impressive way over in that most difficult of regions to play in. But Georgia, your prayers were answered. Paris gets themselves on a better roaming champion, and who can make the better hooks happen, really, isn't it?
And I think TCL as a whole really need this. They really need to see their best players on their best champions, on their best performances. This is the #1 seed from the LFL they're playing against. This is the most dominant region in EMEA Masters, and the TCL coming in from playing Worlds teams, MSI teams, they need to shine right here and show what they're made of. I just want to make a little bit of an introduction as we walk into Game 2 versus LDOC and Wildcats. So, Wildcats have traditionally stuck to fully Turkish roasters. Oh no, Kreis is providing the vision right here.
Story time, interrupted maybe?
So Kreis can provide the vision right here, and Zoelis will go with the grip, or Backland can actually W over the wall. Ooh. Okay, they won't take... Okay. Back to story time, guys.
You get to story time now. We all got a bit nervous.
Take your blankets.
It's like choose your own adventure. Go on.
So for the past 2.5 years, they've won 4 out of 5 splits. Wildcats. This is why they're the people's favorites and have traditionally had full Turkish roasters. Only this year have they brought in Destroy and Bao, their 2 Korean imports, and they actually dominated the league with them.
Feels like that's kind of following on in the footsteps of some of the great teams from the TCL as well. Remembering back to, I believe it was Worlds 21 of, it might have even been 2020, the Supermassive Super Team, which of course had Kakao and GBM. That was a really fun roster coming out of TCL. Of course, dealt Mad Lions a bit of a harsh blow in that best of 5 series. They knocked out the EU seed from the play-in stage of that Worlds. TCL, they have themselves a great history, stretching back through the annals of league history.
Hey, they can do it again. They cannot count number one seed from you.
See if that comes to
Just in
pass.
a different tournament, man.
Get it back into these lanes, though. Some of this vision was once again traded up. Elromir is going to hop over the vision from this one. Not going to finish off the red buff just yet. Going to go Raptors up to these Krugs and maybe delay LDLC's knowledge of Elromir's path.
It was, for the record, GBM was the coach.
Oh.
Balulu was the mid laner. So GBM was still on the team, but he was in fact the coach. I went to go check that one up. I was like, I feel like there was something missing with that one. That's what it was. Good old Balulu. But of course, we're a long ways from Worlds, a long way from Shanghai where that one was held. We're here instead in Europe. The Turkish editions are trying to figure out exactly how good they are relative to this massive powerhouse of the formerly EU Masters, now of course EMEA Masters, as my days Paris. Inches away with that hook, and it's a tight first game, even if LDLC began to edge it out as the game went on.
Oh, wow. I literally just want to talk about top lane. Thank you very much, observers.
Good timing.
I'm gonna fall back to a point that Amera made in the very beginning. It's like, nice fine into Malphite early on, can bully him a little bit around, can shove in the lane, but can you get far enough ahead for the Nard to be able to carry or solo the lane later on a side lane and become a nuisance? Because right now, Kryze has been sacrificing his laning phase, his stats, his carrying potential to play whatever tank his team needs, and he's been doing it so successfully. Destroy stats, we saw them earlier, absolutely insane. 1.1k gold ahead on average at 15. He hasn't been able to pull this off against Kryze yet.
This has been mirrored across a couple of regions, though, about this conversation about, you know, how much can you provide to your team while giving up that laning phase, particularly in the LPL. We had Bin versus 369 have a very similar kind of dynamic. We had someone who was playing for the team, playing a lot of Sion, a lot of Gragas, Cassante, stuff like that, and then someone on the other side playing the Gnar, Fiora, things like this, which want to get ahead. Zoelis has the
Oh, my
see it
days.
out. Man, that Jarvan flag is such an unfair vision tool, but particularly looking at this, you know, this topside advantage needs to be significant to justify this pick before the Malphite starts outbattling.
Agreed.
And you have, of course, got the ability to maybe play a little bit of a split push threat and be a slightly safer option in some of these very scary pick combos between a Jarvan and a LeBlanc, and Gnar will give you some of that. He does take a turret shot there, a little bit disappointingly, I'm sure, for Destroy, but we'll be fine for now. Look to reset now, I imagine, within the near future as Elromir is coming on down here, looking to claim the Skull Crab. Not too much more to be found, though.
Yeah, he's gonna actually get both the Skull Crabs in both rivers, trying to keep both the...
Wait. What could he get here? He starts climbing on down Destroy.
Malphite hurts, man.
Yeah, look, he's just going to throw some seismic shots. Just throwing rocks at him, Maui. That's very rude.
Okay,
I don't think Destroy's living in glass houses.
His comment was not up. I think if his comment was up, you just flash E and just insta-kill him.
I was beginning to wonder that, actually, yeah.
Malphite is one of these champions that you don't think he does damage until he starts hitting you with the W, the about W, and then you just flop. And especially when you're in mini-Gnar form, where your defenses are not as big as when you're in Mega-Gnar form. Now, the point that I wanted to make when we talked about a split pushing and not getting far ahead is that on the side of Wildcats, you do have split pushers if you want to. 2 of them, in fact. You've got the Jace and you've got the Gnar. I just wish Elromir would find some creative ways to get these ganks around that mid lane and top lane to try and get his solo laners ahead.
We'll say into this composition, Kofta, great Jace player. Kind of sucks trying to split push his Jace into like a Jarvan and a Malphite that can fly in from absolutely anywhere. So it's going to be... Oh, that's a good
There's
trade.
our first one of the day. We're going to see a lot of damage come down on the Paris, but Elromir is here to buy some space, force the flash out of Yeskla. Elromir uses his flash as well, but that will be the summoner advantage thus far to the side of LDL.
That's a flash.
This is Paris, though. Just like, spot a bother, flash forward from backline to get onto Paris, who now can't get any further. For once, the Nautilus hitbox goes against the deep sea diver. He goes down to first blood to backlit.
I think he ended up holding onto that flash too long. I think you got to flash to the other side of that blast cone and use that for an extra bit of space. Now Kofta's going to get caught up with the mid jungle and river.
Damage comes on through. Kofta now flashing out as well, and there's just nowhere to go. The mid jungle of LDLC, the moment you ask for it, it starts to come off.
Oh man.
It goes wide. Remember, there's no way out. The chopper's behind. Zoelis in danger. This might be a kill back. Finally, flash from Zoelis for the rocket punch. Trying to get the trade back. No way! Yaska gets that one. Finally, Elromir will trade it back, but it should never have been a 1-for-1 Zoelis. How did he do it?
Honestly, it's disaster across the board. Macro disaster, micro disaster from the side of Wildcats. And we mentioned it how Wildcats, even though they don't necessarily engage in these type of situations to hand check you, if LDLC throw their bodies at them, they will. And so far, LDLC have been hand checking Wildcats. Kofte has no business knowing Javan is still on the bot side river walking in to try and place a ward in that pixel brush. Zoel is right there, tries his luck, and he has to walk around. But a fantastic play by Jeskla right here to pull all 3 of his feathers onto Bao and kill him, which means that the kill then ends up going to the Gragas. It's not that big of a deal. And again, Wildcats, many question mark pings all across the board.
Particularly because the Wildcats really wanted to get some leads, particularly in their solo lanes going into mid-game. Something like that Jace uses their lead very, very well, but suddenly you've got Cuthers behind. You've got Backlund, who is ahead on his LeBlanc. We knew him as the NLC champion from last summer on Dusty. He has always been a wonderful snowball mid laner. Picked up the Darksteel as well if he wants to snowball even harder with that in mind.
He might.
Wildcats, they might be in another position, but they're going to have to fight from behind and look for some ingenious plays.
Right on the Hex Flashes! This time Zoelis has jumped. Elramir's around. Guz end up on the wrong side of some chompers. Rocket grab goes wide. And everyone stays alive. That one got very interesting with some use of the Hex Flashes there.
I actually thought that we were going to Hex Flash over
yes!
the wall.
Yes!
To the opposite sides of the wall. But yeah, I agree with you, Namira. I feel like Backland has been in general a rock as a mid laner, especially when he gets ahead in his own
Rock in the
picks.
top lane.
Does it beat the Scissors of Destroy, though? Or this Boomerang count as an additional ability in that particular game? Flash forward for a seismic shot! Bring on the clap! And they'll bring down Destroy in the top lane.
Oh, and while this was going on, Elramir tried another gank in the mid lane. It didn't work onto the LeBlanc, but LDLC reply with yet another one of their own. I think it's disaster across the board. Elramir and I feel Wildcats are trying so hard to force individual plays. We praised how good they are when Paris links up to them, and right now he's made his move on the map. Let's see if they can turn this around.
Yeah, and Zoelis isn't currently here, so he wouldn't be able to answer Backland. They don't know he's there. He's giving Battle Ward information right now. Jump up to
Get some damage onto Kofta, but nothing too much more to be found. And that mid-jungle support of Wildcats has been such a core component of their success of late. Not mind too much so far this game. You got for me, Al? You seem to have noticed something.
Yes. What I've noticed across the board here is, well, Zoelis is back in the map now.
Oh, we just don't have time because Backland is finding chain after chain. He's looking to lock Paris on down. The turnaround, though, is not bad. Maybe they can get that trade. Make it a 1-for-1. Both supports fall down. Cast back into the rocket. Not quite enough for the execute, but a final order from Jace gets the shutdown.
You know what I was going to point out? The fact that LDLC had leads absolutely everywhere on the map. It wasn't as though cross maps are coming in from the Wildcats. And now suddenly with that play through Kofta's Jace, importantly as well, you've got a little bit of gold back. Elramir going to be an AP burst threat from that Gragas 2. How did this come to be though? Let's go into a replay for it. This is after Backland had kind of been battle warding a little bit around towards this top side, but Wildcats knew that they had the first support roam. They kind of disrespected the fact that Zoelis would be there first. The problem here is just the overstep afterwards. I actually think LDLC are in a pretty good position. They could have left this after the first couple of chains left, but as we know, both these teams do quite like to stick around and try and just mechanically check their opponents.
Just so people don't go full WoW, no matter where that cast had landed, he would have hit the rocket because it was at the right angle. Oh!
No matter where we go, there's just fighting in the bot lane. Paris has to blow the flash. Bao's got the ghost down, they're running it down, but look at White at the back end of it. There's a flag and a drag, but will he take them down to hell? Cataclysm comes on through, but it's not the end of their life. Quite yet, flash, body slam, Cask gets a kill on the Esclair, and the turnaround counter gang is phenomenal from Elramir. Now White's in danger, does into the rocket grab, forces out the stopwatch. That's going to be blown for a little bit. Rocket goes wide, and it'll be a 1-for-1 in the end, I think. No one died.
Remember how we commended LDLC for playing a slow and steady game, especially when they were winning every single lane? Well, that's not the case. They're overextending, and actually Wildcats, for once this series, are hand-checking them. Elramir is there to return the ganks. Bao is baiting out hooks and summoners, and if we see this again, Zoelis is going to hex slash over and hooks a minion. A lot of back and forth in this particular one onto the supports, right? This is so important. The supports are the ones that end up getting super low, and they're both big chunky boys, the Blitzcrank and the Nautilus. But right here, White sees his chance, super low in the bot lane. Elramir, for once, is there for the counter gank. And then a very funny turn of events with the dominance of the back and forth of the hooks. No, don't speak. We don't have time for story time.
Story time. Paris maybe looking for some more. Zap goes wide over by the blast code behind the dragon. There's more of a fight. The cast comes out, but Elramir just about gets over the wall, but there's a flag and a drag and a dead Gragas.
both of these teams are just hands-checking each other. First game felt like things were a little bit more conserved. LDLC were like, oh, we'll play around our range. Things will be a little bit more tight around the objectives. We'll play around that. Not in this game. Everyone wants to get off 2 gold leads, 2 advantages. And as it stands right now, Wildcats are starting to fire back.
You know what's really cool? It feels like both of these teams went into this game saying, we're better. Screw it.
Yes.
And this is really fun to see because the whole hand-checking situation comes from you knowing you are better than your opponent, therefore you're gonna take the skirmish, you're gonna take the fight, you're gonna take that one step forward. And LDLC and Wildcats have been both doing it and getting punished by their counterparts. Now, of course, if we look across the board, the only beneficiary, big beneficiary across the map is going to be Soelis on that Blitzcrank.
With more than 400 gold lead.
Which is not that scary yet for Wildcats.
And this was, as we were saying, after what looked like a pretty consistent lead in every lane. The fight back from Wildcats has been good and has brought the game back to less than 1,000 gold apart between these two teams. And we've got one Dragon that's gone down. The Herald hasn't gone down as yet, I don't think. And we're left with a game state that's been very back and forth at this point. El Remea maybe looking to punish off Backlund, but he's swift enough with that retreat to the distortion. He's able to get out safely for now. And first items beginning to come on through his Backlund. Once again, playing with my heartstrings a little bit there by hopping forward when Paris was around the corner.
But you see how now Paris is unlocked around the map. You've seen that Nautilus permanently roam. Now Backlund is trying to bait because Zoelis is on the other hand side together with White. And we've got a 3 versus 3.
Well.
Okay.
Bowers in the back,
Yes,
it'll be a 3v4. That will be too much damage onto Paris though. The Cataclysm comes on down, but it's a trade of supports. White gets on out to safety, but even with the man advantage, they don't get more than that 1-for-1, and that gives free time to Yesler in that bot lane.
Exactly, you have to pay attention to the... Whoa, that's not an attack, clearing the minions.
Just going to clear the minions. How much more will Kryze look for? Begins to get down a few more of those claps and throws down a seismic shard, but the end of that one for now. Ultimate popped and wave cleared.
Yeah, this is a really kind of strange... Oh, that's going to be a burst combo.
Never really time to have a conversation. My God, the damage! Plus 4 for the Dragon Strike. Will only get the kill, but it's a 1-for-1 as the mid laner picks up the jungler in trade.
Man, I told you, no time for story times. You can't analyze here.
Yeah, because what you're trying to see here is the reason why Wildcats are continuing to go for these plays is because Wildcats throw their kind of hat into the ring and say, we're going towards top side of the map to try and get ourselves Herald. Now, obviously, Herald is still alive, so something's gone wrong there. And while all this is happening, a couple of plates go over to Yaskler. Wildcats understand if they are stood around and they're not getting advantages, they're losing out on the cross map. But as they keep buying into these fights, the fights go fairly evenly across this. So Yaskler picks up a couple from this bot side, sat alone here the entire time, is now 1,000 gold up.
Yeah, and I would say in this particular fight as well, Jarvan does have his Mythic up and available, and Elramir did not have his, which means you do get that extra more HP plus the passive that's coming from the gold drinking, keeping that Jarvan alive. That much lead to more to take the Gragas down, but it has been a handshake of kills so far. And finally, we have some beneficiaries that actually do damage in this game. It's not the Blitzcrank guys, it's going to be Kofti's Jace.
Have you hit by an Everfrost Blitzcrank before? So this building.
Thankfully not.
It's coming this game. Here
Well,
we go.
Talking about Kofte's Jace, why I was very surprised when we went into this draft in this particular series is that LDLC have perma-banned Jace. You know what? Not up for talking, there's no one.
Every time story time begins, we get action instead. We pick the wrong genre of movie. Bao gets a kill onto White, who is seeing grey.
I like
black
thrillers.
mark on his records.
Now, we made a little bit of a joke about Paris and Troy and Hector. I'm sorry if anyone doesn't know Greek history. We're seeing another tragedy towards the top side again.
Oh wait, that was Greek history? Now I get it.
It's your mythology! Destroying the top side. Having his health bar kind of wrecked out. His Cries once again using that ultimate to trade very heavily onto his top lane opponent. Yeah. Georgia.
Okay, in my defense...
No, not again.
Screw it.
Every time we try to
No
stop.
defense.
Every time. It's another fight that begins in this bot lane. This time Copter coming on down. The cast onto Zoelis. Does throw out the rocket grab, trying to trade it back for Yeska, who will make it the 1-for-1.
There's a chance of a dive here, actually. Seeing who's on the respond, no, it does look like Backlund and White are coming down towards the spots, and they will be here in time. But particularly looking at Kufta's damage at this point. As soon as that Eclipse comes in, to be very, very careful taking fights around this Jace. Despite the 3 kills on Backlund, he's now behind a significant amount of gold on this Jace. And as we said, doesn't have a pretty decent matchup into the LeBlanc if things go well for them early game.
Trades pretty heavily though, does Backlund, looking to make sure that he can show he does damage as well. 3 1-on-1 versus 4 1-on-1. That mid lane matchup tight as anything, but we've got a replay on our hands.
So we have a lot of champions in this game, folks. They're quite low cooldown ultimates and very good CC abilities that are versatile on them on their regular abilities. So of course, kind of sat here in a bit of an awkward spot. Knows he can't really flash too early because there's too much threat from that Gragas pullback. Kufta, for one of the first times, though, is first to the play. Important note there. Really have to see which of these mid laners is out on the map first.
What was really cool was also that Elramir had pre-ulted the entire choke, so Blitzcrank would either get knocked back to them or stuck on a wall, depending on what direction he chose to flash. So there was really no way out for the Blitzcrank to get out. Really nice reactions right there from Elramir onto the Gragas. Oh my god.
That has been a lot. It does feel a little bit like we're kind of like playing sort of survival horror this time. You walk into any bush, there's some enemy there waiting to surprise you. Jump scares abound this game.
What Joko is going to make is that it's kind of like, if we're talking about Greek history, it's a little bit Roman in this one. Titus Andronicus play with, I think it's like 5.1.
It's 5.1 atrocities an act.
Pretty bad. And in this one, looking at the kills per minute, you know what? We could probably match that at this point. We're on the Dragon.
Boy.
The last murder to victim in this one. Hook's going wide. Wildcats on the Dragon first.
That play was a tragedy. The question is for who? Dragon goes down to Wildcats, and we're left with a game state that is 100 gold apart. Dragons are even. Hell, that gold's not even 100 apart at this point. Anyone's game to take at this point.
Honestly, pretty good decision making right there, since the hook doesn't hit and Sis destroy on the Gnar is then. He was just about to turn into Mega Gnar. You definitely do not want to be fighting into a Mega Gnar in the pit. So it's okay. 1 for 1, LDLC, let go. Honestly, we have to commend teams when they play aggressive, but we also have to commend teams when they know when to pull their finger off the trigger, right? And LDLC right there had already made the call. Let them have that one. We don't want to team fight this. We'll take the Herald instead and open up another lane.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the story between Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1 was actually particularly for LDLC about when they didn't have to pull the trigger. They knew that they were, you know, if they were too aggressive, maybe that works against them. In this game, I think both these teams, they have the tools to fight early. When you have a LeBlanc with early gold, of course, that's something you can do with the Gragas jungle. Of course, very early burst as well, particularly with the Night Halves to build. Jinxalt does not manage to steal that objective, so Herald goes over to LDLC. I would imagine that flies into that mid lane outer turret. Mid lane outer turret, of course, very, very important for mid-game vision control.
Is that 1920s inspired Jinx? It's a champagne supernova, goes flying across the top of it. Celebrating the
You know what you do. You know what.
Ah, Sam, never change. Never change.
Occasionally I have moments like that, and I do get my brother as Powerfist comes onto on a bow, who did have to flash on out of that one.
Is like
did not enjoy having to burn the sun.
Your humor is like an oasis in the desert.
Oh, really? There's the references. We come back to us so disgusted with our jokes that they have to come and
look at the face of crime against
She's
humor.
upset. She's stuck in between, so she has to deal with it kind of just going across the top of her. It's not great.
You guys know why I didn't realize you were talking about Paris?
Why?
Because his name is Paris, and it's not Troy, it's Tria.
Of course.
In Greek, so it's very difficult when you've known. Yeah, exactly. When you've known something one way for so long, it's just so difficult, man.
It does look like we've got a slight issue in game. When we hear word, by the way, guys, we will let you know. But for now, it does give us a little bit of space to discuss the game, because obviously we've had no time for story time in-game, because everyone has been throwing hooks left, right, and center. There's been Gragas, cast, the whole shebang.
There's so much CC in this game, man.
You've tried so many times to start something, so I'm going to give you a little bit of space to try, now that the gameplay's not actually happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just loving that Wildcats came in with their own identity in this particular game. They've got their engage through the jungle. They've got powers in a more of an engaged kind of champion that can link up with the Gragas. There's so much to see between a Nautilus and a Gragas that you can actually put in place a LeBlanc and kill her off completely, as we will go back
to say. We saw this before, right? We saw this replay. I don't know what that minion did in a past life to Zoelis, but it must have been awful. that minion really taking things personally to Zoelis. But when you have these champions with, again, really powerful basic abilities, it means that you're just basically always ready to kind of pull the trigger, which is a big difference from that first game where it felt like Wildcats really struggled to match the range advantage that LDLC brought against them. I really like that both of these teams have understood the tools which they have to bring to bear, and from an entertainment perspective, I really have enjoyed that both these teams have been willing to put the chips on the table and say, look, I mean, you kind of said this earlier, we're better than you, we will outplay you. That is very entertaining, to say the least.
That's really cool to see as well. And also, I have to give credit where credit is due, because in the Unicorns of Love games that LDLC played against them, they were just unwilling to press the trigger, to get in. They had 5 champions, all with engaged tools, and they did not use any of them. Right here, Kryze has been playing extremely aggressive on the 1v1. Mid support and jungle have been linking up for LDLC, and Yeskla has been doing his damn best to take that bot lane tower on his own. Every single, what's it called, cog in the machine is working perfectly.
Well, and as they're gearing up for another mid lane standoff, because everything around here, again, every time you see 3-4 of these different champions around the mid lane, there's the chance that just a skill shot's thrown out. As we've seen, both these teams
One too many.
really want to start playing around this mid lane. That's a reset now stopped by Yeskla. Bao's ult cancelling that one. Does mean that, again, this tug of war in the mid lane, any advantage you can get can lead to big explosive moments later on.
That's enough about gears and cogs. Perhaps more importantly, it'll be who's more clutch in these key moments coming in towards these objective fights. It's one apiece. And kind of before this series, we were kind of aware that both these teams were very willing to throw down our objectives. Both have been very good about setting up for control, but when both teams are good at doing that, and both teams are willing to fight regardless, you kind of have got to start considering who's the one who actually wins that vision game.
Is there a clutch involved, or are we on automatic at this point?
Oh,
So it feels like every time things are off cooldown, it's a straight end there, time after time.
And it's actually going to get even worse, because now that both the bot lane tier 1s are gone, both AD carries and supports are going to be hovering around mid lane. And guess who it's easier for to have access to that mid lane? The side lanes. So everyone and their moms and their dogs is going to be playing around Fog of War. You mentioned as well, Namer, so many hooks to throw around. So if you're not careful and you get gripped first, your team loses the fight.
Sure. If those first round of cooldowns don't land in a hook, though, look at the 2 items from
You
Jace.
try again.
You do try again, but the thing is, though, before you get to try again, maybe Kufta starts blowing off half your HP bar as well, because he's got 2 items, currently teleporting back towards his mid lane inner turret to try and defend the outer.
Eyes on this.
Oh,
the teleport behind is pretty good. The cask is fantastic as well. Zoelis goes down, Elromid down to half HP and destroys the backline. Looking to get towards that Maganar. Backland over the wall, does not find a pick, particularly White. Will flag and dragon buy some time, and those are some very long-range feathers to disengage. Kill comes down, teleport is popped. And it is Wildcats that come out ahead, having sprung the trap with that ward in the mid lane.
Very important thing to notice is the fact that Baron is alive in these kind of fights. I think the LDLC are very lucky to only lose the one person. They're going to lose the mid lane out of turret. Sure, that's going to be a loss for them as well. But if they lost Yeskla in that play, that's Baron with it.
Also, really cool stuff right here from Wildcats. Instant TP from Kofta into this fight. Not only does it save their tier 1, but because they get a kill in return, that means they're the ones that are going to take down that mid lane tower that we've said is so important for that mid-game vision. Now, of course, with 30 seconds on the clock for that reset, Backland is still sitting in the top lane with Ignite, no teleport, which means it's going to take him some time to get towards that bot side of the map to get vision together with his team. And talking about vision, let's look a little bit at where the vision in general is for both teams, because if you look on this side, it's all Wildcats vision towards the bot side of the map, covering the dragon, but LDLC seem to have their eyes on the Baron instead.
Don't got the hook as well.
Bot River, you'll go for this instead! They had it in the top side, and the attempt to cover the Baron cost Paris his life, and now LDLC are the ones, despite not having vision, have the man advantage and can go down towards that dragon.
Well, they had the vision on that top side, and Wildcats, serious mistake, I feel like that, because they're playing around the area of the map they don't have vision on. Dragon has spawned. I know that you don't want to let that Baron get snuck under your noses, but they weren't in place to respond to something like a hook coming over the wall. Now they're down as support. They don't get the dragon. They lose vision around that side of the map as well. And Jigsaw not going to steal it. Big moment-to-moment misplay by the Wildcats.
But this is a known technique that a lot of Korean teams are actually using. When you do not have the vision where you want it on the map, but you know you are stronger as a team, you move towards the other side of the map, which forces the enemy team to drop their wards and vision there. Therefore, if you get a pick, or if you're faster on the rotation, you can get to move where you initially wanted to, and that's exactly what LDLC did. They hooked Wildcats towards the top side of the map, dropped their vision there, and once they got the pick, then they moved to the initial objective, which was the dragon takeaway.
See, the game is very close, but Kofta and Yeskla both looking very strong in this game.
Particularly Kofta as well, on his Jace, the champion which he's gone towards so many times and gotten so much success with so many times, has a hell of a lot of gold to bring to bear. And he's also been a very good team fighter on this Jace. That's something which is not, I mean, this champion is very good at that poke battle, but can do so well in that hammer form.
And
watch out, everyone knows every time it's off cooldown. Yeah, watch out for Kafka. He can get into melee range on this Jace. He's had some really good burst combos throughout EMEA Masters so far. Destroy on this bot side of the map, hammering on that bot side in a turn.
You know how you mentioned the Everfrost as well? One thing that is not being mentioned enough is the fact that, oh, Prize missing ulti right there. Very nice jump away from Destroy. But I just really like the fact that it provides so much mana to Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank hook costs so much mana on the champion that especially towards the earlier stages of the game.
Do you reckon I should have a whiteboard behind you at this point? Here are the mana stats we have for this item.
I can do some like interpretive hand movements.
So if we break down Everfrost...
I can make down like another PowerPoint on Everfrost.
Oh my day, stop.
How it's actually good for Blitzcrank.
So I really like the fact that when you get that lost chapter, you can easily then start throwing hooks right, left, and center because you have that much more mana and mana regen to try and throw yet another one. So if you first don't succeed,
just
try again.
Because you've got the mana.
And build Everfrost.
Yeah, build Everfrost on every champion all the time.
Thank you, sir.
Except Ari.
Thank you. Thank you. See this? She gets it.
I just like, poking the buttons, frankly. It's great.
Ari's for Putrefier.
Oh, no, not again.
No one is for that item anymore. But of course, we have a couple of issues which we are sorting out. So you get to see our lovely faces for an amount of time before they get sold.
Yeah, it's a brief intermission in the madness that we've been witnessing. And I kind of maybe do want to bring us back to that little sequence again, because you broke it down really nicely about the importance of the vision control, but also the importance of being able to drag people out of their forts that they've set up, those strongholds of vision. And cost Wildcats not as much as I think it could have done, but the dragon went down. They're summoning their own teleports in for potentially a little bit of a Baron bait of their own.
And particularly look at this vision again that we're seeing coming through, because last time we stopped off, let's another hook. No talk about vision now.
Forces up the stopwatch on El Ramir. Just get Everfrosted afterwards by the Blitzcrank. Destroy nearly at Mega Gnar. Cast onto Zoelis, taken solo flash over the wall. Big damage from Baka, but he's knocked up. But is he going to be knocked down? Is more the question. Back out goes. Mega Gnar of all time comes in. Jeska tries to trade some back though and makes this one a pretty even fight for now. The feathers get pulled back. Cry stays alive. White is in the middle of three though, stuck under his own tower, trying to get out to safety, but cannot make it happen. Jarvan falls. And the Prince of Demacia is dead just before Mage Seeker comes out this evening. Talk about timing.
Oh my word. Wildcats get hooked at the first port of call in this one skirmish, but it's still Wildcats with the vision advantage. That hook is a bit of a... I'm trying to remember if that was blind or if not, it was while they were clearing this pink ward. So this time, we actually see the Wildcats in position to respond to this as the hook comes in. Great stasis coming in from El Ramir. Means that they can take another crack at this fight. The hook's on cooldown now. That's not coming out again. Despite Backley getting a huge amount of damage onto Kufta, which puts him basically out of that fight beyond that point. That's a hook you didn't want, folks.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like Destroy was not necessarily included in all this fight. I'm like, you've got Mega Gnar, there's people on the choke point up, there's people on top of a wall towards that mid lane. Do something, you know, like do something. And apparently, Zoelis did it for him. He landed the Mega Gnar, and I think this was the reason why the teamfight was won from Wildcats. Because even though I have been a huge fan of Destroy and what he can do on these AP carries, I haven't necessarily been blown away by his performance on the Gnar so far. And it felt like there, especially in this fight, it was a little bit confusing. Do I play in the choke point? Do I play in the mid lane? But let's see what the future of this game can bring, because he might land a huge one and shut me up.
And in fairness, he's up that 1.8k gold.
Yep.
And again, it's into the Malphite. In some ways, that's sort of expected. But he's been threatened a little bit by Cries, but he's survived mostly. Mostly with the one unfortunate death in lane, of course, did trade out in that last fight. But as this game goes on, and he's got that split push build, Backland really feels like the only person who can consistently answer. And when you've got yourself a Jace as well, your ability to play those side lanes with the double TPs does give you a bit more space, I feel, to play the map wide.
Zoelis was almost in range of an enemy champion. Had to be a little bit careful there. But one of the big things we talked about early game was, hey, you picked this Gnar pick. It's kind of meant to be a counter. It's like, it's okay into that Malphite. I mean, yes, the Malphite was picked to answer it. We were thinking, hey, you got to get a good enough... Oh, he's in range of a champion again. We're fighting.
I took a moment to take a drink.
He's dead.
That was a bad idea. Zoelis gets a hook, but he regrets it immediately. 1-7 and 6. He's been involved with a lot of things this game, but not always positive.
You know what's the unfun thing with playing hook champs? It's like the Lee syndrome. You see champion, you want to hook champion, doesn't matter if it's the Mega Gnar and kills your entire
You've gone
team.
to a fair, right, Giorgio? Or you've gone hooking, like, it's like hook a duck, but you hook a crocodile instead.
There's a fair around the Baron pit right now.
Watch White. He has a big angle for an engage here. He's off the vision. Use that blast clone to get all the way across. Cataclysm is available.
Oh, hook and dunk, but the prize is Baron and one prize. It could be destroy low from the Meganar. He gets Jaskla. He's down, shuts down no less. Kofta comes bringing the skies down on top of Backland. Your mid and your bot lane are dead. And now White must find the steal or the Baron is Wildcats.
They don't know he's there.
I don't think they realize he's still there. He has the smite, he has a flag drag, he does not
Oh, I
have
think
a
they do.
flash.
Surely,
They know he's around somewhere.
Can they stop him though? He's going to be so difficult to deal with. He's not got a flash, but he's got a flag, a dragon, a dream, but he's going the other direction. There's just nowhere to go. Kofta throws out a shock blast, accelerated or not, it still does enough damage to bring White so desperately low, and his name is being renamed to Grey. The final hook brings him down to the depths.
Wow, you did him dirty there.
I mean, yeah. It was a good, come on, it was good phrasing.
It was a
I'll
good
take
one.
that.
Sepia. Slightly more classy. We'll put it that way, reclaim it a little bit back, because at least LDLC are going to get themselves another dragon. It is the Chemtech Rift, though. It's not going to be the be-all and end-all of Souls. It's not bad. It's still permanent buffs if you do end up getting it. It's not going to be game-ending, like in the same way that something like Hextech can be in many different ways. This is just after the Blitzcrank had kind of gone in without really having the tools to fight.
And honestly, you would think that this is a mistake from Jaskla right there, but he gets hit by the cast and he's airborne. While you're airborne, you cannot use your ultimate. So you either flash or ult the barrel, or you're instantly dead, absolutely. And I've learned from a few pro players that I've talked to that if more than one person are flanking, it's no longer a flank, boys, because they can turn on to that one person, pick them apart, and then continue picking apart all the people flanking from different directions, and that's exactly what Wildcats
And also, it just doesn't help that you're fighting in a 4v5 anyway. You're desperate at that point. Backland, probably in a desperate spot too.
Danger gets knocked into the wall. The rocket brings down the rest of the health bar. Destroy beginning to fire on all cylinders with those ults.
And how different now is this from game one? Wildcats have arm wrestled their way into the lead in this game two. LDLC felt like they just kind of stamped the life out of game one when they got a lead slowly but surely. Wildcats skirmishing their way into their own dominant game two.
And it looked so good in the early game from LDLC. They were so snowballed. They had leads in every lane, and Wildcats come back with a vengeance. The LFL first seed being put to the sword, frankly, in this mid and late game by the Turkish representatives. We were still trying to figure out where the relative strengths were of people as Zoelis lands a hook, gets the stopwatch out of Paris, but the turnaround Belramir will not let his support go quietly into the night. The feathers get pulled, Destroy gets destroyed, the Cataclysm comes down, and it's a 3-kill win in favor of LDLC.
Get the tower and get the heck out if you're Wildcats. Bao stayed true to the objective. I think he's like, guys, we've got the Baron. We didn't come for kills. It was Zoelis, of course, that started this particular fight, right? And they had to fight back. But Bao stayed true to the objective, which was the tower. Lost a few teammates. Objective done.
This is the thing, right? I feel like Wildcats, they don't necessarily choose to take that first fight. They're just trying to bail out after the first one.
I do see a Meganar in the inhibitor.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you get that ult onto Jaskla, we saw what happens as soon as he gets ult. It's 100-0. It's trying to just kind of check Jaskla on the reaction timing. Sadly, does not win that track for the side of Wildcats, but Jaskla, of course, wasn't airborne that time. Could actually react. Ends up pulling that out, and Jaskla, absolutely no stranger to late game team fights, is the only person with a semblance of a gold lead on LDLC. You can see what happens when you don't get that dive onto that Zyre.
Jeska's a player, particularly in that first round robin, who was putting up some obscene damage numbers, over 1,000 DPM in the first round robin. Kind of fell off towards the second when LDLC sort of fell into some of those passive habits we were lamenting in the end of group station. They certainly not passive.
Surely not this game.
Exactly. But Jeska 5-2 in tow, 4 items complete, including that rapid fire to try and help with some of the range problems he runs into with some of those very snap engage, the dangers of that snap engage. There we go, slightly better phrased. Certainly in position to put up those damage numbers again this fight.
I just feel like in this particular game, if you're LDOC and you've got very conditional damage, LeBlanc is an assassin. She wants to find her target. If she doesn't, she's got to wait for all the cooldowns again until she tries again. Kryze is on a tank. White is on a Jarvan. Your only consistent damage that you have is a Xayah. And Jinx is just better at hyper carrying at this stage of the game. So if you snowball the early game and you're LDOC and you fall into this habit of every hook is a good hook and you keep following it up, you start losing that lead.
That would have been a great hook. I know it's not quite enough for the turn for Paris. This is how you do it better.
But it didn't hit.
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't. And it has felt like the angel on the shoulder of Zoelis has been taken out back a little bit in this one. He's basically been trying to go.
I think it was that minion, man.
Maybe
It was that
Maybe
minion.
it was. Maybe you can
The Trojan
regroup with
minion
that.
brings down the city of Paris. Is betrayed by a Trojan minion, I tell you. There's a reference, and we're going to go into another inhibitor turret siege this time, though. They don't dive too deep this time. They clear the inhibitor, and there's really much more to be done. 5v4 prevents too much follow-up from LDLC. They'll lose the second inhibitor in mid lane. Backing steps forward, but again, it's incidental poke as White gets hurt and Paris goes forwards again. Nothing to be done as yet. The turnaround is decent, but that is still on to destroy. Just gets to hop out of the base. They can't secure the kill.
It is all about these snap skill shots. It has been the entire game. A little earlier, it felt like LDLC, as you said, were giving as good as they got. Really not been the case later on.
Oh my god, White's gone again. Bao's unstoppable. On the other side, Yesclub pulled back in and goes down. Bao will not secure that one because it's EMEA who hits the cask, and now the rest of LDLC are being routed to their own jungle. Costa gets the killing spree, bringing down Backlund. Over the wall comes Bao, and the buns are being baked just beautifully this game by Wildcats. They get the ace. They can look to end the game and even up this series 1-1.
That was so damn clever by Wildcats. You've got 20 seconds on Dragon, you've got 1 minute on Baron, and you've just cleared up the entire base of your enemies. What do you usually do? You reset! They did not! They sat in the jungle and expected LDOC to check on them.
Just that, and they've not just reset on that game, they've reset the series. It's 1-1. It's a glorified best of 3 now to decide who wins it all.
And now, we were definitely talking about how, you know, this series was meant to be like the first chapter in the book of TCL versus LFL. The fans have had a lot to say about these teams. These are very popular teams with so much history, despite the fact that both of these orgs have been through rebuilds. They've brought in new players. They've found new successes with new players. The fact that we've had 2 of these games where both teams have managed to show off very different skill sets, it's starting out to be a pretty good chapter in this book of rivalries.
And I'd just like to see some restraint coming in from LDOC. We talked about they were a little bit too passive in the first game, but it worked because they were expecting their opponents to throw their bodies at them. In this particular one, they had to take care of that early game, get their leads ahead. They did, but then they overreached and they got punished. Their hands got instantly slapped. So you just need to find that perfect median where you get ahead, you try and stay ahead. Not every hook is a good hook, guys.
Not every hook is a good hook, but this is a great toss because we're going to the analyst desk. See you after this.
Wildcats find a way to equalize the scoreboard 1-1 for both of these respective regions. I mean, we knew this was going to be a banger. So far, it's living up to the expectations. But let's start off with the draft. Let's start off with the fact that, indeed, not every hook is a good hook, and you don't always actually want to take them.
Yeah, I actually feel like just straight from the early draft phase that came out, I would actually have favored LDLC with a lot of the picks that they actually had coming into it. I was super happy to see the Malphite into a composition that was built around 80 threats. You saw Na, you saw Jace, you saw the Jinx. I thought to myself, this is great. Having the fact that you got some good disengage with Jessica on the side, you get some Backlund on comfort with the LeBlanc, some skirmish in the early game, something where you can actually play with tempo. And I thought we saw that a little bit. On the side of Wildcats, though, a lot more scaling, and I'd say a lot more risky as well, going for that scaling aspect when you saw what you were playing into. But inevitably, it turned out scaling was just the name of the game as well between these 2 teams.
Yeah, you know, I feel like you just make an excellent point. In this kind of context where these comps are going up against each other, you would expect that LDLC would be able to not only execute, but just have more pressure to be able to close out with what should be expected wins in the solo lanes, and then using the pressure of just Blitzcrank existing. But it felt like, to me, Wildcats, you know, we kind of asked, maybe we see a swap over from an Enchanter to an engaged support just for the simplicity of execution. And it felt like when it actually got to the mid game where things got scrappy, that helped them out a lot more in terms of just getting locked down and set up. And once LDLC, you know, they don't necessarily snowball this early game lead, which in theory they should be getting. Malphite is individually winning his lane. The 2v2 in the mid jungle is one where you should be able to abuse the Jace. It's kind of easy to play out with Shock Blast, with Rockets. There's a lot of range at your disposal with non-committal, but also committal engage to widen your options here for Wildcat, and they used it excellently.
Yeah, we spoke earlier before we even got into this game about Backlund and how much we actually want to see his presence from that mid, rotate towards the bot side, help your jungler out. And we've seen that from him this game round. We've seen LDLC step up to the plate, use that draft beautifully at the early stages.
That's the thing, because like we actually got something we were lacking in the first game, which was mid lane movement out of Backlund. He came around the map, he was looking for kills in the early game, and he found them in the small skirmishes as well.
Yeah, just kind of anywhere he went, there was kind of blood, and I think just the supplementing draft around it, Jarvan loves early skirmishing, Blitzcrank loves any opportunity he can to find hooks, and Barkland was finally actually involved in this early game compared to the last time around where I felt like he was a bit of a mid lane cryo bot, but then wasn't using it to go anywhere. This time, actually utilizing that pressure he had. Excellent.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Because it was not just backline getting ahead. While this is a 1-for-1 in the end, it's still you killing the enemy AD carry. Then they're going to be losing some CS. Jestler's going to be in a position where he can pick it up. And on the top side as well, you are getting kills as well with the setup from Kreis. Every single lane in LDLC in the early game got a kill, got a lead, got something to play for.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's just like this kind of setup. This setup should not really be playable in the early game for Wildcats. I can't really emphasize that enough, to be honest with you, because the go buttons are there for LDLC. The lane matchups just feel really rough. But again, I feel like if you have so much scaling and range, and you know, or you're playing against that much scaling and range when you're the ones that have kind of this pseudo dive, when you've got Malphite and Jarvan, it kind of turns into a dive comp, right? It feels like you can't really make the kind of mistakes that LDLC were, you know, giving over to Wildcats, that kind of space and freedom to do what they ended up doing on the turnaround.
I also think a lot of it then came down to, okay, I remember one of the Drakes where they started up the Drake, then Wildcats comes around, they fight back control of the Drake, and what do LDLC do? They just stand there and look, and there's a Herald on the top side you can play for. There's still camps you can take away. There's so many cross maps you can go for. But it's not only that. It's all the fact that you're a team that gets ahead in the early game, and you're not playing to continuously look for picks, to continue to accelerate your gold lead. And then again, you pair that with the fact that a lot of the team fights that you played out on LDLC could have been won if they were not misplayed. Jeskle multiple times forgot to use his ultimate, forgot to use the flash, and when you're an AD carry, those are not mistakes you can afford, specifically not in a quarterfinal. So Wildcats completely just punish that, and once you get a reset on Bao on the Jinx as well, the rest of them just cleans up. And other ones, the hooks from the Blitzcrank on the tower where the Gnar gets a 4-man Gnar. These are the small mistakes that you cannot afford to make if you want to win the games.
It also brings the question of the small mistakes that Wildcats have been able to capitalize off of. That was more towards mid-late game. Whereas on the early game, it very much felt like LDLC was under control. We've even seen instances where Wildcats have a 4-man collapse onto 3 people, and it's still going to be a 1-on-1. So regardless of this fact, is it like someone sitting and calling me like, yeah, guys, we got it. We're going to scale. It's okay.
I genuinely feel like the scaling aspect of this matchup between these two teams will matter a lot, because it's exactly like you say, even though you get kills, it's a trade-off, and then nothing really happens on the map.
Yeah, it's such a frustrating position to be in, I think, on both sides, because then you start to kind of get inside your head. You start to kind of have these weird draft reads. Well, okay, you know, we've had 2 times in a row where scaling just seems to be kind of the better option here. But also, I feel like for Wildcats, looking at, you know, the game 1 versus the game 2, I wonder if in their heads they're now going to be thinking, well, what if we just kind of go towards skirmishing as a whole? It seems like LDLC don't necessarily have the level of execution right now today to actually, A, match us, but B, actually outhands us in a way where we're going to lose loads of objectives off the back of it. I think there's a lot to sort of zoom out on and think about if you're Wildcats. I think for LDLC, generally, it seems like a bit of a discipline issue.
Okay.
So I feel like the gameplay aspect side of things, the execution, yes, there's some micro things going wrong there, especially on the side of Jeskla, but I think a lot of it is more to do about, you know, the overall team decision making that's actually happening on the Rift, and whether or not there needs to be some level of adjustment to not be necessarily as aggressive as it has been.
Yeah, and speaking about the overall decision-making as a collective on the Rift specifically, the Baron fight, that felt like a very big turning point in this game where it just went like LDLC favored all the way for Wildcats.
Yeah, and I feel like there actually was a moment where it could have been played around. Good damage on Paris in the early game, but then the CC lane comes through. And it's a bit unfortunate. Jeskla does get knocked back by the cast, but this is where you need that Gale Force, you need that ultimate, you need that flash. It needs to be used differently. And then with White incoming, or White rather, sorry, White in different player, White still around here, there's just no way you can actually steal this. They sniff you out, they get the Baron, and they still get away with all the objectives. So it feels like, once again, execution is something that falls a little bit, but Wildcat, just better team fighting, better setup, and the turn they get on the Baron, good planning in that moment.
Yeah, when it comes down to the execution, as well as the fact that it felt like a little bit disjointed from the side of LDLC towards the half of the game, when we have to pinpoint potential 1 or 2 mistakes here that we want to see fixed in the next game for their sake, what would that be?
I think again, it's just the issue of the consistency of the discipline, right? Because I think LDLC have definitely shown us that they have a pretty good understanding of what their tools can do. Things like the Malphite, the Jarvan, and in this case the Blitzcrank on many occasions. I feel like even though, as well as I think Georgia put it quite well. C champion, hook champion, sometimes it's a bit of Lee Sin syndrome. You have to kind of know when to hold it and when to actually send it, because once the rocket grab's out, that's it. If you don't actually hit a target, you're not really much a champion. So I think it's more an issue of discipline and just finding that consistent ground of, okay, do we have all of the information available to us to make this call? Is it a good call with what we know, and not just kind of full sending it off a timer, right? I feel like that was the kind of what Wildcats wanted to do in this weird sense. This time for LDLC, it had to be about actually recognizing when that window was open and when it was closed.
Yeah, and I agree with that sentiment. I think as well, just looking, I think actually first and second Herald really important for these two teams, because if you're the one who gets a gold lead in the early game, or if you're the team that actually breaks open the mid lane tower in the beginning and can make plays of that, it becomes so much easier, because both teams, even with Herald, really struggle to take care of the outer turrets, and LDLC specifically really struggled with actually accelerating their gold lead. So I think if you're Wildcats, you have identified the mistakes here, and you can go for the same kind of pace. If you're LDLC, I think you need to acknowledge that, hey, our early game is actually quite good in both games. We've had moments where we can get ahead, but the mid game, we really need to figure out how we want to press our advantages, because if we don't, then Wildcats are going to be just fine sitting on their old reliable and just sitting and scaling aspect of it.
Yeah, the scaling aspect in terms of the draft is what we've seen already, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing coming into Game 3. But that mid-turning point for the game, what is it exactly that you're expecting from LDLC to do? Because once the scaling comp locks in for Wildcats, it's getting a little rough.
So that's one thing. Let's take the comp specifically we just had to make it easier to actually identify, right? Because when they fell behind, as they did in the early game, once again, Malphite into triple members with AD. Greg is really the only one who is going to do that AP damage. If you start just sacrificing waves and grouping up with Malphite earlier, taking objective, being first there, actually punishing a Jinx, while you also have the threat of a Blitzcrank, will you have the threat of a little blank looking for the pick potential? Those are the things you're looking at. But I think if you let Wildcats come back, Wildcats set up first, them have a man advantage, suddenly, even though they were down in the gold in the beginning, you're letting them find even. So it's about, you say discipline as well, I think it's also about looking for the right movements at time on the map as a team before you actually then start to send it.
Yeah, and also I have this other sentiment, which I feel like a lot of teams are starting to conform to as well. I think it's just pick Jinx.
Yeah, honestly.
I think Jinx is just a better carry. For me,
and the Jace,
yeah, I mean, for me, I think the read from LDLC as to why they went towards Xayah is, a lot of the engaged junglers are down. They also ended up taking the Jarvan because they understood that, Jinx was there. She can be vulnerable to that pick. But I feel like Jinx just offers you a little bit more, and is generally got quite a few more additional pairings that you can actually put with her in order for her to just kind of thrive. Gorborg shaking his head.
The only reason, let's say it how it is.
All right,
Okay,
go on.
Jinx is just straight up better in this scenario. Vibe is banned, Seju is banned, Malphite, Maokai not available. Like, I'm just saying, if you need to lock in a hyper carry, that would have been the time right there.
What Gorborg is saying is, I'm being very generous in the way that I'm breaking this one down, because I feel like Jinx just offers you more in the damage department, also just generally a bit of a safer lane matchup into a lot of the AD carries right now. I think that Xayah, yes, potentially one-to-one, actually, in terms of into what Wildcats have been running, is maybe a stronger answer contextually in this draft, but I feel like, in this series rather, but I think the champion is just a lot stronger overall than it needs to probably be prioritized a little bit more. I'm not saying it's necessarily a band-aid, but in scrappy games, Jinx loves to take over and turn things around.
I don't necessarily think either that's like, whoa, this is the thing that makes or break the game, because it's quite clear, even with whatever draft you go with, it's an in-game decision thing. It's an execution thing. That is the thing that's leaving the biggest impact in the end of the day. I think the scaling draft just allows ease of execution in terms of you can make mistakes and then have something to rely on later.
Well, execution and late-game draft seems to be the theme here for the first quarterfinals at EMEA Masters. Whether or not one of these teams is going to be heading into Elite, that's obviously going to be the case. But if you want to find out which one, stay tuned. We're going to be back after the break.
Gets a second killing the bot side. Top lane, SD about to dismount and Marky on this Shamrock Malphite.
Oh, he's queued the wrong way.
About to do so much damage. He's queued the wrong way. Oh my days. That's set up for the rebound down. The blunder when he's rebounding. Down, he's forward. Under the breath of another. Oh my god. He's just clapping him on down. Michael still gets the kill.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Work with me here! Work with me! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deadly crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these. I will get up, stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly, down on my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around. And I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. You don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you praying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these. I will get up, stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly, down on my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, how I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a poll to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise the novice can handle me never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage or renegade. I'm I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tucking their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I rise. They all ducking, they hide inside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they looking rich sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Caster Desk here for the Wildcats vs LDLC. Wildcats evened up the series, it's now 1-1, and Georgia, much better look from Wildcats, even if the game became a bit more of a fiesta.
I'm pretty sure that the whole TCL is watching right now. Again, the hearts of this league is behind Wildcats, and they showed up in their own fashion. Mid-jungle support, linking up, making sure that they shut down backland onto this LeBlanc, even though it looked really good for LDLC in the beginning. Shutting that LeBlanc down, made sure that Bao was free enough to play his game onto this Jinx. And talking about the Jinx, we've not talked about how, apart from the fact that the champion is broken,
very strong right now.
It has dictated both games from two different sides. And I'm just wondering now, when we're walking straight into that game number 3, does it completely get straight taken out? Because their fellows didn't seem to do that great into it.
I'll take this one briefly here as well, because it does feel like I was having this conversation with Nymeria when we were talking LPL stuff a while ago. I was like, look, Zaya, Rakan, the champions really to watch right now, and it kind of feels like there's a bit of a development onwards to thinking maybe the Jinx is actually the true power carry in the bot lane.
Well, I mean, there's also another development to Zaya. It's banning it. It's gone.
Yeah, that's a great option.
LDLC go, ha! Don't want to give up that one first pick. They were the ones to first pick that, of course, over on that blue side. Desk were very much questioning, why first pick the Zaya over the Jinx? Feels like the Jinx is the outrageous carry right now.
Banned as well.
Yeah, especially, right? Because, I mean, in the first game, we saw the Jinx locked in, and then Wildcats like, oh, we're going to put in a load of backline access, Gragasol, Rumble ult, stuff like that to bring things about. If the backline access isn't there, what do? Once again, Vi's banned. Jinx first pick.
Maokai is open though, and it's going to get insta-locked right here for Wildcats. It was the same situation with LDLC in game number 1. They seem to be favoring it. They say that Maokai is the best jungler on the current patch when Vi is out of the picture as well. Jinx thrown over to the other side.
I was wondering if this is going to be Jinx Wukong, but it's going to be the Jarvan, because one of the things about something like the Wukong is that you can use the clone to tank up one of those tendrils of the Nature's Grasp. It's one of the best interactions you can have into the Maokai ult, which was really hard to deny in other ways, but White much preferring the Jarvan, which we kind of highlighted as a pick, which he's used to just permanently hang bot side, always be bot side, helping out Yasuo and Zeus getting ahead through that side.
I'm going to say here though, yeah, that's what I was about to say.
I put my hands up as well.
LDLC have been perma-banning Jace for the entirety of group stage, and now that Kofte is one of the Jace players and he absolutely dismantled fights in the previous game, it stays up, open and available. I do like the Zeri matching the scaling late game, and very crucially, you can jump over Cataclysm.
You can indeed, and more importantly in some ways as well, I believe this is Bao's first pick of the Zeri this tournament. He has not been a big Zeri proponent at all. So very interesting to see him pick that one up here. Of course, very potent. We've all seen the Zeri montage. We've always kind of suffered Zeri in various roles. AP Zeri mid comes back to haunt me from last year still occasionally. And all those things, but he is going to lock it in this time, despite it not being a personal favorite, at least on the pro stage.
Yeah, so that is the first Zeri for the Wildcats AD carry in this tournament. He's only played one game this spring, and it was a loss. They haven't even been banning this champion. They prefer to play stuff like the Jinx, stuff like the Aphelios, stuff like Lucian Nami into it as well. They haven't really done that much with it, but I think as you're saying in terms of being able to hop over the Cataclysm, I think that's fairly entirely important interaction to keep yourself safe as one of the few remaining AD carries that can potentially do that versus the Jarvan.
Do you guys remember the meme with Hercules screaming, "Disappointed"?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
have
what
no
I am.
idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
There's a great YouTube video waiting for you later on, mate.
Thank you.
So I'm very disappointed to not see Kryze on a carry yet again. It seems like he's been put on tank duty the entirety of series so far, from the Sion to the Malphite, now to the Cassandra. Yes, Cassandra has a little bit more brawling power than all of these three and can be a sort of soft bruiser carry in the top lane, but still he does still belong in that category of the tanks. And I was really willing to see the Destroy versus Kryze, the top side carry versus carry, but it is all about the ball laners. The second Zeri gets locked in, the second Jinx gets locked in.
We know where this is going.
Yeah.
And one thing which the Cassandra can do, which we were kind of talking about in regards to the Wukong having a similar interaction, if Maokai presses ult, you're being a frontliner as this Cassandra, you can just press W, tank up that Maokai ult, and then buy again some space for this Jinx to stay safe and not get tangled up by that Maokai ultimate. Now you have a bit more of a mobile mid laner coming from Macklin again. He loves his high mobility, solo kill opportunity, mages in that mid lane, LeBlanc first and foremost. It's going to be the same matchup which he struggled to capitalize on after getting an early advantage on from last game.
Yeah, and it feels like a couple times we've seen this now where Backlund loves to run the Ignite on that LeBlanc, because you've definitely spotted that cannon coming on in.
I was actually going to say, the Cassandra being locked in here kind of eliminates the chance of a cannon. The second he starts ulting, you just jump him out the picture, or you can lock him in with the Cataclysm, with the Jarvan as well. So you do have sort of tools to keep the cannon away from the team fights, but Destroy is going to lock him in anyway.
Now, there is the one caveat here. There are multiple build paths for the cannon. We've seen AP Burst, seen a lot of team fight from there, and we've seen a particularly big in a lot of the eastern regions doing very well at that. We've also seen Riftmaker, we've seen Heartsteel as more unkillable side lane menaces, basically stacking HP or Riftmaker for kind of sustained long fights. Cassandra struggles much more into that kind of archetype, and I'm wondering now, with a Tahm Kench to give some extra safety to that Jinx, whether now Destroy looks at this team comp and says, actually, you know, Teamfight Burst might struggle to kill the carries, maybe a better win condition would be to be a side lane threat instead.
Locked in that Tahm Kench, as you said, ways to try and keep that Jinx safe, and with the LeBlanc, with the Cassandra and that Jarvan, you can sort of see the plan to play for pick, play to have more of those side lanes and skirmishes. On the other side, though, between a Zeri, a Kennen, the Maokai, the Leona, the Jace as well, your ability to set up around objectives and just brawl for team fights is very potent.
Again, my eyes go straight on the Destroy on that Kennen. He has been so... His team has been so reliant to him getting these early game advantages on those AP carries, and right now, if I'm not wrong, it's the first time, other than the Rumble in game 1, that we see him on yet another one, this time the Kennen. Kryze has been this immovable rock on the top side of the map. Literally, well, in the previous game, literally. And even though he might fall behind the odd CS number, because he's playing the tanks, you expect the matchup to go this way. He has not fumbled, he has not fallen, he has not died underneath his tower, which has been things he's been criticized for in the past come to this tournament. So I just want to see, is this Kennen gonna take off finally?
A question that shall be answered as we head to the Summoner's Rift for Game 3. Destroy, someone our eyes will be on. We highlighted his really, truly incredible numbers earlier on. In fact, might bring them up again, guys, just so we can, as I cover up slight advert there, but no problem. If you look at those numbers, this is what this guy has done across the tournament. Vast CS numbers. Huge advantages at 15, both in the goal, both in the CS. He's on a champion in a matchup where he can try and do that again. But can he make it a carry position as LDLC really want to punish it level 1?
They've really been trying, right? all 3 games, I feel like they've tried to pull a cheeky level 1 on the map, but back to Destroy, he has been the main carry in the early game for his team, getting these leads towards the top side of the map. So far, we haven't necessarily seen that individual prowess come through. And I remember last time he got 4K ahead on a Vladimir, he got shut down instantly by GK. So we'll see how far this mouse can go.
Yeah, and even in that last game, right, he ended up with a large lead, but early game was a little bit labored, right? It kind of took a while for the Gnar to get online, so it wasn't the same kind of snowbally early laning phase performance that we'd seen from earlier in the tournament. Not to say that he can't, of course, get advantages later into that game. In this one, particularly with a cannon, every time that he has played the cannon before, it has burst team fight, particularly when you've got the LeBlanc and the Jinx, very assassinatable targets on the other side. really will be on his positioning compared to Zoelis's to make sure that he can get big impact when the team needs him to have them.
Game state early on, relatively quiet as Cries haunts that book. Not too much as Destroy with that E start can use the attack speed to be really obnoxious, of course with the cull as well, trying to get to those earlier advantages as fast as he can.
I was about to say, you know the game is slow and steady when the observers show you top lane trades.
Yeah. Oh, well,
some top lane man out there is like throwing his arms up in disgrace and it's not really doing anything because his top laner trying to trade early.
well, we are left with perhaps a volatile mid-jungle, I think it's fair to say, with the Jace and the LeBlanc with very gank-heavy junglers if they choose to make them happen, and maybe that would be the point of call earlier on into this game.
And, you know, White typically has finished towards bot side of the map. Yep. He hasn't really used the Jarvan as a mid-jungle champion, which, of course, the Jarvan has been historically that kind of champion, but he's typically used it to use the flag to secure vision, kind of poke that extra kind of vision into something like a Tribush or over a wall, and also use it to be that kind of maintenance jungler. Your lane is already winning. I can help you if someone turns up to your lane.
And of course, sometimes he just doesn't need to turn at mid, because Backland often does his own tricks on the LeBlanc.
Very true, yeah.
Game into the Taliyah early on in group stage where he got like 4 solo kills in lane without anybody else turning up was, of course, very, very potent. And you can see if you do have a player who can do that, how powerful it can be to allow the Jarvan to be elsewhere.
Now what's really important is that the marker have gone unseen the entire time, but Backland just walked in and saw that the Wraiths are already done and dusted. So the jungler is towards... Ignore that circle. the jungler from Wildcats is towards the top side of the map. This is why he's hovering, of course, towards the bot side river, where White is as well, and he knows he's not going to get ganked or surprised by a Maokai. I just want to reiterate that this particular matchup, Backland had an absolute blasting in the early game, the previous game.
Spotted? I don't know whether he hopped over the back of the Dragon Pit. I don't think they know he's here. This is going to be a big fight.
Flash from Bao, knock up onto Paris, leaves him in a difficult position. Now has to flash out himself. Double flashes from the bot lane of Wildcats to get out safely, but it's a heavy cost.
It's kind of a Leona classic. You use your Zenith Blade to get to the other side of the person coming behind you, gets the extra bit of difference. So Summoner's blown, but that will be the limit of that towards the ganks towards bot side. White once again on the Jarvan pick, making his presence known in the bot half of the map.
Yeah, but talking about the bot half of the map, it is fully warded from the side of LDLC. They're trying to keep Zoelis and Yeskla as healthy as possible, because we do know that LDLC bot lane likes to trade a lot.
Well, it's either that or they're trying to draw like the Olympic rings on the minimap. Just like
well, I'm doing that.
Yeah, you're doing that.
They're trying to make me do that.
You should have been an artist, Trouble. Never mind this casting profession.
Playing Katarina is artistry.
Oh, well, that might be because she's quite strong now in solo queue.
Yeah, seriously.
She's been weak for a while. I'll give you the opportunity to enjoy it before he gets nerfed next patch or something. As bot lane, Paris goes on in, gets a cleanse out of Yesko. The turnaround is not bad with that Abyssal dive, but no one falls down as yet. In the river, both junglers trade on out. No one dies yet. But now, Wildcats with the earlier roam going to turn around onto White to maybe force him away. Still a skirmish, still a potential look in here as White. Maybe looking to go on in. There's the Zenith Blade. The Flag and Drag misses on the other side. Double Bramble Smash leaves White forced to flash away. Burst Fire coming on through. The Tongue Lash will slow down Bar, make it a little bit harder to go.
Oh! Downtown!
Copter picks up first blood.
Donated to the mid laner to make that laning phase just a little bit easier for Kofte. A little bit of a mechanical misplay right there from White. Doesn't hit that knockup. Means that Bao is healthy, didn't have his summoners available, ends up going down to the mid lane. Backline will be fuming.
That cup there is sizzling hot. That was great. I love that. We rarely see those kind of like Jace just kind of popping in for just a single shot glass kind of plays. We saw that a little bit earlier into this split when kind of Jace would be I know we have a lot of semi-global champions in mid lane. Jace isn't that, but the shot blast is so long range. If you only need a little bit of extra damage,
might as well be a semi-global.
I mean, if you're coming into plays like that, you see how quickly you can actually get damage over multiple walls. Of course, in this fight, LDLC's jungler is over several walls and can't come to maintain this lane, which is what White has typically done on the job and said, hey, I'm going to be here if something happens in that bot side. He's answered by Elramir, and once again, we see LDLC going for these early game plays around bot, but the Wildcats, they're starting to, as the series goes on, get a better read on LDLC in this early game.
I just love how as Jarvan was flying, Elramir was also flying.
Boom. My God, Kofta coming in with the steel chair!
Man, if I was Backlund over there, I'd be fuming because
so angry.
look at the CS discrepancy in the mid lane. Backlund had such a fantastic time in the 1v1 on the same matchup in the previous game. And right now, his mid laner is sitting there with a Dirk, which is one of the strongest early game component AD items that you can have. This might as well be an entire item itself.
Yeah, done all the hard work and still Kofta comes out and picks up a kill anyway. Super frustrating. And, you know, Backlund's a player who we've praised for his laning phase on things like LeBlanc. This time not running the Ignite, was running the Teleport. So looking to be able to play the map a little bit wider, was struggling the first time around to be in the right place at the right time.
I've praised him for trusting me last year that Katarina's a good counter to Talia. Didn't go that well for him, but I still commend him for pulling it out in the NLC finals.
Oh boy. Well, he still managed to come out. Of course, Victor last summer in the NLC was champions with Dusty, and now champions in a whole other region with LDLC. And on his
back-to-back champion.
Iconic LeBlanc, exactly, back-to-back champions across 2 regions. And there's nothing to sniff at. And despite that kill going across, definitely in a position now to be carrying this game with his current laning performance.
And as the game is, I mean, Dragon has just started up and Wildcats are in the river. I don't think they're going to start this up. I think it's a little too dangerous to be going into that objective right now, particularly with Backlund with a bit better positioning on mid. But really does bear mentioning again, these teams are continued examples of excellence. Both these teams, great histories of success, both in their regions and then towards their qualifying tournaments after that point. Wildcats, of course, been at multiple international tournaments on the world stage. LDLC have, in the past, of course, taken home the EMEA Masters titles, haven't done so for quite some time, but now both of them are kind of looking to go one-up on each other and reclaim that kind of title of this era and this kind of region of dominance.
And look how heavily they're playing towards the bot side and using that priority that was created by Bao and Powers to actually enter enemy territory and try to steal the buff away. During that though, Backlund has found an opening.
As the mimicked ethereal chains puts Kofta in a difficult position. Now danger, over the wall goes Backlund, who is hammered blowed over it. Can't quite get any more as Wildcats come to support the mid lane. The Bao goes right on in though. That's a hell of a wall ride. I don't know whether you wanted to surf on in that closely, but this skater definitely playing with fire. Gets away with it this time. Paris just had range on that Zenith Blade.
You know, we were talking about how, Jason may as well be a semi-global champion. I mean, you've got a Jinx ult, and the Zeri flying over a wall can get into these skirmishes very easily as well. Very close at kind of influencing this battle between mid lanes.
This whole bot lane action that's been happening right now has been happening over wards from both teams. Yeah. It's kind of like, both teams are like, I know you know. And then they're like, I know you know that I know. I know you know. I know you know that you know that I know that you know, because everyone keeps walking over wards repeatedly, thinking they've debated their opposition, but they have not, because both teams have been stellar at setting down vision towards that bot side of the map. Their AD carries snowballing are of huge importance. This is why you see Cole being built a lot for AD carries that scale in the late game.
Again, lands another chain. Too much more. There was Aramir in the bush there. You spotted something?
Well, it's kind of a continuation of the talk which Trouble's been having, right? Because you look at the vision right now towards this bot side of the map. First Dragon is still available, and the huge amount of vision around bot side now belongs to the Wildcats. We were praising LDLC for doing that earlier. Backlund just got back into lane. The way that you reclaim this vision is by getting these harder trades from Backlund as he comes back with full HP bar, new items, maybe pushing back the Jason, taking a hard trade, and then being able to reclaim some of that vision to stop early Dragons being taken for free.
Cull nearly cashed in the top side, destroying 6 CS off claiming that, so should have it on this wave if he picks up every minion. That will be a nice injection of gold for this Cannon who's already got himself the alternator and those Sork boots.
It's crazy because there isn't currently a huge advantage for any side of the map. Top lane's pretty neutral, bot lane's pretty neutral, mid lane, yes, they're trading, but it's also pretty neutral, so you cannot just pull the trigger and say, screw it, we're gonna go for Dragon, we're gonna go for Herald. It needs to be properly set up. But because the resets are coming at the same time, the vision's going down at the same time, and the team fighting is so similar right now due to the items not having been purchased. Only one Kraken Slayer on Yeskla right now who's coming from base. Maybe this is the trigger that LDLC need to go for the Dragon.
Yeah, potentially. Big moment there, of course, was Backlund was getting the wave push, was taking some chunks down, but jungle support, as they so commonly do for Wildcats, get in towards mid lane, which allow them to get towards this bot side of the map.
This?
LDLC, again, I don't think, but this is, you know, in school, geography was not my favorite subject, but when you're on blue side, geography kind of comes to bite you in the ass as well, because if you're stuck in this pit right here, you can only retreat out this way or out this way, right? So imagine you're sat there as Wildcats. You're not getting out of there for free. LDLC, they just hold that threat there and say, you want to start it, we'll pin you into the pit. They use that threat, force them away from that, take the dragon for themselves.
Also, Yesla has just come out of base with a brand new sparkling Kraken Slayer, and Bao was still sitting with his call in his pocket, so if you want to take this fight, I'll give the advantage over to Jinx with the Mythic already completed. So LDLC, again, are going to use that timer, they're going to use their reset, they're going to use the Jinx that got her Mythic first, and take that dragon for themselves.
It does feel like the LDLC bot mid lane, and for all that we've said, the game is still pretty even. The individual CSing and just laning has been pretty good from Backlund, and yes, you can see it there with the slightly early completions and the slightly better CS numbers. Destroy all the while on that top side, completed that call, doing his own thing, and we're still left with that game state that is pretty damn even. We are still waiting on those first true skirmishes to break out, as we have pretty much this entire series, to see who really starts coming out ahead.
You know what's funny? We're 12 minutes in and both supports have 16 vision score. There's been so many wards and sweepers.
Back in my day, we had a jungle item, zombie ward, and a sweeper. Get
Right?
100.
Right?
Somewhere out there, graves with Umbral Glaives, nods ahead.
Back in my day, the junglers could do the job as well.
Very much worth, of course, noting, though, because, again, we've kind of tracked this kind of swing back and forth between Vision and no Vision. Kufta is off Vision.
The Abyss stuff comes on through, forces the flash on out, and the rocket is used as well. Gets on out alive, but the summoner is popped. That was nearly a very nice pick from LDLC.
I mean, it's just the story as it so often is in Pro League Legends. Are you in Vision? Do you have wards? Kufta at that point, because we've kind of seen this flow back and forth between first LDLC getting Vision, Wildcats claiming it back, and then shifting again. Kufta didn't quite have the safety at that point, blows his flash.
While this is happening, though, about 500 gold, 700 gold in the lead for LDOC. 2 turret platings going over to Kryze. You're looking both sides of the map. Yeskla, another 2. If we can look over in the mid lane to see if I think Backlund has taken one for himself as well. He has, and
you know, we'll probably see it in about 20 seconds.
The funny thing about this story, though, is that LDLC don't necessarily pride themselves in being as aggressive in lanes to take the turret platings. On the other hand side, Wildcats, through their group stage, have an average of 5.5 turret platings every game.
That was about as close as it gets. That one turret plate was on the dot of 13.59 there. LDLC have managed to eke a lot of their gold lead, it feels like, limited though it is, from those turret plates they have gained.
Continuing to see Paris just hanging around this mid lane at important points. Bao's already got the wave kind of crashing in towards the spot side, feels safe enough. Tahm Kench can't really threaten Azeri at this point in the game, which means that Paris feels a little bit more safety to wander about the map. That's something that we were asking right the way from game 1, right? The Lulu didn't feel like it fit Paris or the Wildcats. We're gonna a bit of a congregation in bot river. There's no dragon being set up. This is just
I was about to say,
Vision for the sake of Vision.
It's mind-blowing. White might get caught out. He's going to have to flag and drag. We see Abyssal Voyage as well to get out of dodge. But this is why I'm saying, how in the world are they spending so much money on vision control towards the bot side of the map without necessarily anything happening?
It's like what's happening. If you go to an optician, you just kind of like, you put the blue ones in. Does this look better? Does that look better?
That fight looks pretty good for Wildcats right now, as Zoelis is forced to devour Yeskler away from danger. The Ignite down for Paris, but the Devour down as well.
Glasses number 1. I think that looks a little bit better for Wildcats there. But that's kind of what they're doing, right? They're just kind of like flipping between this vision. It's still a long time until the dragon comes out, though. Again, this is literally just trying to buy safe space for your AD carries to farm.
But I just feel like there's no purpose in that, because you can just chill back, relax. Both of these bot lanes have been constantly shoving in waves. They're never sitting in the middle of the lane. They're going to shove in one wave, then the other AD carry is going to shove in a wave. At the end of the day, they end up all on their lonesome in the middle, in the bot lane, because their supports roam a lot. So I feel like a lot. It's not been talked about a lot, but all the control wards that you buy and is a lot of gold that has gone down towards the bot side of the map that has not been cashed in actual items and has not netted any neutral objectives apart from one dragon.
Part of it as well as last game, we saw how pivotal the vision control was, and it led to a complete fiesta in terms of how these teams like to play around picks and setup for those objectives. And yes, only gone down to one dragon, because both teams have been so adamant about fighting for that control, and we've all just been pretty frank about the costs of that. We've got 40 seconds until what will be the second dragon of the game, and you wonder whether this is where that vision control finally bears some fruit for one team or the other.
Yeah, because if you kind of like find a hole in that vision net, Destroy gets a teleport to the backline. Kryze does the same. That's Zoelis flying into the mid lane, trying to get something off the bow. Kind of.
Oh, hello.
Again, it's a very strange shaped Twitch at that point. But they managed to get themselves
it's the idea.
They get themselves mid lane priority. That means they're going to have extra easy entrance into this dragon. but there are no flank wards right now from Wildcats. They'd have to find themselves a bit of a more difficult way to get Destroy into the fight.
Yeah, I think this is what Wildcats are trying to do right here. They're trying to establish some control in the river so they can maybe get a cheeky ward behind the enemy lines for Destroy to get in. Backland, though, standing in a control ward, trying to find his way behind the team fight. If he can get a big chunk, even if he doesn't kill Kofte or Bao, he renders them useless for the fight.
So a way that you can cheat this is why Backland is heading towards this bot side. If you get a minion wave push from bot side, that gives you a flank from that bot side of the map if you're fighting up where it is right now. As it stands, Destroy going straight down the middle of the team fight.
There's the Nature's Grasp.
Stolen!
Through, and it's stolen by EMEA. Now they're going to get on top of Zoelis, who has to flash on out, can't quite chain the CC enough to get the kill.
Mid lane?
Dragon secure, Kofta taken desperately low by Backland!
Oh.
Rocket had to be flashed away from, all the while Cries goes on in, but it's taken pretty low, not gone all out quite yet. We'll get to Bao to safety. Bao beginning to free fire, that burst fire clicks into full auto. Backland stunned up, but it's the clone! Still goes down, Kofta gets that one, and Backland caught out. What about the rest of this follow-up? Zoelis so low. In they go, flash, twist in advance. Zoelis got some grey health to work with. Pops the thick skin, but will still go down to Destroy, who picks up the catfish. Shock blast not enough to pick up anybody else.
Why? Why do you keep chasing LDLC? You came in for the dragon, you lost the dragon. There's a cannon with flash ult still holding onto it. Destroys a huge threat, and you keep chasing. You didn't come what you came for, you didn't get a pick. Back off the objective. It's already done and dusted. You'll see here, Elramir, really nice route straight into the objective, steals it away. That's your fight done. Even your Tam Kench has to flash away. He cannot save you. Back off.
And the reason they stick around at this point is because they still have exhaust. And they think, hey, if we can bait in the cannon, maybe the exhaust means that we can start playing around some of this, the rest of this fight. But it's just a huge over-aggression, as you were saying. One thing that we were kind of saying from the last game 2, was LDLC, where's that angel on the shoulder?
Little restraint.
Where's the angel on the shoulder? Where's that restraint? Because it feels
it's become a devil now.
It's definitely turned a little bit more corrupted at that point, because not for the first time, LDLC find themselves taking fights which they shouldn't do. It feels like a bit of a coin flip. They're either not taking any fights or they're taking ones that they shouldn't have to in games where they're getting the better of them.
Yeah, it feels like that kind of desperation of, we came for the dragon, damn, we lost the dragon, but hey, maybe we can get a kill.
LDLC got punished for this the last game. Too aggressive, too eager, and Destroy throws them into a slicing maelstrom and cuts them down to side. It is an electric engage that will force one kill. Cries all out, will try and find his way to safety, has a blast cone, uses to get over the wall, but how good is the chase from Wildcats? Not enough to get any more. Flashbone from Destroy, but kill does go over in the bush. Maybe Backland gets some damage. He's done well at farming, but the kills have gone the way of Kofta, and they will hold court in this mid lane, try and get a little bit more pressure, but just nothing to be found for LDLC as yet, though. Kofta, sorry, Jeska, I apologize. Oh my god, just stood there and fired!
Whew, well, he didn't have a flash to get away from that, so really well done by LDLC to capitalize on the overextension of the Leona right there, but I can't seem to stop thinking, why are these engages happening? Why? Just jumping way too far into that mid lane. No one can dive underneath these towers at this point, and even if you do, you get a kill in return of what? There are no objectives. You already set down your vision because your enemy had to reset at this point. Just take the small W's off the vision you've set up down on the map and try to pressure your side lanes. You've got Cassante, you've got LeBlanc, use them.
So now big things coming out of this play, right? So Baron's up on the table, it's alive, red wards. Also red wards on the other side of mid. You now have a lot of safety from LDLC to push in through that mid lane and then head up river towards Baron if you so wish. There's also no flash teleport on Destroy. So going to the next phase of play, despite Wildcats winning that last fight, feels like LDLC, I mean, they're still even-ish in gold, right? At this point, only 2k down. They have themselves a pretty good opportunity here to maybe mount something around this Baron.
I will notice with that bot lane tower going down, you can sort of cheat that as the cannon by just being in bot lane and shoving the wave out and trying to find a flank that way, as you kind of talked about a little bit earlier. And actually now heading on to Cries, throws him over the wall with the all-out, now Destroy in a difficult position. Could still throw down the slicing maelstrom with those resists going down. Cries is in danger. Q3. Can't get the solo kill in the mid lane. Fight comes on through the solo flare, lands onto 3, and there is a Nature's Grasp. Brambles root down the Tom Kent, but Jeska's still alive to shield off of the Devour. But still, that's a dead catfish. It'll be fish and chips for dinner in the mid lane. Bao picks that one up.
big overstep from LDLC. We're saying, hey, they can safely push in mid and go towards Baron, except Backland's on the side lane. Kryze is also on a side lane as well. So LDLC, they kind of commit to a 3 versus eventual 4 in that mid lane, and they can't get that mid lane push, which is step 1 of their Baron.
Also, a reminder of that skirmish down in the bot lane. Kryze versus Destroy. Kryze had to burn his ghost, which means his means of engage and sticking onto a target are going to be significantly lessened for the next fight to come.
So big kind of follow-up from this fight now is that it felt like actually LDLC, they had held Wildcats a bit in check at that point, particularly because at this point in the game, Baron is up. If a big fight in mid lane goes LDLC's way, that could be a big game-changing moment going with them. But they overreach yet again. And now Wildcats see themselves in a point where they kind of avoided that initial Baron threat, and now they have themselves vision around Baron.
And I feel like the positioning right there was a little bit dodgy as well. Talking about positioning and Tam Ken's 5 seconds, and that Tam Ken's ult is not up and available for the next dragon that's about to spawn. Of course, it's only second dragon, so both teams can FF that if they don't have the waves. And right here, Wildcats, they don't care about your waves. Screw the waves. They want to get in on this teamfight. Backland has the flank yet again.
Destroy has teleport. There is 1 ward available to him if he wants that flank. Backland's also looking for that flank. We've got a 4v4 around the dragon. And the LeBlanc and the Cannon looking to find an angle into the fight. Destroy joins his team. Backland. Fish is still hunting around, dragging down to half HP.
Backland gets the flank for free though. No one has spotted him.
Destroy, that's the Maokai ult.
Ult over. Blue zones people off. Dragon taken. Well used Maokai ult, but it's been so potent for so much of this split. And it's useful again. Paris still holding court in that tri-brush. Pixel Bush, I apologize. Looking for more. Zenith Blade buffered out of with a good flag and drag, and White gets out.
Closer on stuff again. If anyone loses a big fight at this point, it's Baron with it. That would be a huge loss to have. I think Wildcats are feeling themselves a little bit. Maybe trying to find their own engages where LDLC have failed in their own regards. Without that flash from Destroy, as you were saying, Trouble as well, Backland on the flank. They didn't overreach in the same way that LDLC have been in this game.
But it felt like LDLC were looking for something straight after they lost that Dragon. Destroy, though, looking for something himself. It's most likely level 14 LeBlanc.
Oh, the inclement weather will be coming in shortly. Waiting for a slicey maelstrom that doesn't come through. His Backland has to flash on out. Destroy, looking to hunt for more. Bao goes over the wall, knowing those are down. Goes right back to where he came from. But Kofta and Destroyer around teleport out. They don't know he's there. Shockburst and misses. Goes in, gets the kill. Kofta brings down Backland. The smoke, the mirror's not enough, and the fire is snuffed.
I would say search and destroy, but it's Kofta which gets the kill.
It was Mission Impossible.
Well, not enough mimics, not enough.
Died hard.
Oh, stop it. That is way too much. Sadly, though, does feel though Backland is not one of the expendable members of LDLC, as now he doesn't have himself a flash, a teleport, and again, every time you lose one of these kills at this point in the game, it threatens a Baron being taken. LDLC need to be very careful now that they're on a numbers advantage around the map.
I'm just going to say that LDLC look a little bit lost to me. They don't understand exactly where their windows are for engage. The roots are being thrown out really nicely from Elramir just to create space so that Wildcats get what they came for, which is just the objective. They don't look to fight, even though they are stronger with this cannon, and now this cannon has the flash. They could pull the trigger with a lot of wards towards the top side of the map. You've got the Jace pressure in as well, and you just cover the entire area. You invite LDLC into the cannon.
And it does feel like LDLC have been a team that has often relied on individual aggression and plays to snowball games. And now they are down those towers, and honestly those step forwards, those aggressive looks, have been pretty roundly and soundly punished by the Wildcats consistently now in 2 games back-to-back. This time LDLC didn't even really get the lead that we saw the last game.
Yeah, and now you kind of think about, you know, if LDLC are going to win through individual advantages, I'm seeing an awful lot of leads over to the side of Wildcats individually on their side as well. Kofta, once again, getting onto his Jace. We were questioning whether that should be banned, whether that should be taken away. Destroy has infinite amount of AP carry champions at that top side as well. There are a lot of these champions. You could see them coming. From the side of Wildcats, and you have to wonder now, LDLC, is this an experiment too far? Later into the series, do you now have to take these away?
I just feel like they need to find their timing in this particular game. Backland, I feel like needs to play a little bit more aggressive. You go for the all-in. We saw Humanoid do a Hail Mary with the Ari trying to get the charm last minute in the game. Didn't work, but you have to try right there. That's not, of course, the target you try and pin down, even though lots of damage landing in from this LeBlanc. So you find the target, that is not called Maokai in this team from the side of Wildcats, and you can eliminate one member. Again, LeBlanc does not necessarily exist to 100% to zero someone. You poke someone out low enough, they cannot join, instantly becomes a 4v5 to your favor.
And in fairness, Backlund and Jeskla are doing well enough at keeping up in terms of the farm to still be relevant damage threats this game. You have got the 2 items plus boots in for Backlund. You've got the Hurricane plus nearly an Infinity Edge in for Jeskla. Probably a $1.5 grand off. That one is Destroy. Let's see whether he can get a little bit more there. Throws out the rocket.
Some banter.
Just a little bit of banter. It's dangerous banter though. Those are some fighting words, I tell you. But won't go any further this time around. And you can see that the damage is potentially there, especially if you can hold out. You feel like maybe this next dragon might be a step too far, especially if a 3rd item's completed for maybe this Kennen, for example. But they're not miles off the gold value in the key positions.
I really love these cheeky little movements that Destroy is doing by flanking around mid lane. You can very easily bait a flash, a cleanse. You can very easily bait ultimate from Tam Kench as well, which will be huge for a fight to potentially come, whether it's for Dragon or it's for Baron. So you have nothing to lose because you're pretty safe playing at that point, and you can never calculate how much damage that cannon can pop out in an instant.
But you can calculate why he's able to do that, because a lot of it is in that gold. Because you see that huge lead down towards the bottom and over on the side as well. Once again, we didn't necessarily see the laning phase advantage coming out of Destroy, but as later as the game has gone on, Wildcats, they've just managed to take stock of the game, allow Destroy to push out those side lanes and make those moves. Now we're coming in towards this Dragon, having this teleport potentially from Destroy with a death cap on top of it. Maybe he can teleport towards the bot wave if he really wanted to, get there on time. If he gets into the backline now, exhaust or no, that is going to be a lot of HP missing.
That exhaust has to be picture perfect. The Devast, picture perfect, yes, because health bar is anything but picture perfect. Massive shock back brings him down to below half HP, and that is Dragon. You're right, there's very little way you get to contest. No Bloodthirster, no real way to heal up, despite the Infinity Edge being complete.
Yeah, I was just wondering if LDLC would actually make kind of like a last gasp attempt in this kind of objective trade to maybe threaten Baron. You can see they're getting vision over it. Typically, that's been one of the objective trades to kind of try and force the enemy team away from their vision, kind of do that quick shift as you were talking about in previous games, Georgia, where you kind of say, hey, we're not going to win this Dragon, let's invite you into this Baron where you don't have as much vision.
And then we pull the switcheroo.
But then LDLC, they're not in position to do that. They maybe are a little bit afraid because midwave was getting pushed in at the same time, didn't want to get shoved in completely down the map. LDLC just caught a little bit lacking in regards to their wave states coming up to this objective.
Yeah, and I mean, Jeskla was about 20% HP as well. You definitely don't want him around the Baron area. He's just going to meld if Maokai walks in together with Jace.
Small thing was just happened there. Jeskla felt so unsafe around the top side of the map that he had to put the traps over the wall to try and get those Raptors. That's actually really telling on how LDLC feel about this game right now. They feel really spooked out.
Because the eyes never lie.
Wait, that's a canon quote.
Exactly.
That's a canon quote. Thank you. It's like, hang on a second. I play enough LOL. I play enough LOL to know that quote.
I could have done the woo-ha that he does, but I thought I would use it
surprisingly good. That was surprisingly good impression.
Thank you.
You've got a side job in voice acting in your future, I'm sure.
I want to do fiddlesticks.
My days. That's very hard. If you can actually go check out the voice actor for that,
very
doing an amazing job about how he did it. But we have to turn our eyes back to this game as Elramir get a twist advance onto White, who then goes back over the wall. Chunk comes through back from Backland, and I did want to quickly point out, not really had time to, that it is a very supportive Maokai build. He's gone for the Redemption second. As, it's a blind Abyssal Dive. It's onto the devoured Kennen now, who's being thrown to the back of everyone, flashes on in, gets exhausted, just nearly goes down, but stays alive, the exhausted pop. But the Kennen is dead, so much of your gold lead just gets taken out by a critical dive in from Zoelis. But still, your AD carry so low, you're not going to be able to stop the siege on this tower.
That is insane that Destroy, even on the way down, manages to basically take Jeskla out of the fight. That's still a win for LDLC. You take the flash, you take the ult out of Destroy.
You get the shutdown.
And of course, yeah, you get that shutdown as well. However, given how goddamn strong this cannon is, still manages to get something back in return for the Wildcats. So LDLC now have to find themselves something else on the map. Now this cannon isn't there. They're looking for a play while the cannon's not on the map.
Oh, Abyssal Dive flashed over. Elramir will get out to safety, no ult. And there's other siders. What? Bao in the mid lane just kills off Jeskla. That's a shutdown to the other AD carry. Now you're down, your Jinx, and there's Baron up.
That's absolutely incredible because your cannon comes up in 5 seconds.
Hit with the Zenith Blade, the Solar Flare coming afterwards to us over the wall. Doing their best. White doing the best as all out goes Prize, but Bao on the killing spree gets Cries. The big carry. Can Cries do enough to carry the back end of it? Destroy, teleporting in, has got himself the ability to turn these ones around. Destroy gets Cries. Bao still free firing, and Zoelis about to fall. White cannot recall. And somehow, some way, despite the pick, it's a Wildcats that get the mid laner, the bot laner, and now on to Baron.
Wildcats use numbers fantastically well right here. They see Yeska in the mid lane. Bao thinks he can take the 1v1. He damn well can. Takes down Yeska. That's all your damage. If you're LDLC, he's the only member with kills and numbers and gold on him. But this is what's the best thing right here. 5 seconds for the cannon to spawn, and he has teleport to get back in. Instantly turn into a 5v4.
So it feels like LDLC, they kind of got caught up in this own mentality of, hey, we got the cannon off the board, we need to do something. Well, the cannon isn't here. Kind of get caught up in the pace of the game. It's going to cost Baron. It's going to cost them a lot of gold going over the side of the Wildcats as well. And once again, it feels like LDLC, despite this timing, I mean, I agree with them looking for a play while the cannon's off the board. I guess just a little bit of that preciseness, a little bit of that inhibition to tell them maybe don't go all the time, particularly because Yesterday kind of missed the memo on this one.
This is timing, right? Your AD carry is pressuring mid, no one's covering the AD carry. You see the Zeri mid lane, there is a chance your AD carry can get engaged on, and they just fall short on the timing yet again. Yes, the cannon is off the map, but he does have TP. So this 25 seconds that the cannon is dead, if you're not on the Baron on the instant of this 25-second timer, you're not going to get it down fast enough, even if your AD carry is there and ready.
Reminder, this is Bao's second game of Zeri this whole split. He has not put that much time onto the champion and still putting up a massive mid to late game performance. It looks fine to me, and partly that's champion very strong as to see whether there was an angle in there.
But he's now behind enemy lines, over enemy vision. There's a lot of Wildcats members on the bot side of the map. I think they're just letting him go.
He's on an adventure, guys. He can't quite pull off a Shigenda. Quite small of model sizes. We'll find Cries on the other side, and so LDLC managed to create a rotation through mid lane tier 2s to get towards the top lane tier 2.
I'm just gonna say though, when your two threats are towards the top side of the map, then you can get to very freely push 2 lanes at once, because you've got Baroned up members on the entire map, and Wildcats might get that inhibitor tower for free.
Yeah, you see this a lot in the LPL though, where you look at LDLC, they don't really have lots of wave play. You've got the Jinx, but that's it, and it's not particularly safe when the Maokai just kind of hovers there threatening an ult. So
there is no flash as well.
Yester's doing his best, and there is a Devour, but you can see why LDLC wanted to kind of split the map at first, maybe because they felt like it was not safe for them to completely defend the base.
Worth noting that mid lane turret around the inhibitor has already fallen, so that inhibitor is exposed but not gone down. Attempted step forward there onto Destroy, who was not picked off. Is quick enough with the lightning rush to be safe and sound. Soul Point, or Soul itself, sorry, is available to Wildcats should they choose to go and collect it. But I suspect they'll want to time out this Baron first before.
Okay, watch for the Maokai ult. They're pulling it now. This is what they're trying to do: break the wave clear of LDLC.
Pulling back away from the tower. Solar Flare afterwards is good, but it just zones them away from the turret.
Exactly, it's really hard to defend against the Siege, against the Maokai. They're going it again.
Cries will footwork his way to safety for now. Both inhibitors exposed, neither gone down as yet, but Wildcats begin the siege onto the mid.
Lovely, and there's still Baron onto them as well. Now they're going to move towards that bot side of the map. Elramir has been buffing up the wave. The DP flag coming in from Cries. Let's see if you can get anything going. There is still...
Destroy.
Tries to get destroyed, doesn't really find as much as he would like. Down to half HP is the Lightning Rat. Taking pretty low, but there's a redemption coming on through, but he's not been all out that side of it. Does get the shots down, but 1 for 2 inhibitors. I'm not sure that's enough value from that TP.
Yeah, I would trade my Rat also for 2 inhibitors if that would solidify a victory right here. About 7,000 gold in the lead for Wildcats, and they're still looking. Their 2 main carries, the Jace and that Zeri, are healthy and alive. And I just wanted to say the way that Wildcats use their ultimates as zoning tools, and not necessarily as pure CC to engage, has been phenomenal for these seeds. Now, of course, it's going to be so for them, and instead of going for the Dragon, knowing they're in numbers advantage, they're looking for a pick.
Yeah, I think LDLC, that last Jinx shot, I think that was for Vision, trying to scout out where Wildcats are. Now, Backlund's doing the same with his own body, with his own 2 eyes. Trying to battle Ward, and you're absolutely right. Flash on Destroy, teleport for Destroy. Might not have the ult for this fight, but still, LDLC looking for ways to just annoy them while they're on this Dragon, as it looks like they're not committing fully for this. They're just trying to split the map while they know where Wildcats are.
White will refuse to trade on in him, might look for the steal. We sort of in position to spot up by double blue water. Paris begins to zone him away, and now has to flag and drag away, but there's a solar flare afterwards, and he gets too close to the sun. We talked about some Greek myths. How about Icarus? This man gets a little too close, and his wings melt off and it's Destroy that brings them on down. Ain't that appropriate? The Storm in the Sky claims another.
And look at that macro TP towards the top side, tempo TP, sorry, towards the top side of the map to get that wave rolling. It is going to be, of course, a cannon wave, so you can very easily take that last outer tower that remains for the side of LDLC and then really choke them out of vision in their jungle and keep them inside their base, which gives you a very easy Baron, if you will, 1 minute 30 time from now.
Of course, Maokai can start to call forth those roots and try and zone people away from this one remaining inhibitor turret. So many ways to prevent
Destroy has
an
flash.
easy way on. Destroy has flash, you're absolutely right. He's got 4 items to the damn stopwatch. This slicing maelstrom would be brutal. Solar Flare off cooldown. Will get onto the back line. Paris flashes back on Alzo down low. But Bow's on a rampage. They've already killed off the catfish. Christ. Goes for the stopwatch. The reset. But getting over through is a double kill to Yeska. This Jinx. So terrifying, so scary. Sap just goes about wide.
Attack and seeping behind them.
Gonna try and get into the back end. Destroy! It's there! Destroy by nature. The slicing maelstrom calls down the Parazeus and brings down that threat before it can even really get rolling.
LDLC hit first, but the Wildcats, they scratch back not once, but twice to bring the series to 2-1.
The LFL, that dominant region of EU Masters for so long, went to EMEA Masters now, and Turkey are here to prove they are the real dominant region. 2-1 in the series, 1 game of the semi-finals.
And what an absolutely fantastic performance by all 3 of their carries. We saw plenty of times Destroy get ahead in lane, doesn't necessarily utilize it the way we want to see him dominate these team fights, but this Skennen was crisp, clean, honestly, Bao with aggressive moves to get Jeskla out of the picture so the enemy team cannot do Baron. I feel like the decision making individually in this particular game from Wildcats has been so good, especially this Maokai ult, just to zone people away, to simply just take the tower and get the heck out of dodge.
And like we had questions about Destroy with the lead, answers this time. We had questions about Bao on the Zeri, answered them emphatically. It's a good win from Wildcats, and now the questions have to go towards LDLC, right?
Yeah, and I think particularly a lot of those questions are going to be around a little bit of precision. I think precision and restraint, because we kind of talked about the restraint a little bit earlier. I think the precision needs to come into that again. You were talking about in terms of some of... Now, I have no idea whether you can see that. I'm going to say that says Bingees.
Well, maybe the analyst desk is better at these world puzzles than we are. We'll leave it to them to maybe figure out this oh-so-complicated puzzle.
Bon Jovi?
I don't know. Can we have a hint, maybe? I feel like that would help.
Yeah.
Mana, you want to give it a try?
Bin Joyce.
Bin Joyce.
Yeah.
That sounds
Bin
about
enjoyers.
right.
Yeah. Bin
Yeah.
enjoyers, Giga Chats actually.
Yeah. Joys in the bin. What a game. Let's start off with that. We said that so far LDLC have been really good at getting that early game under control. They've been really good at even getting towards that mid game. But this time around, Wildcats were in the driver's seat since the beginning. And I say that with the first tower dropping 20 minutes in.
Yeah, so that also, there was not a single Rift Herald taken this game either.
I have to say, I'll put my hands up real quick. I think that might be the first time I've watched a comp game where the Herald just doesn't get taken.
Yeah, same.
Their friendship with Shelly has ended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dragon, actually, no, they didn't even take that
No,
until 11 minutes
friendship
into
with
the game.
objectives has ended.
Laning, extended laning phase is my new best friend. There you have it. But yeah, draft. I think it was fine identifying that you wanted the Jinx, but I think the pillars that would build around it didn't facilitate like these late game team fights you were looking for. I'd argue that you're actually giving over a lot of these tools to Wildcats as well, specifically having that cannon as well, giving that tool, giving the Maokai over, cool, that's a nice first pick to play around with. And the Jarvan as well, while it can work in the early game, it doesn't really create that big engage. And I think that engage factor was also what was really lacking on the side of Wildcats, because even in your support pick, you had a Tam Kench, and this Tam Kench was more to actually take it away. So let's see what pick order as well, because it starts with a Maokai, and you were calling this in the green room too.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I called it a bit of a bait. Now, granted, that's just because of my personal dislike, guys, for the Maokai pick generally. I feel like, you know, it has its pros and cons, but like you were saying, I think for LDLC, there's a pretty clear identity. I beg your pardon, for Wildcats, it is kind of just about slow burn into eventually you just pick your target and you go, right?
Yeah.
I think when you've got the Leona roll, it's very easy to snap engage, and I just generally feel like for LDLC, there wasn't really any kind of flair to be able to consistently turn back. You have the tools via the Jarvan, but it's not really enough for a complete turnaround, and I think that's the big problem.
And I genuinely thought that there on 3, they were going to pick Kennen themselves, or at least go for a champion with flex pick, because you had the Jarvan. So when you get the Jarvan and you see the Kennen over there, that's usually... Yeah, sorry, this is just me being very visual with it. That's usually where people have a harder time saying, okay, let me go Kennen, because then you know that the Jarvan is going to go into it. But you reveal the flex immediately, and then you go for the LeBlanc. Now, LeBlanc is about all the 2v2, and then you already say, okay, with the Jarvan, with the LeBlanc, we're going to have to pin down the Jace, and we're going to have to win this 2v2 in the mid lane and jungle hard, and then take over the game from there. Because if you play even, or play from behind, going into the objectives, when you play against a teamfight composition that has better lockdown tools, even though you have the Tahm Kench, you're going to lose.
What he's basically...
he's stewing right now, like fast cooking.
Yeah, I mean, but like what he is effectively saying in layman's terms is, Wildcats comp all want to team fight. Jace, in this instance, typically, you can be used as like a poke or a side laner, but when you've got things like Maokai next to you, Zeri next to you, it's very easy to team fight. Whereas LDLC, sure, you can definitely categorize it as a bit of a team fight composition, but realistically, Wildcats just have more and larger tools that are easier to use on a basis where LDLC don't necessarily have the strong answers into them, with the exception of the Tahm Kench into the engage. That's about it.
And then you take that into the pacing of the game, right? Because you didn't play for the 2v2, and there was no Herald taken. Drake was slow as well, and it's just a slow burner. That is what this game is. Yes, it is a slow burner. So when Wildcats get the team comp that they get, honestly, I understand them. Like, if they don't want to do stuff, they understand that they can just start winning in the team fights. Fair enough. All power to you. Because if LDLC is not going to attack with the kind of picks that they go for, well, it's going to end like we just saw it, right?
Guess when the second kill of the game happened. This is like a trivia, okay? I'm going to start off with you.
Okay, wait. So if first Drake happened at 11 minutes. Wait, but that was just forfeited.
Yeah, the first Drake wasn't even
That was not a
contested.
kill. So it's later than 11 minutes that the second kill happened.
17 minutes.
Yes.
Damn.
You probably heard, yeah, you got it right.
Oh, wow.
It didn't even let me fight for it.
Sorry if you gotta fight for it.
Yeah, sometimes you
You snooze, you lose. But that's
if
the
we've
case.
learned anything, it's about not having the hesitation and just doing it.
Exactly.
And that's where I failed.
We need to see these teams as well, and I think the lack of hesitation was something that we've seen more in Wildcats. They've been very much on it after a certain stage in the point. Especially, it felt like that mid pick that Bao got. That was the turning point. They go on to Baron, and it's kind of closed out after that.
Yeah, it's just like that one pick, and then as soon as you get a few kills, it's really difficult for the rest of LDLC to actually come back in a fight. And that just makes it, once again, team fight, hard.
Yeah. Team fight, late game comp. It's a theme. It keeps going.
Yeah, it does feel like in this series, we've come to a bit of a head where it feels relatively apparent, and I hate to say it in such blunt terms, but both teams on execution just don't necessarily feel confident enough to finish off games into each other. I think Wildcats have gotten the read a little bit faster here, and as for LDLC, obviously feeling confident to still pull out things like the Xante, like the LeBlanc, but it's not necessarily the direction I feel like this kind of series needs.
Yeah, and also here, once again, execution, over-chasing, playing into a team fight, Backlund Wing the wall here, can't get over. It's just a bit of a disaster, and then the play still gets extended. They're still looking for it, and initially this was just, okay, you get Drake, we leave, and then it turned into this.
Yeah, and it just doesn't necessarily have to. And again, at this stage in the game, Destroy hasn't even pressed his R key. He just didn't have to.
It brings the question as well as to how confident and comfortable are these teams at the moment, because you're sitting in this best of 5 right now. Wildcats have closed the game out. They're one game off of winning this and sending LDLC home, who, we've already said it, you win the LFL, you lose out on the EMEA Masters.
I will say this though, they should be on blue side. What have we been saying about blue side? Not necessarily in this series, but generally. They have chosen blue side.
Yes,
so, it is kind of the broken side, and we'll see whether or not that dictates a slightly different draft order, priority, but also a denial away from maybe something like Destroy's Kennen this time around, if they feel like now that it's finally actually been shown, obviously everyone knows Destroy can play it, but now that it's actually been prevalent in the series, whether or not that will be something that's snapped off the table.
And especially for LDLC as an org as well, right? Because we talked about it. In spring last year, they got 2nd place. Then in summer, they get top 4. Yeah. Now in spring 2023,
it's a curse.
They're looking to get knocked out in quarters as well. So it's getting worse and worse, split by split here.
Wouldn't it just be funny if, you know, we're talking about a lot of the draft order, priority, all of these kind of things now.
Yeah.
What was the reason that they got knocked out in semis for against Team Heretics? What did they forget to ban?
Refresh our memories.
They didn't ban Jack Spectra's Draven, and I mean, any astute LEC viewers amongst you will still know that even though Team Heretics are having a tough time, one thing that everyone still banned against Team Heretics and Jack Spectra was the Draven. So I do wonder if this is going to be another issue where there are things that can be resolved inside of a draft, at the very least a band-aid fix on the day that they're going to kind of ignore again.
That band-aid fix this time around being you want the Jinx off the table?
Well, I also just think it's just you can go back to a reliable mid laner as well for Backlund. Like the Syndra looked way better for the team because it actually gave you something in team fights. It created space for AD carries and just created a different damage dealer that's way easier when you play a front-to-back composition. And that's what most of this game is about. We don't see a lot of flanks. We actually just see them face each other head on. Yeah. But then if you go for this, you ask for the Jinx. If you go for the Jinx, it's about having that pillars built up around it. The setup from a team composition where, okay, is it Renata that we're playing around it? Is it Malphite as well as a front line? Do we have the control mage? I think the best thing you could do is just make it easy. Don't do anything that's complicated. And we say it so many times at this level, but games like this is also why we say it.
All buttons, front to back.
Yes.
Front to back, make it easy. LDLC have one chance at giving themselves a lifeline that they need to stay in a competition or face down the EMEA curse that they've had for so long. Wildcats are in the driver's seat. They're looking to close this one out. Which team is going to be victorious? We have one game coming up after the break, so stay tuned.
Baby, como nadie, quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para manos, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is.
Well, hello everyone. We are back in what could be our deciding game here between the Wildcats and LDLC. It's been a win for LDLC, yes, but then 2 back-to-back in pretty decisive fashion from the Wildcats. And honestly, Georgia, we were expecting a little more from LDLC.
To be fair, it seems like it takes Wildcats a little bit to sort of ramp up. First game in groups, they lost. First game in this best-of, they lost. But for LDLC, this is not good enough. The back-to-back LFL champions that have yet to show it in EMEA Masters. They got quarterfinals over in summer, semifinals over in summer. They got finals over in spring last year, but yet to bring a victory. And since they come from the most dominating ERL and they have won very decisively by 3-0 in GO, showing up like this is just not good enough. I feel like their timings have been off. They've seemed very desperate. I feel like something needs to change up.
And it's a very difficult conversation to really kind of put the right lens on, because actually, you know, LDLC are a very successful team regionally, and they still managed to get to fairly far into the knockout stages of EMEA Masters. For any other team, this would be an incredible string of results. It's only because this is LDLC that we expect and want to see something more from them. On the other side, Wildcats, we didn't really know where they stacked up against the LFL, because that's the big question in this tournament, right? Where does the TCL stack up against the other large regions? Turns out so far, pretty damn well.
And
Bon Jovi, banned.
There it is.
He did it!
I hate all of you. I was going to make an emotive point about the fact that Wildcats kind of were in a similar position for Turkey when they went to international tournaments, where they were the Turkish representatives that didn't deliver in the same way that the likes of Supermassive had in years prior, where they'd gone 1-5, had those disappointing results. Here, now, having no longer going to Worlds, they're in the EMEA Masters, and they are, for now, turning up pretty emphatically against what has largely been considered, pretty roundly considered, the strongest region for many years now. The LFL first seed in danger of dropping out 3-1.
All right, so let's look at this last band. You got Vi, Xayah, Jinx, Maokai. Lots of priority picks left for just one teeny tiny band spot left for the Wildcats over on red side. It's going to be the Maokai. Vi left unbanned for the first time this series. White has typically gone towards the Jarvan, even when other picks were left up and available. But they're not hovering that right now.
Okay. If that's the case, and okay, you're gonna go towards the Xayah because you're scared that the Vi is gonna be taken away. Really nice counter towards Xayah with the ultimate. One thing I wanna see changing up for LDLC, play for Cries. I want to see the Jax, I want to see the Camilla, I want to see the Fiora, I want to see the Aatrox. Get him on any carry type bruiser champion in the top lane, because so far he's been doing pretty stellar, staying even with Destroyer, even losing a little bit on very hard losing matchups. Get him on a carry, get him to snowball ahead.
Vi, passed up. That's going to be a Wukong locked in.
I was about to talk that one as well as the Wukong, as you said, locked in. Vi, 100% presence so far at the EMEA Masters. This will be its 41 bans, 10 picks. So far, so much in this draft. It's been let through at least to the second round.
And for the first time, this best of Thresh also open up and available, especially when you're playing with a Jinx. I would expect that Wildcats would want to yoink that away, keep the Jinx as safe as possible, but it's not even about safety.
Yeah.
Powers is an incredible Thresh player. You leave this through, he's going to blind pick it even into Blitzcrank, which he has done before in this particular tournament, and here they're going to prioritize Bucklands LeBlanc. I can see a Thresh being locked in here since the Jace has been banned.
Yeah, and then you come around to the second round of kind of bans as well, and you think, okay, well, Kofta, what's he got left in that back pocket now? He's played some Lissandra, which is pretty good into that LeBlanc as a counter matchup, and then also good as initiating pick as well. Really helps Wukong stick onto those targets. I would expect that to potentially be banned.
Ooh.
In fact, actually, maybe they consider it being so valuable, saying, I can self-ult when the Vi comes at me, I can definitely lock down LeBlanc if the Vi is not there. They actually value this over the Thresh. I understand why, but it does mean that Paris is not going to get the same kind of priority as maybe we would have liked to see him in, because actually, the game which they lost, Paris was not a factor. And the more I think about it, the more I think Paris is actually very important to be on something which can roam and, as you said, be an impact.
And I feel like Lissandra is also an isolator. The second that Vi or that LeBlanc jumps in, she can ult one of the two targets, the team focuses the other or the target that is stunned at the time, and then instantly one of the two get isolated and end up dying. So I really like your point. I like the Lissandra into not only setting for Wukong, but also creating so much space for the Jinx to play around in these teamfights. Now I wonder, Kens has been banned. I would be very surprised if I don't see the Thresh being banned away from LDLC here as well.
And I really like your point about the Lissandra being an isolator, because it feels like, I won't call this necessarily a criticism, but I will call it a what's the word, like category is the wrong word, a part of the way, a figure. Feature. There we go, thank you, finally found the right term. Of how LDS play the backland and White often go for individual plays. They're not much of a mid-jungle duo per se all the time. They like to have White go down bot lane and back and make their own plays. Hard to do despite this.
Wait.
As that's 4 support bans.
Okay.
And what have you seen?
LDLC must have something in mind, because right here Wildcats scream, we banned the Thresh counter, we want to pick Thresh, but they ban Braum instead. So they're baiting Wildcats to go for the Thresh. I wouldn't be surprised if that's maybe even a blind pick top lane right here and leaving... Oh, it's gonna be the Thresh, okay.
So the Thresh is gonna be locked in there.
Let's see what they've got.
But I wonder if you're just locking in a Nautilus here, because I look at kind of the time catch of the Braum. Nautilus kind of hates getting stuck up in that melee versus melee matchup against stuff which is kind of just more tanky than you can kind of snarl things up, kind of stifle your engage as well. Could potentially be something like that. And of course, it's been pretty good for of course, for Zoelis on his own right as well. That is going to be the pick. So it's going to be Hook City in that bot side. What that also means now is you have multiple forms of point and click engage, which then Backland then just like slams forward and takes someone down. And I know you really want to say it's like a carry coming out for Cries, but it has to be a safe blind pick as well. You got last pick blind pick, last pick counter pick rather.
No top laners
for the side of Destroy. So he's decided here like, well, maybe I have to slam home Cassante again. You have to have a blind pick. It's a sad situation, but what else do you do here?
So frustrated.
It is the curse of top lane. If you're picking first in this matchup, you just don't get to have fun.
Oh.
Well, we've had Rock earlier on in the series with the Malphite trying to bring out the scissors, and there's no counter this time around. Gwen locked in for Destroy. Will she be immune enough to run through the back end of this fight? It's perhaps a question.
That's such a different scenario than what we've seen in the previous drafts. We saw so much top lane focus in the second rotation of bans, even when one of the two top laners were already picked in the first 3. Right here, it was support galore. The Kents, the Braum, the Rakan, the Blitzcrank, all out just to force Powers on the Thresh. This has been on purpose that Powers is playing Thresh. It's because LDOC allowed it, and I don't see Nautilus a reason enough to leave such a player, such a fantastic pick, which he mains as well.
I think what it could end up being is something that we've praised Wildcats for, actually, is that jungle mid support. When you have that for LDLC with the Nautilus, if they get to roam, get to go into that mid lane as well, that can be the difference maker. Let's see if Zoelis on that Nautilus can flip things a little more into their favor.
LDSE, the LFL first seed once again at EMEA Masters with their backs against the wall. They let through some key picks. They get a few of their own. They've got that so important Vi Backland on his so famous LeBlanc again. For all the analysts desperate asking for things like the Syndra, your back's against the wall, you understand why you default to comfort, why you default to as many point and click ways to try and blow up that AD carry. Last game, Bao on the Zeri was a monster in the end. This time he's on the Jinx, an so important pick. Can they get to the Jinx?
I think it's gonna be the very important question if the mid-jungle duo snowball from the sort of LDOC, and therefore you have so many targets getting onto the Jinx, along the Cassante, as we move in for what potentially could be the last game between LDOC and Wildcats. Again, the Vi LeBlanc duo is very potent, but when you're playing towards Elisandra into a melee champion, that kind of isolates Vi from the whole 2 versus 2.
Yeah, so some important stuff coming through. You can see Backland has taken the Resolve secondary. It's not going to be bone plating, it's revitalized, because often Lysandra goes for kind of like more pokey trades, and there's also going to be the unflinching there for some extra tenacity. Now, this LeBlanc does not have a cleanse or a spellbook. That does mean you're still going to be under threat if you kind of get jumped on by Kofta. The way that LeBlanc wins this matchup is with a little bit of help early. Reminds me a little bit of something like the Ahri matchups that we saw of this kind of meta this time last year as well. So I really am looking at Paris and Zoelis to get out onto the map early. Watch the first resets from bot lane. I think that could be incredibly important as for how other matchups on the map play out.
Quite telling as well, but both of these supports with how Leroy Jenkins-esque they have been looking for some of their engages. It took a moment there to find the right phrasing. They've moved away from the Glacial. They've gone towards the Aftershock, something that has become a little less common for these Hook champions, but they decided they need a little bit of that individual tankiness to maybe survive the onslaught if they're going forwards.
Now, since Jinx is the stronger AD carry in the early game, being able to shove in waves with the rockets as well, Bao didn't start Cole this time. But what Wildcats do very well is that at 4 minutes they will find the perfect cheater recall time where Paros will move into enemy territory toward into mid lane for a gank, and Bao will go back to base, purchase his coal, and get back into lane. So I think my eyes here fall at about that 4-minute mark to see if Bao will manage to get that call that early.
Yeah, often it comes in around about your first cannon wave of the game. You kind of try and get control of that wave early. It's something which the LPL did really well this time last year with the Jinx of Phalios. You try and get this, again, what we're seeing on screen right here, this slow wave being built up, especially as you were saying in terms of Jinx controlling that wave early. It gives you this real ability for Wildcats to have Paris impact the map early.
And Bao had a really phenomenal couple games. He's on that oh so important Jinx that we've seen rise all up in that priority. You can see the damage he was putting out in groups was the highest average DPM player in this game coming into it, and he's set up again to be a real threat this game if he can survive the Viola Blanc and everyone else coming for his head.
He had a 32% kill share.
Damage share, yeah.
Damage share, sorry. With Destroy playing AB carries and Kofte playing true carries in the mid lane as well, that is a huge number to have as the AD carry down the bot lane.
So things are a little bit different here. We can see that the first wave has crashed in, but it's not for a reset. It's actually for a look into the enemy jungle. Elromir is into bot side jungle. Bound Paris there too. I don't think they know if White's there. Let's just watch to see if the hook lands.
Mid lane, a bit of trading here as well as Kofte hits the wrong end of an electrocute, but so far it's been business as usual for White, namely turn up bot lane and not look to the mid lane.
Don't look in the map. Tell me where White is.
Bot lane.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, but look, so is Elromir. They've both turned up, and it has been bot lane skirmishes early on. Pretty much every game this series. And with how potent bot laners are and how good Yaskler and Bao can be from ahead, you can understand why that's been a factor, even if the likes of the LeBlanc and the Lissandra might be easier opponents of a game.
And a little bit counterintuitively, this kind of plays towards top lane as well. If you have a winning top lane matchup, particularly with the Gwen, that's a push forward.
There's the aftershock value. You're going to go straight in with your head. Leroy Jenkins wins out for first blood for Yaskler. We bring up the Bao stats, and it's Yaskler who comes out on top this time. Around White over the wall! Makes it a double.
What a ridiculous series of early plays from LDLC. This was the Nautilus. They set up for success. They said, nope, we're not going to get nullified by a Braum or a Tahm Kench. That kind of hook is the reason you end up picking that kind of champion. Trying to balance out the hook again. Has his Warrior Trickster available, but LDLC, a much-needed early advantage to their bot lane.
Yeah, and Paris tried to pull a Hylissang right there, but let me remind you, Hylissang has died plenty of times trying to hold the way for his carry. But yeah, lovely right there. It almost hit me because we all know how fair the hook range is onto the Nautilus, but lovely stuff right there from Zoe is to be able to hit it onto Bao after Bao lost his flash in the previous engage. Paris tried to hold the wave right there. Dies a hero, but nevertheless, the kill does go over to Vi, which does make her a little bit stronger in that 1v1 into Wukong.
And you know what? Let's chat a little bit about Zoelis as well, because this guy was hanging around in Div 2 last year. LDLFL steps up into LDLC, filling some mighty shoes of...
won Div 2.
Yeah, he did pretty well down there. But he's filling some shoes of a hell of a good bot lane from LDLC, which of course moved up to the LEC. Comes in and has had such an impact on this roster. And while this series, we've talked a little bit how Paris has kind of ran the map when he's got out of lane. That is an incredibly important play from the rookie support coming into LDLC.
Backs are against the wall. We said that already, and it is the rookie who made that play. It is the rookie who flashes forward on a Nautilus. Right, and he gets onto the Jinx, that character, that champion that is critical to most game states at the minute, it feels like. And leads LDLC with a healthy early gold lead in a lot of ways. Probably the biggest early gold lead we've seen this series. Often being pretty close. This time it's pretty significantly ahead at 1.5k before 6 minutes. You take those.
This is so funny because I feel like every time the junglers are on their top quadrants clearing it, they're like sweating to clear it as fast as possible. Just so they can get back to bot lane, but now level 6 onto the Lissandra, moving towards bot. You do not have any clash on Yaskler.
Red line is played out of. The Glacial Claw comes over, and a Prison Shawl to follow. Not required. Frozen Thralls come on and will chunk out Yaskler a little bit, but Backlund now coming down, but he's going to be on vision. I don't know how much value he's going to get from that roam. Flash forward again! There's the Glacial Tomb. They're going to break down that person for it. Frozen Tomb, there's the name of that ability. And it doesn't matter as White will face the white of snow and ice brought down. Yaskler now trying to trade up, but it's still a 2v3, but they're between two towers. Another claw comes forward. Kofte out of mana. Won't be able to find too much more. The towers don't hit anybody else.
And you'll see that there was 1 kill returned from the side of LDOC, but inevitably they lost so much CS and gold and experience. Look at the tower right now. All the CS is dying. Lovely hook right here to nullify the anchor from the Nautilus. You've already roamed your Lissandra first into the bot lane, so you get the reactive play coming in from LDOC. Again, a little bit too late. So even though they get 1 in return, 2 tower plates go down for Wildcats, and all this XP and gold has been lost.
Right at the start of that play too, critical trap placement, stop the Vi, having any Q angle, it would have stopped the dash. Luckily, Backlund gets something back for this play. I'm actually interested to see if everyone got plate gold from that bot turret. I'm not sure if everyone was in range for that one, but in the kind of the flow of state of things towards this bot side of the map, of course, we've called out LDLC great early plays, immediately turned back to them, but at the end of this, Dragon also picked up for LDLC.
I didn't reset though, right? So LDLC found this little timing, this little window that they had where Jinx doesn't have mana, Thresh doesn't have mana, they can't walk into the jungle. Their jungler is also clearing the top side of the map, which we said they're like sweating to clear it as fast as possible just so they can get into that bot side and skirmish. Just reset. You do not have Lissandra, Lissandra doesn't have ult. They're looking for wide, but the hook is gonna go wide right there. And Yesla is just chilling, taking tower platings. Either reset or make a play. But right now, you don't have ultimates to make that play. Wukong is level 5. Lissandra doesn't have ult. So it's a little bit of a weird back and forth in terms of timing, not being able to get that reset in for the bot lane of Wildcats.
All right, so let's take restock of what the heck's happened in this last bit. We're going to go see the replay of what happened with these turret plays. So Bao takes 1 of these, takes 1 of them. Actually wondering if the second one actually sticks around long enough. It's a small thing, but an extra 175 gold, particularly when we're looking at it. Oh, wait, no, that is complete. Thanks, observers. You've confirmed that at least someone gets that gold. Very importantly so, I guess.
The Wukong, yoink.
Nice, you'll take that. It's like, they were pretty far beyond turret at that point. At least they managed to stop and get that back.
Thank you, observers, for the info on how that played out. We know that the turret plates were secured, and it actually brings the gold right back to very close to even. And feels a little bit like game 2, where LDLC stopped with the first punch, but the response from Wildcats.
Herald dances if you. I never knew this.
That's kind of
I feel like this is a thing which I should have known.
Why are there not more dance parties in the Rift Herald pit?
Herald just danced.
There was Wukong dance with the Herald?
Yes, Wukong danced with the Herald. Like in the same way that pop star Ari, if you dance with blue buff, they both do like a K-pop dance.
What?
Yeah, they do that. It's really cool.
Oh. Well, change of scenery. We're no longer down the bot lane because Rift Herald has spawned, and in typical Wildcats fashion, Bao is not in the bot lane. They've actually pulled that Jinx up top to try and secure that Rift Herald. Reminder that bot lane tower is only 3 platings off of falling. So if you transition it towards that bot side of the map, you could get the entire tower for your AD carry. Very nice. Threatened by White right there. Takes Power Splash.
Indeed, Yesla gets time to get those 3 plates, and something we were expecting more of Bao, honestly, coming into this series, who has often been the one team in the bottom. It's Cries.
Yeah.
Destroy trade up pretty heavily there, but it's just a trade of Destroy's ultimate, but Cries won't be having his as his goes on cooldown as well.
All right, so LDLC, we found them in this position a couple of times this series where they've actually had some individual advantages through the very early game, despite Wildcats kind of having some reads on them better in some games than others. What's what we've been asking of them? A little bit of restraint, a little more precision. If you've got these leads, find a way to responsibly activate them and play through them. We cannot afford to see this team, again, make some kind of too risky plays, too kind of fast and loose plays. Wildcats are a very good team. We have seen that today. You cannot afford to take them for granted when you're going for fast and loose plays.
Also, Wildcats can chill behind. As long as you have Wukong and Lissandra in front of your Jinx, you know that Jinx scales harder than Zarya into the late game. You also have the Gwen, massive AP carry when she scales into that late game. So scaling is on your side in terms of raw, pure damage. Now try to slow down, don't give too many leads over to LDOC, to shove in your waves responsibly with vision and try to play for these team fights in the river. 135 for the next Dragon to come up, but we've known how back and forth the vision has been on the bot side of the map and how a lot of the times both teams are so eager to get that vision down that they end up losing the member.
I think the one thing which I really want to caveat for LDLC is that there isn't that many great ways to get onto Yesler in this game. It has a cleanse that'll see him through a lot of the Lissandra engage. It's not like there's a Vi against you, and someone like that Wukong can be kind of disengaged by a good enough amount of CC from someone like a Nautilus to keep Yesler safe. Yesler on an individual level has actually had a pretty good series. He's rarely fallen behind. He's typically been the shining light.
He's been ahead every single lane
he's been a shining light. Now in this composition where it feels like maybe you're relying on a needlework to do some more damage for Bao to reset and then run them down, maybe, despite the fact that Wildcats do have themselves a lot of damage come in that late game, maybe Yesler can match that in the right scenario.
All the wild game still stays relatively close. Herald was taken by Elramir, and maybe that can be used to even up this slight deficit in the bot lane. As once again, these mid laners have been left to duke it out largely alone in their own lane, with the occasional roam coming through, of course, but very even-ish gold state that, well, I say that, LDLC were there with the early advantage, but let's see if they can hold on to it more.
Very nice timing on the push of the wave right here. You're gonna pop Rift Herald, 10 seconds on the Dragon as well. This is a typical move. You push Rift Herald in the mid lane, you force the enemy team to respond and react to it to kill it. They're gonna cash in on some tower platings right here as well. They're gonna go over to the Wukong. But most of all, you get these few minutes to push in. But because that bot lane of LDLC has been ahead, and because that bot lane priority has gone to LDLC over and over again, with them moving first into the river, that Rift Herald gave no space to Wildcats to pop down their vision.
Another part of that is that you have first mythic item coming in for Yesler as well. Gale Force built up. That's a very important point. Of course, Elramir has himself the Divine Sunder, and that's when Wukong really starts to do some damage. But as it stands, LDLC, despite being on blue side, talk about the geography working against them sometimes. They feel good enough to start this, but there could be a hook.
Remember, teleport and destroy, not on the other side, but already Zoelis can solo, but the turnaround's pretty good. Copter has to self-ult, but now the Iceborne subjugation begins to freeze the blood of the LDLC members. Copter gets one with that. Oh my god, Yesler at least trades one back, but you're going to lose 3 in trade for just your jungler.
Yeah, I think LDLC, they felt themselves a little bit too much. Despite having themselves the item on the AD carry, you can't stop the resets coming through. Wildcats punish the overstay on Dragon.
I am so mind-blown because there's a Gale Force on that Xayah, and there is no Mythic on the Jinx, yet Wildcats are willing to pull this fight. You know why? Because their Gwen has teleport in the top lane, and Cassandra cannot join. So whenever they want, they can pull the numbers advantage. You see on your maps right here, you'd see the Gwen teleporting back, get into this fight if it was needed, but they ended up cleaning up house themselves. And here you see while Lissandra also acts as an isolator. The second she ulted herself, no one could walk through to reach the Jinx.
And much like we've seen from stuff like Viegos and Aries, this is a double reset comp. You got everything to pin the first player down, as you said, the isolator, and that is going to be a bit of a blueprint for what we potentially could see later into the game. If you overstep as someone like Zoelis on this Nautilus, a pick which they banned out a lot of champions to enable, that first kill on the Nautilus, as we've seen Nautilus do when they're far behind, could be a nail in the coffin of LDLC.
Also, something people oversee a lot is the Lissandra passive. You kill someone, they become a ghost of themselves, and then they slow you down and they damage you in the process. So you definitely do not want to walk into this ghost, which also peel for Jinx.
They do with that, and it feels like, to be fair, Wildcats have got the better scaling teamfight comp. They've got the Lissandra for that massive AoE, they've got the Wukong engaged, they've got the Gwen and the Jinx to scale up. On the other side, LDLC, phenomenal pick. If they can get onto someone and just chain CC, they die. But if it's a straight 5v5, straight front to back, unless you are immediately blowing someone up with that CC combo, you feel like they probably give an advantage over to Wildcats on paper.
Despite that, of course, Dragons are still even, gold is still even. We're talking about how, of course, the double resets of Lissandra, Jinx, very, very powerful. It's not like LDLC don't have their own ways to play out through this as well. Really interested to see now, because even though, you know, that fight did end up in a pretty good fight for the Wildcats, Yesler still got damage out. You do that at 3 items, that is not the same fight. So, have to keep that in mind. LDLC, they've got tools to play with. They've struggled to play through their leads when they've had them in this series, but if they find that precision, find themselves the inspiration, maybe they can see themselves through the Silver Scrapes.
I'm so surprised again. They've ditched completely. I don't think he's going to go for that. Yeah, he's all alone there, only with backline with very little mana. But I'm surprised that Wildcats, again, they will transition Bao into mid lane, take the tower, go for Herald, which is something that they've traditionally ignored. They would rather keep Bao in the bot lane to get the tower plays himself. This time it is Yesler with that role. Jeskla has the gold, 500 gold in the lead over his opposition. Can Jeskla carry yet another game is my question here, because Bao has been fantastic on the Jinx and his team plays so well at covering him, and right here he's got all the tools for peeling.
Yeah, and the word I was looking for in draft was characteristic, and you're right, that's exactly what it has been, a characteristic of Wildcats to have less emphasis on that Herald, have more on leaving Bao in the lane to get some of those plates and stuff for himself, and this time around they're trying to do it a little bit more as a team, trying to group up a little bit more, and you can't blame them. In a game that would send them through to semi-finals. Now Destroy being chunked out, double chains come through, but the Howler Mist will come down and keep Gwen safe enough.
That was 4 members of LDLC up top lane, and I'm just sitting here like scratching my head and wondering, I'm like, you're late to the play. What are you doing towards that top lane? There's no one there, there is no Herald. If anything, you should be playing towards that bot lane wave that was pushing. Kreis has to put the TP down, which means Destroy is yet again ahead on that TP timer for next fight.
I mean, I think at that point you're just securing one side of the map for a split push, right? LeBlanc is not particularly safe if Lissandra pops out of Fog of War or
doesn't look like
someone
Kreis is
like
safe
that.
either.
Yeah, well, Kreis is sat there and just goes, maybe I can TP to that turret. It's a bit of a waste of TP on this one, though. Now the power play of that Herald comes through. This is the next step of this. LDLC, they committed towards top side, trying to commit towards cross map. Kreis is left alone.
Blade over the wall, there's a box there as well, and they'll try to be put in a 6-foot wide one. Into the dirt he goes. And that's a kill, turret, and they'll get the second one as well.
Yeah, I mean, Trouble's pointing out, this is a huge macro misstep from LDLC. If you're committing towards that top side, you got to understand the cross map will come in, and it's a cross map against the Herald. Double charge, inhib turret down at just 18 minutes into the game.
But that wasn't, it was half a commitment. They had 4 members on the top side, they leave Buckle alone. Force it. You know your opponents have the Rift Herald. Try to push a tier 2. Keep an AD force towards the top side, the Zaya or the Cassante. Kreis ends up dying. Destroy's looking at backland.
Backland's now in a spot of bother, snipping on down through that health bar. The needles come on over and put Backland straight to sleep. That snip was inches from cutting the life thread of Backland there.
Yeah, Destroyer would have been kicked out of the League of Legends casino for that one. He was cooldown counting, because you look at that Mimic, and he didn't have another dash. That's the way you deal with LeBlanc. See if they ever use one of their other basic abilities, and their W's down. It means they actually don't have as much mobility as you might think. Now, cross map before this, Wildcats, they pushed in through bot side, they got themselves a load of vision, but because they went towards top side with Destroy, they don't have vision, they don't have that ult down.
And he doesn't have TP to get into this fight. Destroy cannot join. So unless Wildcats get a pick in the early, I don't think they can 4v5.
4v5, they're thinking about doing it regardless. Remember, Elramir is certainly positioned to steal Kreis on the flank, 8 seconds on his ult. They're trying to time out. There we go, Start secures it. That second dragon in,
good
now continues. Zoelis taking solo. Destroys Zoelis. Copter will use the stopwatch, trying to buy time, has got a flash. May need to use it, the Ring of Frostbite phase as well. Elramir gets that one, and the Iceborne subjugation. Trying to buy time, yes, Click goes in, Conquest to go to kills! The Glacial Path secures a double for Elramir. And he gets on out of their backlands on a blast cone, but the rest of his team is dead to rights.
Huge team fight win from Wildcats right here.
Bao found him. Over the wall he goes with the blast cone. He'll have another distortion, but where is the rest of the Wildcats? Do they fancy themselves a hunt for the mid laner? No, they'll let him go this time around.
Feels like that's the straw which breaks the Fox's back. Backland probably going to get hunted down here as well. Elramir, does he have vision?
About pouncing on forwards, the Wildcat in the form of a monkey. Ain't that a combination of animals?
The macro is just way too fast. It's just way too fast across the board, and LDLC, they're now trying to get the chain on here.
A lot of damage, the turnaround's pretty good. There's a Cyclone afterwards, but they do get the ult out of the Wukong, but that is it. Massive win for the Wildcats.
I just want all eyes on Kofte right here, because that Lissandra bought so much time for Bao to get his first takedown, to get excited and run down the fight. Look at him, he gets in the middle of everyone, pops the ult, and instantly the hourglass straight after when Backland goes in to finish him off, which allows Bao time to scale up in this team fight, get the first takedown, get excited. Jeskla tries his damn hardest to turn this fight 1v9. But that Lissandra has been so clutch in all these fights, and Kofte has been on spot with keeping targets isolated so Bao can get that one takedown that will snowball his entire fight.
And on the other side, it feels like Jeskla has been trying his damn hardest for most of this series. In that fight again, you just kind of have to watch as Zoelis gets to be that first kill again, and that Nautilus down. The double reset start coming through. Wildcats run away with that fight. LDLC, very dangerous spot.
Hook. Maybe this is the moment they were supposed to be. They get the ultimate. That frozen two scoop is so down low. In they go. Kreis pulls some people out. Bao gets one. The rampage begins. They do get one back as Jeskla goes up into the air. Feathers fly, but Backland on the other side. rooted in with a ring of frost. It's 2 for 1.
Destroy.
Jungler and support fall in trade on the other side. Destroy. He's doing what he can on the other side. Backlund having to run away, but he's been hit with the rockets. The slows can come on through. Zap hits on in. They're waiting on Distortion. Mimic comes on through, needs to get over the wall, but there'll be a ring of frost. The Bow's unstoppable. Destroys onto Jesker in the mid lane. There's nothing left. The bird is plucked and cut straight down. It's roast dinner in the mid lane.
Another fantastic skirmish, and honestly, if we pop back up the scoreboard right here, also Elramir has been doing so damn fantastic in this particular game. He has been a silent shadow, covering for his bot lane, always been there for the counter gang, making sure that his bot lane is safe, but this fight is not over because they're all so low.
They want to try and get something, anything to get a punish back. Paris might be the sacrificial, but Bow just says you will not have my Thresh. Begins firing on through this Jinx. You wonder why she was a star in Arcane. It's because she puts out that much of an impact. Kofta is here, goes in with a glacial path. The ring of frost is an absolute sign of death. A frozen tomb, but cries. Not quite in the dirt. He's got enough shields to try and dash away. A Q3 available back now coming on in. Maybe Kofta's gone too deep, but not before he goes on a rampage. Finally falls, but at what damn cost? That is barely a silver lining. Make it a bronze.
It feels like LDLC not even going to have a chance at silver scrapes. Feels like that is one of those plays after that last big dragon play, which has got Wildcats into the point where it is so hard to stop the first kill going down. And if that first kill goes down, you get blasted alongside it. LDLC forever been the team with so high expectations, coming in as LFL champions 3 times in a row, but the Wildcats stopping this story short this tournament.
He's teleported in. He wants to try and get something to dilute the power of this Baron shove. He's desperately looking for something, anything. His LeBlanc, so legendary, so iconic. Cannot find purchase in this game.
I just wish this desperation would translate into aggression in the early game. Backline has been a menace on this LeBlanc for as long as we've known the player, and it just doesn't seem to be enough. Cry's stuck on a carry. Backline not willing to do the extra step, and who will? White is looking
for Flash. Paris going to be the target. Maybe Kofta comes in. He's got death cap, and the ice freezes in the veins of all of LDLC. It freezes in the hearts of all the LFL fans out there. A double to Bow. The excitement is in, and you look at this one. You blink, you miss it. They're all dead. They're all gone. The mid lane turret falls a shutdown onto Bow, but I don't think it's enough. At least an inhibitor falls.
I think it might just because Jeska's alive, Backland's alive, Bow chased for the kill, and this could have been the end. This would have been Wildcats winning the entire series, and Bow greeted for that one kill has costed them at least another few minutes.
Potentially has, yeah, I think you're right. I think maybe in the elation of winning that team fight, Bow goes a little too far. Still on death's door are LDLC, the Foxes. The last of their legs. Of course, it's the Wildcats, which have their own line knives to 9 lives to bring to bear.
Not quite in time, but Destroy is now left alone. Gets rooted. Jesker inside the Hallowed Mist, but there's a lantern to safety. The passage is dark enough, and they cannot follow.
Okay, silver lining.
Soul Point.
This is Soul Point for LDLC. Second silver lining. This was only one inhibitor that fell. They still have their Nexus towers. Jeska will dodge that. Destroy still looking.
The wall they come. 3v5 though. Look at the Lissandra coming over the wall. The glacial path comes over. There's a frozen tomb available. She's put them all in the dirt a few times before. Elramir throws out the Cyclone. They'll get a kill, and now they'll continue to die. White becomes a White Walker, courtesy of Lissandra's passive, and the Frozen Thralls, and a slow one to Yetzler. Flee, little bird, fly south for the winter. That's Lissandra coming to put you once more into the cold, cold ground.
In their first EMEA Masters appearance, the TCL take one heck of a scalp. It is the LFL first seed falling by the wayside in the quarterfinals.
They lost last EMEA Masters, did the LFL. They fell in the finals. The Heretics picked that one up. It was the fall of a dynasty, and there's new teams, new blood, new Titans coming on in. And Turkey is here to scream, we are worthy! 3-1 Wildcats. They're off to semis.
They're brushing in their KTAs just a little bit further right there before they wave goodbye to LDLC and before we wave goodbye to LDLC. But Wildcat, oh.
Look at that.
Oh. But Wildcats, what a fantastic performance. I'll give you one thing. It takes them one game to warm up each stage. This stage in the quarterfinals and in groups. But once they're warmed up, they're good to go. And honestly, this was not flawless by LDLC, and all Wildcats had to do was punish the macro mistakes. Be patient, look for the overextension, look for the macro mistake, and then just play better macro-wise than your opponent, and they executed flawlessly. Again, I just want to give a big shout out to Destroy as well, because in this particular game, again, he got ahead in lane, and he had 0 deaths.
I mean, we are going to be bidding farewell to LDLC, a team with an awful lot of pedigree, an awful lot of history. It's a team which rebuilt, came back after another success regionally. Sadly, though, cannot shake those chains. That trend now of not quite managing to hit the mark at EMEA Masters. Still a team with a hell of a lot to show. Sadly, not quite precise enough, not quite on the right timing. Wildcats were just the better team on the day.
We kind of dubbed this tournament and this quarterfinals really a marker of a changing of an era, and the LFL first seed once again falling, this time to the new blood in Turkey in the Wildcats. But that's enough from us. We'll toss it to the analyst desk to break down this series and end your day today.
Welcome to CL.
Woo! Welcome everyone to the analyst couches.
We are one.
They have a bromance going on. I am just like third wheeling at this point, but Wildcats have secured themselves a spot in the semifinals. Coming into this, we were worried about LDLC. We've seen how they've been performing. You get the dub in the LFL, and unfortunately, they're not able to translate it, and they are out in the quarters.
I will actually say, though, this was probably the game where they showed, once again, quite a bit of signs of life in the early game and really tried to get the action going for them down in the bot side. But I think, once again, it became really difficult for them to pilot the team fights later on. We saw it how they also navigated them right. There's never really anyone actually going on the Jinx, despite you having backline access with the champions that you actually picked, and became quite scattered. I also think on the top lane, it was a whole nother situation where it also just looked like to get outscaled.
Yeah, I think the big thing is this series, at least the read from us, and it feels like the correct read as well, because of the result was we just needed superior team fighting tools, right? Via the draft, and I think that is the quickest way to at the very least have more success or a higher percentage chance at success. But LDLC kind of strayed, not necessarily entirely away from those tools, but not necessarily using traditional tools, things that are a little more nuanced in execution. And I think that slight difference between, having things like a LeBlanc, which sure can set up for the rest of the composition with a lot of the pick tools you have, to a Lissandra, who is just outright a strong AoE team fighter, is the difference maker here between these two teams.
Yeah, I think Lissandra is just such a good pick on 3 as well. You already saw the LeBlanc, great, that's a good individual matchup. Then you see the Vi and you're like, hey, every time Vi is going to ult me, I'm just going to press R on myself. And I also think, once again, it was the mid lane that could impact the bot lane, and that's a big difference maker here as well. Backlane was quite late on the play, and while they do trade a kill back in this instance, it's just the fact that every single time Wildcat gets to be first on the play, and it's just not about this bot lane here. It's also about, well, when are we setting up for the Herald instead? 2 times around as well, it was Wildcats that picked up the Herald. That just makes it easier for you to actually play the game, take care of the objectives, set up the jungle camps afterwards, if you want to go in and actually counter jungle, and then came the team fights later.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like for LDLC, you want to start off the game on the right foot in terms of 2v2 mid jungle, but when you're against effectively, pseudo 2 like counters 1-to-1, it feels really difficult to do that. And once these team fights started to unfold, you start to see that realistically with no, real advantage, life just feels hard. How do you kill the Gwen? How do you consistently find Jinx in a manner where you don't have to, expend too much to do it?
But they didn't again, and you can see it, right? Like, there could just be a highlight on Bao right here. Look at all the low HP bars. Who's the single member who's actually not low, and what's your composition designed to do? Press R on the Jinx, and no one really actually does it ever. And I think it's also just Wildcat, right? We've talked about it going into the game specifically. It does become the Bao show quite often for them. A game like this also illustrates that, when the composition is also just built around to peel for him. Thresh to reposition him with the Lantern, the CC that you get on the Lissandra as well, both to peel, but also the fact that you have CC to be aggressive with, and then the Wukong once again is just coming in clutch for Wildcat.
Yeah, and also when we're looking at the goal difference over time, it's been the same theme throughout the entirety of this series. It's one team, usually LDLC, gets the early gold advantage, and then Wildcats finds a way to claw back and just rein it back into their favor.
just again, it lends, I think, to the compositions and how we've spoken about them, right? It felt like LDLC, again, composition a little more geared to skirmishing.
But also just team tendencies,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
From what we see, because it is, as you say as well, it's like we see the same things happening again when it's looking good. Here's some early game, and then it comes also probably with the composition, right? But it's just like if this is a draft that you draft, which we see them do that quite often, we had hoped it was played differently. But I also just think that once again, Wildcats, they just realize this. You kind of just get used to what the enemy wants to do, and when you send 3 LeBlanc games in a row, when you see the Jarvans as well, when you see then the Violator on, you get used to the enemy. And I think in terms of making adaptations, which is so important in a best of 5, Wildcats was just a team that adapted better to the playstyle that LDLC brought to the table.
Yeah, LDLC bought that early aggression. They were not able to close it out. Wildcats not allowing them to do it. They flipped the game around late game, and it's theirs. Now, we're going to have a look at the bracket as well, because with the fact that Wildcats won means that they're going to the semis, and they are up against SKP, who also won the coin toss, so they get to select their side.
Yeah, so what that probably means is Koth blue side, I guess, for game 1. And then we'll see how things unfold there. Very surprised that SK Prime took out Matchco in a 3-0.
And quite fast as well.
And quite
By
fast.
the time we loaded into game 3 with Wildcats versus LDLC, that series was over.
I wonder if they have the scaling comps.
It looked a bit more fast play. I think that's going to be the thing in the semifinals. It's going to be a slow-paced team going up against a faster-paced team. And really these two stylistics clashing in terms of who's actually going to come out on top of that.
It's what we expected from today's game as well. LDLC early game, Wildcats late game. It seems like Wildcats, as long as you give them that opportunity to capitalize off of your mistakes and punish you, give them the opportunity to push to the late game, they're comfortable.
Seems it. I mean, I now wonder how they're going to handle, you know, SK Prime, just because I feel like their journey so far has been a little more tumultuous, shall we say.
Just actually in general.
English, okay.
Prime League looking kind of strong this year, I'm not going to lie. This is really a resurgence from them as well, like potential to have 2 teams in top 4.
I will say, I feel like Unicorns are definitely carrying the banner for Prime. I will wait. You know,
so far Prime's ahead.
Now, of course, SK Prime. Now, okay. SK Prime obviously they're in the semis, but what I mean is generally in terms of the level of gameplay, I feel like Unicorns have definitely shown arguably the highest ceiling so far at the tournament. I would feel pretty confident in saying that quite happily.
I mean, you know what?
So
we're gonna see tomorrow if you're right.
yeah, I guess we will. Movistar.
Any bets between you two?
Oh, bets?
Nah,
No.
miss me. Nah,
Okay,
I've seen your bet from yesterday. I'm good. Miss me with
the
that.
instigator.
I mean, looking at the games tomorrow, well, the game tomorrow, it's going to be another best of 5, and this time around, it's going to be Movistar Riders against Unicorns. Your favorite team, Jamara, so...
Bias?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, yeah, I suppose, but not in this weird way. They were my first team, I suppose.
Aww.
Wow.
But it doesn't really weigh into my analysis here. I just think they're a bloody good team.
Fair enough.
I think for Movistar, I had a bit of a first row viewing of a lot of their games. I was casting them in groups.
You cast too?
I know,
That's
right?
crazy.
It's so insane,
Multi-role
actually.
talent, actually.
Yeah, I guess.
Damn.
And I feel like Movistar definitely have a lot of issues to iron out, but what I will say is their best of 1s look a lot worse than their best of 5s. You go and look at their domestic split, I think it was 4th or 5th place they finished. Playoffs, they dropped like 2 games. They played 4 or 5 series, they dropped 2 games throughout the entirety of playoffs. So they're no slouches either. I think it's going to be a very, very hotly contested series. I'm just very curious about whether, you know, what style of League of Legends we're going to get. Whether we're going to get fist fighting or whether we're going to get more, you know, cerebral brain, you know, chess League of Legends, where these guys are really trying to feel each other out and actually get a bit of an idea of what teams want to prioritize in this draft.
Do you have a preference?
Nah,
do you want fist fight or do you want chess? I mean, you're casting tomorrow.
I am casting tomorrow as well, so he can bring all the passion.
Yeah.
He's already let all that out. I'm saving it for tomorrow, okay? You know, just not teasing anything today. We'll keep it at a mystery.
Okay, it's got to stay a mystery. No predictions, no preferences, nothing. But today, one thing we do know for sure is Wildcats closed it out in a 3-1 fashion against LDLC. LFL losing their team. It's now out of the equation. They still have another shot, but tomorrow Unicorns of Love take on Movistar Riders in another best of 5 to determine which is the 3rd team to be heading over to the semifinals. So thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place, so don't forget to tune in.
tuve una caída en mi carrera, pero he vuelto más fuerte que nunca.
Ojo con Supa, va a reventar a Marlon. Se atreve ahora con el 1 contra Flaque. No debería de ganar el tetón.
J'ai progressé une étape à la fois jusqu'à arriver au sommet.
Maintenant qui est dans la mêlée. Et la côte de Roguette, elle est magnifique du côté de la TLC.
Ich weiß, ich kann der Beste sein. Jetzt muss ich es nur allen zeigen.
선택할 수 있는 길이 많았습니다. 저는 지금 걷고 있는 길이 옳다고 확신합니다.
Napiszcie tutaj na gotowe. Nie odbierajmy. Pentakill jak najbardziej zasłużony.
Orada sıfır bir değişim. Ayakta kalan son isim Erdemir.
Uzun zamandır bekliyordum. Şimdi benim zamanım.